following is a special presentation from eStar Studios. Carry harder. Are we alone? Or does other intelligence exist? Rise above anonymous. Make unknowable legendary. M4. Jakarta. Who are you? What do you want to become? The universe is yours. Are you ready to own the world?
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, humans and pets around the world, welcome to the 2022 North America Challenger Tournament Fall Season, the only path to M4 World Championship. We're at the final day for a top A winner bracket where two teams will proceed to take a break and relax, and two will be dropped and battle it out a week later. I'm your caster, Assassin Dave. On the desk today, we got a man who's so troll that he made Gosu Zero's Layla pick seem a little too tryhard. Steph Wheezy, the handsome, the charming. With us, we also got the only man who can pilot a bow tie and not let bow tie steal the show. The one and only Trex. How you guys doing?
I'm super excited to be here once again, Dave. And once again, thank you for such an amazing introduction. Just like last night, we're going to have some great games tonight, and I'm very excited to see how these teams perform.
Appreciate the introduction, Dave. Yes, tonight is going to be insane, seeing these teams compete for the last two remaining spots for the top four of NA.
Absolutely. And guys, just a quick reminder to everyone how we got here today in the NACT fall season. We had over 100 teams who signed up to compete. Top 64 teams were selected based on highest current season rank to battle in a brutal round of elimination. The remaining 32 teams then fought their way through a bloody battleground to our current top A in a deadly single elimination stage. Now, today onward, our top A final phase will continue on until only two grand finalists still stand in this very arena. And ladies and gentlemen, it's then we're moving on to our first and ever NA LAN event in the City of Miracles, Las Vegas. Trex, walk me through those numbers, baby. I want to hear about the money.
Now, we definitely have some nice prizes for this tournament. Not only the ticket to M4, but first place also gets a pocket full of money with $10,000 and 75,000 diamonds. Second place, gonna walk home with $3,000 as well as 50,000 diamonds. Now, third place, still not going home with nothing. They walk home with $1,500 and 25,000 diamonds. And then all the way down to 32, everyone walks home with some diamonds in their pockets. So we're gonna have a lot of happy players leaving this tournament.
Now, this is going to be insane. I'm super excited. Day 1, Day 2, and Day 3, just dominating teams, paving their way to that #1 spot. We've seen yesterday the Valley and Ackerman stealing the top 2 spots for the top 4 in A. And then today, we got some amazing teams competing, the Simpsons and Vendetta in match 1. And then, ladies and gentlemen, there has been a change in the bracket for today's matches. BloodHounds will be replacing Beat the Odds in the top 8 bracket, competing for the title of top 4 in North America.
And guys, after talking to the players in BloodHounds, I know they're ready. Their blood is boiling for a second chance, and they got it. But they're going against none other than the champion, the team that got the entire North America discussing Team First Blood. Trex, what do you think about the matches that's about to happen in today?
I mean, first up, we're definitely going to have a great match. We got the Simpsons going against Vendetta. Now, we've been talking about this before we came live. Vendetta packed full of star players. You have Pogi, ex-jungler, Very 77, but Simpsons a steady team with the same roster for a while, so I think it's going to be a great game to watch. After that, Team First Blood. What else do I need to say? Second place champions, going up against BloodHounds, the new thirsty team, able to make it to the top 8. So BloodHounds need to be careful, but I still think it's going to be a great series.
The level of competition is going to be insane. Watching these teams compete for the remaining 2 spots for top 4 North America and to fight for a ticket to M4. It's going to be crazy. Just looking at the lineups right now over there on the Simpsons, Cold World. Over on the gold lane, you got Nate in the mid, the Rome for Damien, stacked up against Yuna in the gold, Shiki mid, and Theo. Amazing teams, finalists from NACT Summer, and then they are going to be fighting it out against a stacked team, Vendetta.
I'm excited, right? Last time we went cast Team Simpsons, we talked about, is Fallen gonna fall himself or make the other team fall in front of their knees? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm ready to find out today. Now, is there anything that you think, any players that you think the viewers should watch out for, should really pay attention to, Trex, that's gonna make the play in the first game?
I mean, Vendetta, we got to keep our eyes on Pogi, right? We know that he has a very deep hero pool in the jungle, and also, if the Akai and the Ballman get banned out, he may pick up, something a bit more assassiny, something like the Lancelot, which, I mean, in my opinion, one of the best Lancelot players in all of NA. On the side of the Simpsons, we also got to keep our eyes on Cold World and Gold Lane, and Damien with those big sets. If he gets his hand on something like the Atlas, be ready for something big to happen because he likes to make those big plays.
And that is some on-point analysis, guys. I definitely will be paying attention, Paul can take some notes. But without further ado, the first game between the Simpsons and Vendetta is already underway. Let's quickly send it over to our brilliant caster's desk.
Now, Weezy, we got a big draft ahead of us. This is game 1, right? I think we're going to be looking at a lot of things. It looks like Vendetta is on the gun with first pick, first ban. Diggy getting taken off. Simpsons, do we see something typical? Do we see something normal, or are they going to keep it spicy here?
Now, we know every server, every region has their own meta. Diggy being banned off, pretty solid, especially with the first pick, leaving you some options on your team. And then we see over on the side of the Simpsons banning out the Valentina. More common as well, we see more of that Wombo combo, the Valentina, the Faramis being picked off nice and early in the draft. So nothing too out of the ordinary here. As we know, for the NA region, we have more of that physical jungle, that tankier jungle going into, those objectives. But sometimes there are those players that sneak through, like the Fanny. We know both teams have a decent Fanny. I know even with the HP being a little bit lessened from recent patches, still able to dominate. So I'm excited to see for both sides with the high hero pool that they have. Like you said, the Simpsons finalists from NACT Summer, they've already made a name for themselves. Vendetta as well, paving their way up to the top 8 position. This is going to be such a high hero pool. So this is going to be a high IQ draft.
Now there goes that Atlas band. Definitely a target towards Damien there. In that first side, when you're first pick, first ban, you get to kind of be a bit more meticulous about your bans, right? Because you have the prio. You can leave something open for yourself. Whereas the Simpsons here, they have to worry about the Valentina if they think it's a threat. They have to worry about the Faramis if they think it's a threat. They have to kind of ban out those, what some teams call the OP heroes, right? So they're stuck in a bit more of just a reactionary ban side, whereas Vendetta can really just home in. They don't have to worry because if something gets left open, they get first grabs at it.
Now, it's looking really good right now from both sides with the ban phase. Definitely half the battle is in the draft. You have to make sure, on paper it works first before you take it into the battlefield. And taking out that Atlas, taking out that Diggy, I'm expecting a possible, maybe a Kai pick. We've been seeing a Kai in the jungle and also flexed as that roam position, but recently in the NA server stacked against that Grok. That Grok can go in on the other side for the Simpsons to kind of counteract that. So some interesting things here, not too out of the ordinary for NA. I think both teams just kind of playing it safe, going with your traditional bans to fill each other out.
Yeah, I mean, game 1, you're always going to kind of keep it simple, right? It's when we get to game 2, game 3 that we really start to see those bans get shaken up a little bit. You really start to hone down on certain players and things of that nature, because now it's like, oh, we couldn't deal with that. We have to get rid of it. And that's when things really start to get a little bit crazy. The Ballman is getting banned now. Last ban in the first phase. Let's see what Vendetta is going to pick up front here.
Taking out that Ballman, definitely a strong ban for the side of the Simpsons. Ballman, one of the most picked junglers for NACT Fall, also in the North American region. So we do see Yuna over there for the gold lane locking in the Claude. We are going to be seeing some blazing duets in the Land of the Dawn for match 1.
Yeah, we haven't really gotten to see Claude recently in the top 8. It's really been on that ban list a lot, but Simpsons firing back also very quickly. They were ready for what they wanted. They pick up the Grok and they pick up the Paquito. Now, the Paquito can be a flex pick. I'm guessing it's going to be in the jungle, but there's a high chance if they want to switch it up, they can later on in this draft. Galaxy going to fire back with the Esmeralda Wizzy.
Oh, I like the Esmeralda pick, especially for third, but it's a little risky. Looking at the side of the Simpsons, Pack on paper against the Esmeralda in the XP lane can have a harder time, especially with him having skills that bring shields along with it that Esmeralda can take. So that I do see that Dairoth being locked in as that final pick, looking very solid for the Simpsons. And then also, not too many heroes can really go against that Dairoth, especially when the Paquito is out of the draft. So just a solid lineup for the Simpsons right now.
One thing that's interesting is they are being quick with these. There is no thought. It's like they came into this game pre-planned. They knew kind of what they wanted to do here. And Simpsons fast return. You pick up the Esmeralda, we're going to pick up the Dairoth to counter it. This means that the Paquito is definitely going to be the jungle. It's going to go into the hands of Fallen there under the jungle role, right? So it's going to get swapped around. Now we're running into the second ban phase. At this point, Vendetta still needed a tank. Still needing a jungler. My guess is Simpsons need to hone down on something there. I'm just wondering which path they're going to take.
Now, looking at the side of the Simpsons, they have a lot of frontline. You look at Vendetta, they picked up the Lilia, able to, do some early game damage as that mage, especially paired up against those heroes that like to rush in. So a very solid pick from Shiki. Looking at the bans right now, taking out the Julian. He's definitely been dominating for previous NACTs and over the NA region, but a little bit of a buff, so he's more of that mid to late game fighter instead of early game. I do like him being taked out here. Melissa as well, the IMU, sometimes hard to deal with, but she's more that mid lane marksman or mid to late game marksman as well. And then the final ban being a Kai for the side of OSP. How do you feel about the draft so far, T-Rex?
I mean, I like it. Honestly, though, I'm looking at the side of the Simpsons and I really like their bans right now. They're honing in onto Poggy with no Balmond, no Akai, now no Julian. Paquito's already been picked up. We may get exactly what I was talking about earlier, maybe him falling into something like a Lancelot, like a Ling, something in more of the lighter realm, not that bulky jungler. Still some possible options, maybe like the Basha or something a little crazy like that, but I'm wondering what they're going to secure there. On the side of Vendetta, we split it up. We didn't hone too hard into the gold lane. We didn't hone too hard in the mage. We banned out the Melissa. We banned out the Farza, kind of limiting a little bit. But I think in the gold lane, now that the Beatrix is gone and not the most major threat on the field, there's a lot of options you can choose. We've seen the Aerithil do good. We've seen the Melissa, the Wanwan, the Brody, the Clint. There's so many marksmen now that can still thrive in the lane. The problem is with the Claude on the field, that could be a problem if we creep into the late game here.
Now we do see Nate picking up that Kagura, a solid pick over there for the mid lane of the Simpsons. Now, just looking at the lineup, there's only one pick left for the Simpsons. What marksman will they choose? Maybe Clint, more of a common pick against that Claude. I could possibly see that, but like you said, there's just so many options. And with both of these teams, the high hero pool that you have, you never know. Now, looking on the side of Vendetta, they are currently looking for who's our jungler going to be? Who's our roam going to be? You're going to be stacked up against a heavy frontline composition. And then also with Nate with the Kagura. So you got options. We do see the Karina being picked up over there by Pogi recently. You could run her multiple ways. You can go more of the tankier Karina. You can also go with more of the magic damage Karina. The question is, which one will Pogi take? And then you see the final pick for Vendetta locking in the show.
Yeah, there's only one way to play the Karina, and that's tank. I mean, he may go the damage, and there is still some teams doing the damage, but I think in a game like this, actually, it's Pogi. He may get crazy. The man may just go full damage build, try to burst them down. And knowing Vendetta and the players on there, they do like to bring in aggressive. So maybe they try to bring that early game presence, bring on the damage Karina. But that is risky, especially now with the Simpsons picking up this carry. Really kind of, I feel like their composition's pretty well rounded. You just brought some late game assurance. You have that early game aggression with the Paquito in the jungle, the Grok able to get vision for you. I like the composition, but Vendetta also has something similar. They have the Cho who can invade, try to get vision. Looking on both sides, the only thing is I feel like on the EXP lane, the Simpsons have it, but on the gold lane, Vendetta has the advantage. So it's going to come down to how these two lanes play out.
Yeah, I just like both of the lineups right now. This is going to be an insane time for North America as we are going to go into match 1.
Yeah, this will be the first game of tonight. Vendetta going up against the Simpsons in a best of 5. Very excited to see how this plays out, Wheezy.
Yes, just looking at the compositions, you're looking at Shiki running over there on the leader for the early game. There we go with Thea over on the Cho as well. Having the mobility, being able to harass and also get to those backlines as the roam is going to be pivotal. But looking at the XP lane, like you said, it's Esmeralda against a Dairoth. On paper, Dairoth wins. But also, if Vendetta does have the advantage in terms of Lord, in terms of objectives, in terms of the turtle, you can get that Dreadnought armor and have an easier game. But a clash on the mid side.
Yeah, Theo already being aggressive, trying to get the vision. One thing I can say, though, is Damien was doing the same thing. So I think it's going to kind of come down to who breaks the tempo first, who's forced to go back and help, and who loses that advantage of trying to get vision with their roamers. I love the wall to stop Theo and Shiki there and get Damien a little bit ahead on the side to this gold lane.
Now, I will say, in terms of winning conditions, you're looking at the gold lane. You're seeing the Claude stacked up against a carry, both very late game marksmen. So it's going to be important for both teams to protect the marksman. Whichever one falls first may be a huge advantage to the other side. But a fight possibly going in the mid lane for some clearage. Just a little bit of clearing from both sides. Both teams just playing a little bit of the safer route, not being too aggressive and going for those objectives. I just have to say, I like the way it's going, but in terms of late game, you have a carry versus a Claude. Who do you see having the easier time, you know, taking out the enemy, T-Rex?
Oh, wait a second, because someone just gets taken out. Promise goes down. First blood going to Vendetta. Vendetta really honing in on this EXP lane, knowing that Promise with that should have the early game, but with that death, Galaxy could start getting ahead here now. With the carry versus the Claude, I think the Claude's going to do a little better when it comes to these big 5-man clashes. Up in the early game, Claude may have the advantage here, but a lot of it's going to come down to mechanics right now. But we are looking at the Lord fight. Damien does come in. Pogue picks it up. A nice knockup from Theo away. The Dragon lands onto Damien. Damien in bad spot, should be able to get away, but getting brought down low. The Glooms get him slowed down a bit, but Nate is here to help. Fallen misses that strike on Ashiki. He uses the black shoes to get out of the way. No kills on the board, but the Lord does go to the side of Vendetta there.
You do see a little bit of that blazing duet from Yuna fighting over in the gold lane, but a solid start for Vendetta. Taking first blood, giving Esmeralda a slight advantage over there on the Dairoth, the direct counter for her, and then also able to secure the objective, taking that turtle, trying to start a potential snowball. Not too much of a lead from either side, playing it safe. We do see a slight advantage in terms of gold, leaning to the side of Vendetta. They're currently up by about 500 gold, not too much, and I like the way this is going. Normally with these higher caliber of teams, you are going to see them play the safer route. But speaking of the safer route, the bottom lane, we do see Dairoth falling to Esmeralda with the help of Karina for that gank. And this just looking really solid for Esme in the AXP lane.
Yeah, and that's just rough for the Simpsons. They need to find an answer somewhere on the map here, because if they're not going to go help Promise, then they need to make sure they're getting some ganks in the top lane or answering back onto a tower, because right now Pokey's just hanging out down in the XP lane every chance he gets, and it's taking a 2v1 against Promise, something he just can't handle. But wait a second, here could be the answer. Theo taking a bit of damage, able to G-Kondo out of that though. Now Damien once again in a bad spot. Gloom's landing down. Cold World is here. Yin Yang overturned. Shiki goes down. Finally, Simpsons pick up something, trying to even the playing field. Gold actually in the lead of the Simpsons now.
Now you do see Clock of Destiny being picked up over there by Nate to go ahead and give some advantage. It's more of that time-dependent item, and locking that in early will be a huge advantage. But speaking of advantages, the clash in the bottom lane by Promise.
Now, that is the reason why they've been going down there, because even with him 2 deaths, he can sometimes get the better on that Esmeralda Wheezy.
Yeah, it's just a very solid game. But the way the Dragon over in the mid lane.
And they're brawling it out. Theo, though, maybe going too deep. Cold World onto him, trying to get the kill. Dashes in, picks it up, throws the thumbs up just to seal the deal. It's 2-2, ladies and gentlemen. We have a game. Galaxy trying to come in with the Fallen Star Moon. We cannot secure it. Turtle now up Fallen and Damien are here, but Shiki and Galaxy also want a piece. Pogi has not arrived yet. He's coming from the backside from that EXP lane. Galaxy trying to zone them away. Promise comes in. Yin Yang overturn catches nothing, but Galaxy goes down. A nice wild charge. Fallen backs him up. Pogi down about 25%. Promise picks it up. Make that a double for Promise. Even though he's taken 2 deaths, he's back on the field and he wants more. Black Boots does come in. Way the Dragon onto Promise. Promise taking a bit of damage. Needs to try to get out of here. Dashes through the wall. Theo wants to chase him down, but Nate will not let it happen. Fallen now picks up the turtle, and the Simpsons start to take a lead in this match, Wheezy.
What a turnaround. Promise, the fighter who was down 0-2 against Esmeralda with that Karina Pogi on the gank. But on the top lane, you do see Blazing Duet going down.
That is rough, Wheezy. That is rough.
Yeah, a very rough clash indeed. But on the bottom lane, you gotta give it over to Promise right now on the Dairoth, helping his team secure that turtle, giving them the additional gold as well. A huge advantage, especially when you're down. And I think that's one of the good things about the Dairoth on the Esmeralda is even when he has that harder time, he's just meant to go against her. He's meant to have the advantage, even when it looks like there is a deficit. Both teams still looking pretty solid, 3-4 right now in terms of gold. It is leaning in the favor of the Simpsons. A slight turnaround, especially when we thought we were going to see a potential snowball. Esmeralda doing what Esme is good at, cutting the lane, starting to provide opportunity for your team. But speaking of opportunity, you do see a potential clash with the 3-stack of Vendetta on the top side.
Yeah, Theo's constantly searching, looking for something, but recently it seems like when he goes in, he's taking a lot of damage. So he needs to be a bit more meticulous about how he gets these picks. Now, one thing I can say about the Simpsons, we're at 6.5 minutes. Fallen gonna start hitting that power spike, gonna start doing a lot of damage along with Promise. Galaxy, it's gonna be a while until Galaxy can put up a fight against Promise. Galaxy just needs to make sure they don't take a death. Wait a second, Way the Dragon does land on a Fallen there into the tower. Galaxy picks up the kill, trying to find something on a Nate. Nate just wants to clear this wave and move on with his day. But this is a close game. The Simpsons are holding the lead on the goal steadily though, but Vendetta not letting it get too out of reach.
Yeah, this game can still go either way, but we have to pay attention to the top side. Like we said, both teams have that late game marksman. They have the carry. They have the Claude. Speaking of the gold lane, the first tower has fallen, giving a slight advantage over to the side of Cold World.
Yeah, I mean, with that, Cold World can now rotate a bit more to this mid lane, can be a bit more involved in these team fights, definitely give the Simpsons a big advantage as we move through this mid game. Turtle now up, right? Damien trying to zone away. Theo's looking for something, gets away the dragon. Nate able to get away though. Damien does find Theo though, and Theo goes down. Galaxy with the Falling Star Moon does not do enough damage, just trying to zone away Nate. Fallen though doesn't want to give up this turtle. Pogi hiding in the bush right now, waiting for the retry battle. Galaxy goes down to Promise though. Damien is trying to get away, but a big dive in with the Blazing Duet. Cannot connect. Damien able to get away safely. Now Pogi is all alone. Shiki as well. That is a 4-man wipe for Vendetta. This turtle will go to the side of the Simpsons along with a lot of gold and a lot of kills, Wheezy.
What a play. The Simpsons paving their way, fighting for the remaining 2 spots of top 4 North America. But the way the Dragon over there on carry.
Yeah, but the damage still maybe not enough. Theo continues to go in. Yin Yang overturn connects. Theo goes down. And this is the problem, I think, with the Cho recently. It's not as tanky. There's a lot more burst heroes, and you got to be careful when you go in there because they're waiting for you. They want you to use that Way of the Dragon so that Nate can pick you up and burst you down.
Now, just looking at the gold, the Simpsons had in the early game, Vendetta was looking really nice, but the Simpsons able to turn it around. Just looking at the gold of 5,000 gold lean, they are starting to try and form up that snowball carry, having a really solid game. 4-1. Dominating as the marksman over Yuna. Like we said, winning conditions is crucial. You know you have these late game marksmen. You have to protect them. Vendetta losing the first tower within the first 5 minutes of match 1 is a very hard time for the gold lane, and that's just the advantage the Simpsons need, and they are capitalizing.
Yeah, and with these deaths on Theo as well, it's going to take him a bit longer. He's already got the roamer status on, so his gold builds up slowly, but now he's even weaker. He's not able to get those big tank items in, so he has to play it even safer, right? Because he's now pretty behind. Damien, on the other hand, hasn't died once. He's just been getting gold steadily for the past 9.5 minutes through that roam passive, so he's going to be able to be a front line for his team and create space for Nate. Not only that, Cold World doing a great job at just finding position on this carry, not being too aggressive, but also picking up things when he needs to. Vendetta definitely not out of the game, though. It is a 5k gold lead. Theo with a nice way the dragon on to Damien. Damien forced to use a wild charge as they get away, but Shiki doesn't want to let it happen. Pops hat flicker along with the wall and able to walk away. Vendetta are grasping at straws and just finding air right now.
Now we take a look at the bottom lane, same scenario. We lost the bottom tower for Vendetta. It's not looking too good in terms of the map. In terms of objectives as well, the Simpsons able to secure these turtles, able to increase the kill lead, increasing the gold by 5,000. Speaking of objectives, Lord has spawned in. Good zone is over there for the side of the Simpsons. The question is, how will Vendetta contest? Are they going to allow this objective to go to the favor of the Simpsons? And it does. You see Fallen able to secure it with the Paquito with no problem. And these are the things that's going to make it very hard for Vendetta to come online, especially for Claude, especially for that marksman, not having the advantage of being able to get that gold to have the late game. These are late game marksmen, but if you don't have the right conditions met, you have a longer delay until he can come online and provide the damage his team will need.
I mean, luckily Yuna hasn't taken a death though, right? So that is kind of a saving grace for Vendetta here. Yuna's not exactly behind, it's just the rest of his team is. So Yuna could still end up being the carry. They do still have some nice set potential. Nice G-Kondo, speaking of set potential. Theo tries to do it, but Fallen stops in his track. Nate picks up the kill. Theo goes down, and now we have a bloodbath. Yuna uses the blazing duet, but is forced to try to get away. Fallen goes down, 2 down. On the side of Simpsons, with Cold World's here to pick up where they left off. Shiki taking a lot of damage, doesn't have the black shoes, not today. It's a 2-for-2 trade on the map, and the Simpsons still have the Lord. Crashing in, Cold World here to help back up the Lord. Melting down onto Galaxy, but maybe came in a little too heavy. 2 members are there, and down goes Cold World. Simpsons now picking up some tower elsewhere on the map, still trying to get some sort of gain out of this Lord push.
Man, what a play, but looking over there on Cold World, being a little too aggressive, especially as that marksman pushing into the top lane without no backup. Not sure if that was really the right move, and that will be a death over on his side. The marksman down for the side of the Simpsons, but they were able to secure that mid tower. The mid tower has fallen, leaving only the inner turret in the mid lane and then down to the inhibitors for Vendetta. But look at the map. The Simpsons have a lot of insurance. They have every single tower. No pressure from the side of Vendetta going into the 12-minute mark of match 1.
Yeah, and just if you guys are seeing, there is a quick code showing up on screen. Make sure you tag a friend on Facebook or type hashtag NACT Fall Season in the NA Esports Discord main chat, and you will be sent a unique gift code. Now, back to the game, Wheezy. Like, it's still a 5k gold lead, but Vendetta is definitely looking for something. And what we just saw, Simpsons can't get too trigger happy. If they make any mistakes, Vendetta is a team to capitalize on that.
Now, I do like the way the Simpsons has been rotating, prioritizing these objectives pretty much without any contest, and that all comes down to what do we need to focus. They helped the gold lane. They were able to also help over on the EXP lane as well, securing those towers, but a clash over in the mid lane.
Yeah, nice clash. Pokey actually finds Fallen this time. Fallen starting to take a bit too much damage. Cold World chipping away, though. A nice wall comes out to zone them, keep them at bay. They clear the wave, and Simpsons only lose a member there. 16 seconds until the Lord comes up here, Wheezy.
Now, you do see Pogi over there on the Karina. A slight advantage, especially with Cold World on that carry to try and go in and take him out. Being able to deflect, those marksmen, especially when they are having a good start. But the clash over on the Lord.
Blazing Duet does come in. Damien goes down. Promise trying to do something, but Pogi is on a roll. 4 members down in a matter of seconds. Make that possibly 5. Galaxy tries to chase down, but Cold World gets away. But now with Lord up, Vendetta could be taking this game. Still at a slight deficit in gold, but that is about to change, ladies and gentlemen.
Now, I will say Pogi did fall in that clash. As they were contesting for that Lord, you did see the fight go on. A very solid look for the side of Yuna over there, using that Blazing Duet, and they are going in for that fight, chasing Cold World, forcing him to retreat. But then you see the tower take out the jungler for Vendetta.
I actually missed that. I missed that right there. He's running away, so I'm watching Cold World. I didn't even see the tower shot, so happy for the replay. But this buys Simpsons a little bit of time, right? No retry on the field. And now Vendetta doesn't want to risk it to go for that Lord, so we're going to still see a little bit of a contest here.
Now, speaking of good tests, you do see on the bottom lane, Promise trying to defend against Galaxy, and he is able to secure that first tower in the XP lane. Now, we see a little bit of pushback from Vendetta. Not a early start, looking in their favor, but going into the late game, it's looking a lot better. It seems like they have regained their focus. They're starting to apply a little bit of pressure. They're making sure to be in the right moments for the team clashes and not being too over aggressive. And this is what the Simpsons is going to have to watch out for if they do want to take game one. How are you going to answer? You're allowing them to get that momentum back, and the fight over there for the Lord may be possibly going on as both teams are prepping for this Lord.
Most definitely, Galaxy searching has used that utility though with the Falling Starman. While this is happening, Promise on the boss side clearing out this inhibitor, doing some nice macro. Galaxy tries to do something, but Promise already got what he came for, and he's ready for the 1v1. And on this, Falling gonna start on this Lord. Promise almost takes out Galaxy. He needs to start moving up. The rest of the team, they got this. Fallen knows your eyes are elsewhere. Theo though, looking for something still, maybe trying to get away with the dragon onto someone. He does have that ready to go, and here it is. Does land onto Fallen. Pogi now maybe wants to move in for the Retry Steal. Hasn't quite made the move yet. Damien also here, but Promise has finally showed up to fight. Fallen takes the Lord. Blazing Duet though into the backside. Takes out Nate. Fallen on the run because Galaxy's going to pick that up as well. But still it's a 3 for 2 because members of Vendetta are falling. Promise picking up kills left and right. Lord now crashing. Just when we think Vendetta's coming back, the Simpsons answer with a plan of their own.
What a battle, a bloodbath over on the Luminous Lord, but it does go into the favor of the Simpsons. But a clash on Galaxy trying to escape using the Fallen Star Moon as the saving grace. Man, Dyroth, Promise just dominating on the XP lane, and this is what you kind of see when you're paired up against the Esmeralda.
Yeah, definitely something you see. Now Promise trying to do something here. Does take a bit of damage. You know, with the Blaze Duet, melting everyone down. Can he get the finish though? No. Immortality comes. Theo gets that way of the dragon onto Damien though. Damien, Immortality pops, but the team is going to be on him. There's no escape for him today. Damien will go down, but Lord is on the base. No one here to back it up. Gets a bit of chit damage, but not too much. 2 inhibitors fall though, so this is huge for the Simpsons.
What a play. It looks like the Simpsons trying to go for the finish, but not able to pull it off. I gotta say, it's looking pretty risky for both sides. Yeah, you got a little bit of insurance for the Simpsons, having those inner turrets to defend, and then behind those, the inhibitors. Speaking of turrets, Vendetta hanging on by a thread on that mid inhibitor turret. Not looking too good, but this is gonna boil down to how the clashes go on, how the teams prioritize their objectives for the roam. Make sure you guys are trying to get to that back line, you know, trying to take out the damage dealers. We know that there's a carry on the side of the Simpsons. We know that there's Yuna over there on the Clot. These heroes capitalize when it comes to the 17-minute mark, the late game.
Well, this is bad. Big collapse onto the top side. Cold World and Promise are in trouble. Abysm Strike comes out, picks up Theo, but Promise will go down here. Cold World may be next. Yes, he is. It's a 2-for-1 trade in a nice gank for the side of Vendetta there. Now, Vendetta still in this game. Only 1,000 gold behind. That is not a lot, right? They still have a chance. Yes, they've lost some inhibitors, and the Simpsons could probably survive if they lose Lord, they could survive a push. This could go pretty late now, but Vendetta definitely not out of this game just yet.
Yeah, you do see it neck and neck, 16-16, and only 1,000 gold difference. Both teams hanging in there, and this is what we want to see. We don't like to watch one-sided matches, and both teams are given on a show. Ladies and gentlemen, place your votes. Which team do you see moving on for the top 2? Which team will take match 1? It's looking very, very close, but you do see a hard push from the side of Vendetta to try and close in on these lanes and even out the map.
Yeah, they got to find a way to get to Yuna. They got to do something about it. The man is 4-0-6, just on fire, doing a lot of damage. We saw him messing with Damien, who's the tankiest person on the side of Simpsons, and he's got that DHS build in, and he is just melting him down. And not only that, we've seen it already. He hits the Blazing Duet, and he's bringing several members down. So either Fallen, Promise, or Nate, I think really need to, someone needs to find the angle on him. Someone needs to catch him off guard, try to get that ambush play, something along that lines, because with him on the field, it is not going to be an easy team fight.
Exactly, and I think it's really going to go into protect the marksman. Whichever marksman, late game marksman lives for these clashes will have the huge advantage. You do see a little bit of the Bism strike not connecting over on the top lane, but a possible clash on the Lord as both teams are prepping to take this enhanced Lord, this 19-minute mark. Lord, a huge objective, which can be a game changer.
Yeah, this could be the deciding factor, right? One big team fight, one big wipeout at this point, a team could just run it down, right? So both teams need to be careful, and you know Vendetta's at a bit on the back end just because of those inhibitors. We do see Esmeralda Galaxy forced to sit in that top lane because those Mega Minions are always coming. Now, the Simpsons gonna start jockeying for this position a little bit. They do start attacking. Shiki goes down to the backside. A nice pickup from Nate there. That'll definitely be helpful in this. It is now a 5v4, and Esmeralda is a little late to the party. Theo looking for something. Dies before he can pop the way of the dragon. Immortality comes out, but Theo still goes down. Cold World looking for something else. Trying to find it, not quite able to connect. Finally, Poggy does get melted down. Immortality comes up, but it's still not enough. That is huge. Lord to the side of the Simpsons in a 3-man wipe. Can they defend this, Wheezy?
You do see Yuna picking up the immortality, prepping for this clash. Now, I gotta give it to Promise. You've seen him in the top side fighting against the Esmeralda while Lord was in play. He was clearing that lane, forcing them to be down a player for those clashes, and then jumping in 45-5. But the clash for the tower.
Big wild charge on a Yuna. They take him down, and the base goes down as well. They don't need a Lord. They cleaned it out before it got there. Simpsons take game 1, Wheezy.
Man, what a finish. Just pressure, not giving them the time to breathe in terms of objectives, in terms of the Lord. Stacking the Dairoth on the Esmeralda, a little too much for her to handle. And also, you know, Promise over there in the XP lane. Just the cuts. A lot of people think for XP lane, it's meant to be a one-on-one fight, but it's really a battle of cuts. Clearing that lane and then creating opportunity elsewhere. And that's what we've seen from Promise to allow his team to secure that Luminous Lord.
Yeah, I mean, and like you said at the very beginning, 0-2, and then comes back and really helps carry that game to victory. With those 2 deaths, the man still secures the MVP. Did a great job that game. Also, Nate, though, getting those pickoffs onto Shiki, getting them onto Theo with the Yin Yang overturn, played the Kagura exactly how it's supposed to be played, waiting for that moment. Now, Vendetta still did great there, Wheezy, and I don't think it's GG's just yet for the Simpsons.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. This is a best of 5, so we are in for a show. Definitely place your votes for these 2 amazing teams, Vendetta versus the Simpsons. Game 1 does go to the Simpsons. Looking at a little bit of the replay on the Lord clashes, you do see a heavy clash from both sides, trying to prioritize these objectives, but the Blazing Duet too much to handle. Promise as well on the Dairoth, and Yuna taking out Nate. You do see Promise taking out Shiki as well, and also able to secure that Lord, and a triple kill by Promise. And this is what we say. Normally, we see the Dairoth band, especially when your priority is the Esmeralda. And the question is, was that the deciding factor? Another Lord play here, leaning in the favor of the Simpsons. This is the cut we were talking about. Dairoth cutting the top lane and creating opportunity for his team on the Lord, forcing Esmeralda to defend and not be available for this clash, and that did go in the favor for the Simpsons. Just amazing rotations, being able to not allow them to breathe, not allowing Esme to have the game she wants, not allowing her to take the cuts, and then also delaying her from being in the Luminous Lord fights past the 18-minute mark was phenomenal. We have to see an answer for this going into game 2.
Yeah, the Simpsons, I mean, their laning phase was a little off, right? And this is where we were talking about. Vendetta just has some talented players. But when it came down to that 5v5 in those clutch situations, the Simpsons have the synergy. The Simpsons have those team fights. You know their comms are clear. So they were ready. Each player knew their job correctly, and they executed it very well. The problem is if Vendetta can do the same thing, if they can bring it together, get themselves on point for these big 5v5 clashes, could still spell trouble for the Simpsons, Wheezy.
That's right. It wasn't a one-sided match, and I'm happy to say that, you know, especially going up. When you go for the lower teams, the top 32, you see a lot of a difference in terms of skill gap. But as we close in for the top 4 positions, top 4 for North America, this is where you're going to see these teams have a harder time. A little bit of a, you know, a push from both sides, and that was a very good game. It went past the 20-minute mark, not an early finish. It could have went either way. Like we said, it was dependent on how these clashes happened at the Lord. The wipe outs, the little small things such as the cut by the Dairoth to create opportunities. This is what is the deciding factor in the late game between these upper echelon teams.
Most definitely. And when it gets into that late game, it's about those split-second decisions, right? The macro, being able to control that top lane that Promise did well, and always being a little bit ahead of Galaxy on the Esmeralda, and then Nate always finding the spot to attack. I cannot stress it enough, but the man on that Kagura I think that's that last Lord fight, picking up that Lilia kill is what sealed the deal right there. It's like from there, it's like we have the advantage here. Promise is ahead of Esmeralda, so now it's technically a 4v3. It's just those small decisions. It's a game of seconds, it's a game of minutes, and if you don't make that decision quickly and make it right, it's what throws the game. But I definitely think Vendetta can still take some games here. One of the best things we've seen so far is that none of the series have been a complete sweep. Now, let's see how Vendetta does as we go into the second draft, Wheezy.
Yeah, we did see the Simpsons able to get the finish over Vendetta for game one. Not a one-sided story, though. Definitely both teams had a good game, but just able to capitalize with the slight advantages of the Dairoth combo and the Esmeralda. With the counter against that might be a deciding factor. The question is, what is the game plan for Vendetta going into game two? You still have a little bit of insurance, but I know the momentum right now is in the favor for the Simpsons. You're walking in from a victory with the insurance knowing, okay, if we lose this game, we still got another chance. If they lose this game, it's just a very solid momentum boost for them. So we have to see for Vendetta how they are going to answer to losing match one.
That is true, and that is it's a mental game. It's not just a skill game, and the Simpsons are feeling it. They just took the win. And it wasn't an easy game. So you feel even better when you get a long, hard-earned win like that. Vendetta needs to take their loss, brush the dust off, and jump back into this draft with their head in the game, because that's what you need to do this, right? So with these bans coming in, things looking semi-similar, just switch sides, right? This time the Simpsons banning out the Diggy, Vendetta firing back with the Wan, nothing too crazy. I'm wondering though, with this being game two now, are we going to see some more targeted choices? Do they maybe get rid of the Paquito? Do they maybe focus down? I don't think they focus onto Cold World because he was already kind of backed into a corner with the carry. So I'm just wondering if there's any bans they should think about in this second game.
Yeah, and things have flipped. First pick will go to the Simpsons this time. A little slight advantage on being able to prioritize which hero you want to have for the draft. But like we said, Vendetta, it wasn't a one-sided story. I definitely see them having a game plan going into match two. We do see Melissa being picked off for the bans of the Simpsons, and Wan has been taken out for Vendetta. So no crossbows of Tangs, and also no Melissa for that mid to late game marksman. A little hard to deal with, especially when you have more of that frontline composition. But there's a lot of things walking right now, Trex. There's a lot of options that are available for both sides. There's no Valentina ban. There's no, Faramis ban as well. We've seen Akai dominate. We've seen Ballman ban last time. So the question is, for both sides, who are you going to choose going forward for match two in the ban phase?
You're right. The Ballman could be crucial. We know Fallen can run it well. Same thing with Bogey on the side of Vendetta. One thing I have to point out though is, do you remember in the first ban, they were just firing off, boom, 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 boom. This time it's like, take it a little bit slow, guys. Let's reevaluate the situation now. We do have that missed ban. I'm guessing it's the Atlas. That is, I know the other day it seemed like the Atlas wasn't showing up as the ban, or is it a missed ban there?
It was a misban, ladies and gentlemen. The ban has been official. It is Claude. Claude has been taken out the game for the side of Vendetta. No blazing duets in the Land of Dawn.
So with that taken out, I like it. Now, Vendetta taking it out though this time, knowing that's a threat, especially maybe in the hands of Nate, especially being on the losing side right now. The Claude almost carried Vendetta to the victory, but they still don't want to risk giving that over. I think he has really kind of taken the helm right now in a sense of gold laners. Melissa, though, also, I just love the fact that she has now creeped into the top 3 bans, and so many teams don't want to deal with her. Yes, she's kind of late game, but she just does very well. But wait a second. The Valentina comes through. Valentina
able to walk, but Faramis is still on the table. Diggy has been banned. Atlas Atlas is also available. Now, the question is, was that the right choice to lock in that Valentina? And there you go. You see Theo locking in the Atlas over the Faramis. Looks like they are not going to pick that and possibly allow OSP, the Simpsons, to maybe take it. You know, these are the interesting things you see with this higher level of competition, having methods to work around these crazy compositions that you see normally banned. And there we go. This Simpson with the powerhouse, with the dynamic combo, taking Valentina and also the co-alter from Faramis. But the question is Vendetta ready to handle this?
You know, I've seen the Valentina picked up. I've seen the Faramis picked up, but I don't think I've ever seen the Valentina Faramis picked up. We've got, I mean, I'm just wondering, like, is this going to be the most overpowered thing, or is it going to be kind of overrated? We have seen the Faramis fall. We've seen the Valentina fall. My only worry about this right here is you're a little bit squishy in the early game, right? Because the Faramis as a roam, yes, it does work well once you hit level 4 to get the Cult Altar, but in that immediate laning phase, there could be a problem for the Simpsons, and we already saw the hustle that Vendetta brought in those early first minutes of the last game. So this is going to be something that OSP needs to watch out for with this composition they have right now.
Now, speaking of composition, it is no question that both of these teams have the capability to pull off some amazing things. But the question is, for the side of Vendetta, I'm not sure if that's really something you want to allow, especially after a loss in game 1, to give two of the most powerful options in the draft to the side that just took game 1 from you. It's a little risky. And the question is that the right choice? I think the world wants to know. I think you are correct on that. A little bit of history with making history with the Valentina and the Faramis, possibly the first time in NACT history, and we are going to see. So, ladies and gentlemen, definitely place your votes. Let us know, which composition do you go for? Do you think Simpsons with the Valentina and the Faramis combo is enough to go against Vendetta with that Atlas, especially with the Diggy being banned, to not have the strongest counters to avoid those fatal links?
You know, one thing I have to say is what I'm worried about for Vendetta right now is that fatal links, right? And with Valentina being able to take that from him, and they picked it after the Valentina gets picked up. So Theo must feel comfortable with it. He's like, it's okay. It's all right, guys. We're gonna make a draft that can work around this. We're gonna figure something out. But right now, it definitely looks dangerous. You have a fast roamer with the Faramis able to possibly use that Cult Altar aggressively, and then you have this Valentina who's just got tons of dashes, also very quick on the feet type of hero. So I'm seeing some possible dive potential. The problem is now with this Clint, they need to create some sort of peel, I feel. But before we get to picks, the second bans are in, right? So we have the Akai getting banned from the side of Vendetta, Lilia getting banned, and now the Dyroth, making sure that possibly if the Esmeralda gets picked up by Vendetta this time, they won't have that hard counter.
There we go, the Dyroth being picked out. So the question is, what will we be seeing in the XP lane for both sides? I wouldn't say it was a difference in skill. It was more of a difference in what you allowed to walk in game 1. You know, Esmeralda having that hard time in the XP lane against Promise with the dominating Dyroth. But I think both players just phenomenal XP lanes. And so there are some options available. Dyroth has been taken out. You do normally see like an Esmeralda or possibly a Uranus combo in the XP lane. And then for teams of this caliber, even a possible Benedetta from time to time. So options are still there, but I gotta say, Yuna, I like the pick over there on the Brody. That's my battle twin. You know, I modeled my whole look after him, but I do like Yuna picking up the Brody, you know, to have a little bit of the advantage in the early, can get out a little bit when things get a little tricky. Like you said, over there for Cole, we're gonna need a little bit of peel to protect him in these fights. But there we go, Pogi locking in the Esmeralda.
Yeah, I'm guessing that's definitely going to get swapped over to Galaxy, right? Pogi probably going to pick up this Paquito as the jungle. Simpsons now on the gun, needing to find a pick. Do they pick up the jungle now? Do they throw in the XP laner? Still a lot of options to the Esmeralda, right? You still have the Uranus on the field. You could probably stalemate with the Thamus if you wanted to try. Still some, you could get really crazy, right? And maybe throw something tanky over there. But I don't think it's too, I don't think it's out of this world for Promise to be able to deal with it. Yes, like you said, they're both equally leveled players. They pick up the Julian and then Fredorin over in the XP lane. So Fallen is going to be running this Julian as the jungle. I like it. It's aggressive. The whole mid lane, super aggressive. My problem is, as Simpsons are very squishy right now. Yes, you have the Cult Altar, but is that going to be enough?
Yeah, and then you're looking at, Pogi, or you're looking at the XP lane. You got Galaxy taking up that Esmeralda, and he stacked up against the Fredrin. Yes, I've seen it. Fredrin can work against the Esmeralda, but we're talking in terms of fighting in the middle of your lane. But Esme has the advantage, able to cut behind the tower and creating those opportunities, which we've seen in game 1, but on the opposing side for the Simpsons. So it might be a little bit of a turnaround. Now I feel Pogi, or actually Galaxy, when they do the swap for that jungle and XP lane, will have the slight advantage for the XP lane.
Definitely. And now Shiki picking up that Kagura as the last pick. Now, I like it. We've seen the Kagura. I feel like you're going to be able to keep your range away, possibly even when Nate wants to try to come in on this Valentina, you fire out that Umbrella. You can just kind of kite. That's the good thing about Kagura, dealing with some more aggressive mages. We saw it last game when the Kagura was going against the Lilia. She just kind of has that advantage there. She can always get away, get out of that CC, and just continue to fling the Umbrella at you. So I do think it's good. Once again, I think the biggest problem for Simpsons here is going to be these first couple minutes, and if Vendetta can just pop off before it's too late, before the altar really comes in, then they do have a chance. But we will see how it plans out as we jump into the second game of this best of 5 series. This is the Simpsons going up against Vendetta for the NACT.
Now, we did see the Simpsons with the finish on the late game for match 1. It was very much neck and neck, but it came down to positioning at the end. A 5v4 over there on the Luminous Lord was the difference in the game winner. So going into game 2, this is a very interesting draft. Like we said, we see the Valentina, we see the Faramis combo, and the world wants to know, is this, overrated, or is this the right way to go when it's available, especially stacked up against Theo over there with the Atlas, with the Fatal Link. So I think it's going to be a battle of positioning, and I just am super excited to see how this plays out. Everybody in the chat from all social media pages, definitely vote which team you see taking game 2. Let us know how you feel about the draft. Would you have allowed the Faramis and the Valentina to walk and put an Atlas on it? Or do you think that's not a possible answer? Which team do you think will take match 2 going into the Simpsons versus Vendetta?
I do think it's going to be a good game. Right now, both teams taking their time with it, right? Nothing too major happening. We're only at a minute in, but I feel like Vendetta needs to maybe do something, maybe try to be a bit more aggressive in these early stages. Thing is with the Kagura, you can't really be too crazy. You want to clear this wave. She can only make big plays when she hits level 4 as well. Damien, it's going to be a bit longer. Tilly hits this level 4, and Theo as well. Now I'm waiting for Fallen, though, on this Julian to really make something happen. And this game, this time, the Simpsons be focusing down on this EXP lane, kind of like Vendetta did last game.
Now you see Nate actually going down to the XP lane right before the turtle, knowing not to allow the cut from Galaxy on the Esmeralda, and a possible clash over on the bottom side.
Oh, Shiki does come in with the Umbrella. Falling Star Moon does come down. Galaxy gonna get knocked up though. Enhanced Chains does not connect. Galaxy able to get away with that one, but does burn the sprint for that. That is one utility down for this Lord fight about to happen. Theo, Shiki, Pogi, and Galaxy are here. Pogi getting a little bit of poke, but a big Fatal links onto several members. Cult Altar does come out, and Nate takes the turtle. This could be bad for the side of Vendetta. Galaxy, Theo both go down. That is huge for the side of the Simpsons here. 2 kills and a turtle, putting them at a gold lead, at 1,000 gold lead at only 2.5 minutes.
And we know just the small differences are huge for teams of this caliber. Now, I have to say, for Vendetta, they have to focus in on that Clint. He, we spoke about it a little bit earlier. He requires a hero who has a little bit of pill to protect him. And if I was Vendetta, I would be looking in terms of ganking him, stopping the early marksman advantage.
For a second, I thought Nate was going to go in there and actually try to take that. Now, Simpsons doing a good job, need to continue with this. I think as long as they can keep up this pressure, they can try to hold a lead here. There is some late game possibilities for the side of Vendetta. Theo maybe looking for something here. I think Vendetta, though, still, we saw them last game. They were at a 5k gold deficit. They were able to almost take that game away from the Simpsons, so we definitely can't count them out.
Now, we did see over in game one, the Simpsons able to take the match, leaving Vendetta in a deficit. They really need to put in some pressure and win game two. And right now, you do see the clash of Fatal Links.
Fatal Links, Cold World goes down, so a nice pick onto the gold lane there. Yuna now trying to find something onto Damien. Pogi, torn apart memories, goes off, can't quite get the finish. Damien gets away with his life, but they do find Cold World on this Clint.
A little bit of an answer over on the top side, and this is what we talked about, focusing on that Clint, especially when he doesn't have the pill, but the enhanced change from Fallen.
Yeah, Fallen, maybe in a bad spot. Theo actually finds it, gets a stun. Shiki picks up the kill, and then gets that Fatal Links. No, that comes from Nate on the Valentina, able to steal it. Theo goes down. Nate here to be aggressive and help out. Galaxy now also joining the fray of things, but Damien and Nate are keeping the team alive. Just when Vendetta finds an answer, Nate is there to find one back, putting him at 2-0 and 1. Weezy.
And this is kind of what we've seen, more of a back and forth kind of match. Both teams pretty much neck and neck to the 20-minute mark in game one. Turtle has spawned in. The question is, who will take it? We did see a crazy Fatal Links from Theo, but also at what cost? Was taken out in the first Turtle, did go to the favor of the Simpsons. So the question is, going into the second one, how do they answer? The Fatal Links does connect.
Big Fatal Links with the Fallen Star Moon to connect as well, but Nate fires one back for herself. Yin Yang Overturn comes in and puts the Simpsons in a disarray, but they are still alive. Galaxy does go down. That's 2 down for the side of Vendetta. Every time Vendetta finds that Fatal Links, Nate instantly responds back, and this is the problem with the Valentina, especially when you have such a game-changing skill. You just wait for them to do it, and then you do the same thing right back to them. Fallen now gonna take this turtle uncontested.
And that was the question we were all asking, allowing the Valentina to walk along with the Faramis, and then on top of that, letting the Simpsons take both of them. You know, was that the right answer, especially on the Valentina, able to take Theo's ultimate on the Fatal Links?
Now there is going to be a giveaway showing up on screen, guys, so make sure you get your free Magic Dust and tickets. Use the code that you see on the screen. I'm not going to say it all out because that's a lot of letters, but just go to the link in the description. The first 50 users to use it are going to get that sent to their account.
Make sure you guys collect that Magic Dust. There is no better prize than free. Now, going back into the game, you do see the Simpsons versus Vendetta, 5-3 in terms of gold, in the advantage of the Simpsons. In terms of turtles, in the advantage of the Simpsons. Having the Valentina to take the Fatal Links, and then waiting for Theo to go in and use the Fatal Links, and then go back around and turn it against him, and then comboed with the Faramis on the Cold Altar when times do get hard. Looking at the items, you do see more of a CDR build from the Valentina right now. The Magic Shoes also going in for the Enchanted Talisman, and then the Clock of Destiny for some insurance, but a clash over in the mid side. Theo forced to use the flicker.
He doesn't want to let it go. Able to take out Theo there. That is a good play for the side of the Simpsons. One more thing about those items, right? Clint, even with the death, has a huge gold lead, or not a huge, but has a slight gold lead on Yuna right now. So Cold World, once again, doing a good job in that gold lane, farming, keeping it up. Damien looking for something here. Shiki just trying to defend the tower, but Cold World rotates down. They take the tower in the mid lane, and they're now cracking open the side of Vendetta, allowing them space to get into this jungle and be even more aggressive.
A huge objective for the Simpsons, taking the first tower in the mid lane, the most important tower for the early game. But speaking of lanes, the bottom side, 2v1.
Galaxy just annihilated there, Weezy. Definitely a rough for him. Vendetta putting more and more on their back foot here.
Did you see a possible another 2v1 to answer over on the gold lane?
Yeah, Nate may be able to pick up something here. Gets the Terrified onto Theo. Theo just can't get away. Cold World picks up the kill. A nice take from the Simpsons once again. We're looking at 8-3 Fallen. Gonna try to take another turtle here uncontested. Vendetta getting backed more and more into this corner. This is looking a lot like the beginning or the mid of last game, except this time it looks a bit harder for me to see Vendetta getting out of this. Pogi trying to find something on Nate here, getting some nice burst damage. Nate gonna be able to get away. Falling Star Moon comes down. Damien tries to use the Shadow Stampede, can't quite get the pull, but that is okay for the side of the Simpsons right now.
Now we got to look at both sides. What did we win? What did we lose for the early game, for the first 10 minutes? Looking at the Simpsons, looking very solid, has not lost a single tower. In terms of Vendetta, they have lost all of their first towers for every lane. Looking at the gold, leaning in the favor for the Simpsons, about a 6,000 gold lead. Taking a look at the items for them as well. You know, you're looking at Cold World, building that Berserker's Fury, also that Endless Battle, and looks like he might be going for Blade of Despair, stacked against, you know, Brody. The Blade of Heptasis, the only item he has fully built for damage, and then a possible Blade of Despair. But in the mid lane, the Fatal Links.
Ooh, Yuna tries to get the torn apart memories off. Fallen does go down. The Cult Altar comes out, but it's not enough for the side of Simpsons. Wait a second. The Fatal Links does respond from Nate, but the rest of his team just isn't there. Federin and Clint are trying to rotate to the mid before they lose this tower. Vendetta picking up the pieces from this loss so far, shortening that gold lead just a smidge. But if they can make more plays like that, they could come back in this game.
Now, I do like the composure, you know, the rotations of the Simpsons, the prioritization of the lanes right now, not really have lost anything detrimental to their team, but has major advantages taking those first towers. And we have to see a safer game going into or past the 10-minute mark for Vendetta. It's not over yet, like we've seen a whole flip around, a couple of flip arounds in game one from both sides to turn the tide. So this is really going to be dependent on Vendetta's positioning, playing more of the safer game, not allowing the possible snowball to go in. But you do see the conceal with the Fatal Links.
Kill play does come down. Fatal Links does land on a Cold World. Cold World goes down for that. A nice play from Theo there, and this is going to give Vendetta a little bit of an advantage while trying to work onto this Lord. Damien also very low health. Does he choose to go back to base? Does he come back in? Fallen has now picked up that crystal. Nate gets that Fatal Links. Theo goes down. Pogi trying to find something, but Damien brings out the Cold Altar just in time. Damien a little too low. Pogi picks up the kill, slays him, and now Galaxy goes down next. It's a bloodbath, fools, and they are going. Torn Apart Memories goes off to make Fallen fall, and now Promise wants to find more. Yuna on the run, though, trying to get away. Nate does not over-engage, and Promise knows this is dangerous. Pogi wants something, finds it, and gets the shutdown along with the killing spree. That is a 3-for-2 trade to the side of Vendetta. Lord still on the map.
I'm loving these clashes right now. I'm loving how these players are focusing the right heroes, taking out those junglers. Even if you lose the battle, the jungle is down. But the Fatal Links connecting by Atlas.
Oh my god. And he responds. You have like a millisecond to do that, right? Theo uses the Fatal Links, but Nate instantly uses it to counteract his. That is a hard play to do. Nate pulls it off, though. A beautiful play at that, Wheezy.
Yeah, just very hard to deal with. And now we do see the heavy pressure of the Simpsons going for this objective, trying to take this Lord play. This is not enhanced Lord. This is just regular Lord. Not too big of an objective, but definitely worth it if you can take it. But the clash.
He gets shot down. Cold World able to pick that up. Lord now down to about 30%. Pogi look for something. Fallen Starmoon does come in, but we do see the Cult Altar to help everything out. Fallen takes out Pogi. Lord getting loaded, but no Retri on the side of Vendetta, and Lord goes down. Yuna steals it. A nice play for the side of Vendetta, but what will be the cost? 3 members have fallen. Galaxy and Yuna trying to regroup, trying to get back to base. And with 4 members up on the Simpsons, they know they have some time before this Lord hits the field, and they're going to move on to this tier 2 in the mid. Get something. Nate onto the side of Yuna. Yuna gets slain. Promise picks it up. Galaxy in the midst of things uses a falling Star Moon to try to slow them down, but the tower still falls. Simpsons knowing that Lord is coming soon, they have to back up, but at least they got something out of that, and they should be able to make quick work of this Lord.
Vendetta, a heavy clash, able to take that Lord, but like you said, at what cost? 3 of your members did fall for that trade. Not an enhanced Lord, not too heavy of an objective. Looking at this Lord play right now, you see the zonage from both sides. Galaxy with the pill, the 4-stack of the Simpsons trying to take this Lord. You see Cold World able to get the kill over on Shiki, and Galaxy still providing pill without much of his team around him. Galaxy able to take out the marksman, a huge play in this clash, and Fallen responding, taking out Pogi. Lord almost down to a thread. Yuna able to use the torn apart memories and also able to take the Lord play.
Yeah, that play from Cold World there, dodging out Shiki, using the flicker, but wait a second, Theo misses a Fatal Links. That's bad for Vendetta. I think they need to back off at this point. That's their biggest utility right now, and they can't take this fight, but now the Simpsons want to take it. They know they have a slight advantage here. The Conceal comes down, searching for something. They can't connect, though, but they have regained some map presence. Vendetta looking a little bit behind. They've only taken 2 towers, whereas the Simpsons have taken 4. Gold lead, not too big right now. Pogi comes in, gets an insta-kill onto Damien there, completely deletes him, but he'll be back up in just a matter of seconds because of that passive.
Now, to the advantage of the Simpsons, they still have Valentina. They still have a possible set potential, but looks like Vendetta capitalizing on the map awareness and taking out that mid tower. We did see Divine Glaive looking at the items, picked up by Nate. A solid pickup, especially to go in with that magic damage, that magic pin, as we are going into the 13-minute mark. We're looking at Esmeralda, a pretty standard build, building a little bit of that dominance ice for the anti-heal, the Oracle for additional heal as well. But just looking at the marksmans, Blade of Despair, you see Malefic Roar, you see Blade of Heptasis picked up by Brody, comboed against the Clint with the Endless Battle, the Berserker's Fury with the Malefic Roar and Blade of Despair. They are stacked with damage. The damage is there for both of the marksmen. The question is, who will be the deciding factor in these fights?
I mean, both teams have 3 heroes that are just like full damage build, right? One thing I have to give, though, to the side of the Simpsons is, even though they kind of gave up a little bit of sustainability by building so much damage, I think they still match out Vendetta when it comes to sustainability, just because of the Cult Altar, just because of the sustainability of falling on this Julian, that spell vamp you get. So I think that if it comes out to a long, drawn-out fight, the Simpsons have the upper hand. Vendetta needs to try to close things out. Pogi able to take out Damien. Nate goes down as well. Galaxy now with the Fallen Star Moon on to Promise. Here comes Fallen. Does not have the enhanced chain, so can't quite get the play he needs, but this gives Vendetta the advantage to take this Lord uncontested, Wheezy.
Now you see Nate has fallen, Damien has fallen, Valentina and Faramis are out, and Luminous Lord goes to Vendetta. We saw the heavy push all the way up until the 15-minute mark from the Simpsons, but a possible turnaround with the pressure of Vendetta. The clash on the bottom side.
Yeah, Promise goes down. That is big for the side of Vendetta right there. Going to be able to continue to push forward, and losing Promise right now, losing that frontliner could be bad for the Simpsons with Lord coming, right? It's not going to be easy. Galaxy now macroing up in the top lane, going to take another tower. So now I feel like the playing field is even. If anything, Vendetta has now taken the gold lead, taken the advantage of this game.
Now, we've seen a lot of these plays, a lot of these towers being pushed in right now from Vendetta. But the question is, when there are no towers in play, how is this going to work? Theo rushing in with the Fatal Links, trying to get a possible set, but they have the Faramis with the Cult Altar to respond. They have Nate, who also takes the Fatal Links from Theo. And will that be a problem for Vendetta, as they are going to try and go for a push? Luminous Lord pushing on the bottom side. The lanes are being synced in, not able to cut and take the top lane, and they decide to push with the remaining 2. Will they be able to take this fight and get the finish at the 16-minute mark?
Does get the cracks. Shadow Stampede comes in. Galaxy pulled in, but they're going to move on to that middle inhibitor. They do crack it, so they take something here, and now they're going to back off. I like the patience. I like the safe play of just getting what you came for in that bottom inhibitor. It's only going to take a shot or 2 to take it out. So Vendetta now having a big advantage in this game, having the tower advantage. They completely turn the tides. I don't want to count the Simpsons out, though, either. Both teams have a lot of set potential. Damien taking a bit too much damage there. Uses a Cult Altar. Promise trying to come in. Theo is there. Gets pulled back. Pogi waiting for a moment, but a nice Fatal Links. Nate goes down, along with 2 other members of the team. Damien, Cold World off the map. Vendetta gonna try to find something here. Make that a 4-man. Fallen just trying to escape with his life, but the minions are coming, and I don't think he can do this alone. Damien will be up in 5 seconds. Can Vendetta finish this here and now? Base getting brought down low. Trying to do something. The pop-up does come in. Yuna, though, focused in, and the base goes down. Vendetta takes game 2.
Whew, what a turnaround. Ladies and gentlemen, we said place your votes. Did you think Vendetta would take game 2? And in fact, they have. What a match. We wanted to see the Atlas paired up against the Valentina and the Faramis, and it worked. Now, if you guys are unranked, maybe you guys will try it out. Let me know how it goes, or is this, like we said, one of those things that you don't try at home? But it worked out in their favor, and they are going to remain in the best of 5. They are competing for the remaining 2 spots of top 4 in North America.
It's 1-1. This is the first time we've seen this so far in the upper bracket. Normally it gets to about two wins for a team and then someone gets something back. But right now it is even. The scales are even. Simpsons, though, did put up a great fight there, had a lot. Nate secures the MVP, but when we look at Vendetta, Pogi, I mean, almost a full damage build, nothing but the immortality, and that was the thing. Every time Theo landed, every time the set came in, Pogi was there to just clean up house. And Damien, Nate, Cold World, they just couldn't take it. They were getting one-shotted by the end of that game.
I'm just loving the way these matches are going. You never know. I don't like seeing one-sided stories. And just looking into the game, a little bit of the recap, you see the Fatal Links connecting, but the heavy clash on the turtle play. Shiki able to take out Damien, taking out the co-alter, not allowing him to use it. Fallen taking out Pogi. The jungler is down. Then Promise also able to take out Galaxy. Another clash looking at the Lord. Both sides, heavy pressure. The question is, who will prevail? You see Promise taking out Theo. The tank is down for the side of the Simpsons. Co-alter forced to be activated. Promise fighting 3 members by himself, and Fallen able to take out Galaxy, but the pressure continues. You see Yuna able to take out Fallen, leaving only Nate and Cold World to defend. You see the heavy pressure from both sides, not going for the Lord, but going for the fights, focusing on the heroes, and this is what we love to see. Hero prioritization. Another clash. The co-alter over by the blue buff being activated. The Fatal Links over there from Theo, trying to get a set. Shiki going in with the umbrella, getting a kill, and also taking out the marksman. Pogi taking out Damien. What a play from both sides. A heavy clash, as Trek said, a bloodbath, keeping you on your toes. Grab your drinks, get some popcorn, because we don't know where the next match is going to go. Place your votes. Do you see Vendetta taking Game 3, or do you see the top 4 of NACT summer season, the Simpsons, capitalizing to try and secure a spot for the remaining 2 teams in North America top 4 positions?
I mean, the real thing about those highlights that we have to look at, right, is Pogi. Pogi able to really just like play the field. At the very beginning, there was a little bit of hiccups from Vendetta, but towards the end there, he just knew when to come in. He was able to, takes a bit of damage, backs off, gets his stacks backs up, gets that passive ready to go on the Paquito, and then comes in for the kill. Finds Damien in that final fight. Damien gets a little out of position, and you almost think Pogi's gonna leave. You think Pogi may not want to re-engage, but he sees the opportunity, sees Nate kind of falling away from the pack with low health, comes in, makes the hit, gets the passive, gets that speed up, and just starts coming in to clean everything else up. And by then, it was too late for the Simpsons to last in that game. Definitely a star of Game 2.
Yeah, Game 2 was insane, especially for the Simpsons. In the early and even toward the mid game, it was in their favor. We all thought it might have been a snowball. They did have the potential for an early finish, but Vendetta with the turnaround was insane. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to jump into the draft for match 2, or match 3.
Game 3, right, Wheezy? And at this point, it's, I mean, in both games, probably some of the most even games we've seen so far. I'm wondering if we want to do something about that Paquito, right? Maybe not let Pogi get that, because that was definitely something that was a problem for them in that game, even with the powerhouses that they had on the field. And like I said, the one weakness of those two was just their squishiness. And with that, Pogi just shredded through them. Yes, the Fermis had some tank build, but still, it was just not enough at that point in the game. Now, Simpsons going to ban out the Valentino. Juan still continuing to be a ban as well, Weezy.
Yeah, like we said, especially when we were going into Game 2, we said the Simpsons had the advantage. They had the momentum going in, especially after that win. But now a turnaround and a win goes to the side of Vendetta. Both teams pumped up, ready to go. The question is, who will claim that spot? We see the Diggy being banned for the side of Vendetta, not allowing those time journeys. But like we said, still a lot of viable options. And that's the thing that's beautiful about these drafts. There's a lot of crazy heroes that can do phenomenal things. And we see a lot of them still available for this draft.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot available. I mean, the Diggy pick, I mean, the Diggy ban, I like it. It's solid. Even if you don't plan on going the Akai, or you don't plan on picking something with heavy CC, he can be a nuisance. I've said it a few times during this tournament so far. It's not just about his ultimate that makes him important. It's that second skill, the peel you can create for him, the vision you get from those bombs. Now, Atlas going to get banned out from the side of the Simpsons this time. Definitely an issue, definitely. I mean, Theo had a hard time with that Atlas last game and was still able to make big plays. Even with Nate just constantly trying to counter him, constantly trying to be a thorn in his foot, he was still able to secure the game for his team. Now with the Claude getting banned off, we're going to take that out. I'm actually kind of surprised about, because in game 1 they left it open so that they could prioritize it up front. But what we're learning is that Vendetta is staying on their toes. They want to do something different. They want to try something different.
Now, there are a lot of interesting things still out there. Ballman being the last ban for the Simpsons. Now, we know there's a Kai, but a lot of teams to pick up that Grok to kind of combo against it. We see Galaxy locking in that Paquito with no time wasted.
Yeah, no time wasted at all. It's going to go straight to Bogey. We already know that, but it's definitely going to be the prio for them. And if they lose, I mean, if they win this again, Simpsons are really going to have to reevaluate if they want to put that on the field. But they do give over the Melissa, and with that go away, it works well against the Paquito. This is one thing that Cold World can use his advantage. Pogi isn't going to be able to just dash in and destroy Cold World instantly. Cold World can create a bit of space for themselves, so Venedetta's going to have to watch out for that as we move through this game.
Now, we have seen Melissa being banned in the previous matches, so the question is, how will Melissa dominate going forward? Like you said, a lot of the frontline heroes have a very hard time getting to her with that go away. And then we see Damien, a solid pick over there for the Grok. Probably expecting a possible, maybe even an Akai roam, but with that Grok kind of eliminating that being an option for Vendetta. And I think that's just a solid pick right now. Now, the question is XP lane. There's a lot available again. You have the Dairoth, you have the Esmeralda, you have the Uranus. We did see an early pick on Esme in game 1, a little too costly, and we saw Promise dominate with the Dairoth since it was picked up early. There goes the Faramis. This walked and it was taken by Vendetta. Looks like the Simpsons didn't even want it. These are the interesting things we see inside of these drafts for these players that are in the upper echelon, seeing them allow the Faramis to walk, allowing a team to get Faramis and Valentina, and then able to win with the Atlas on your side. So the question is that the right answer? Will the Simpsons be able to win against the Cold Altar? Is it enough with the wild charge from Damien?
I mean, it's definitely not as much as a threat as it used to be, right? A lot of teams have been letting these two slip through. And my guess, in another month, maybe by the time M4 comes around, it's possible that they aren't even always on the chopping block in the first phase of bans. Second bans, though, coming in with the Esmeralda locked in, they get rid of the Dairoth. Playing it smart. They want to give Promise the advantage here. When Promise had the advantage in game 1, he could help carry the game. In game 2, he was kind of just a rock holding the front line. He couldn't really do anything too major, and Galaxy still ended up being a bit more important on his Esmeralda. So hopefully Promise can do a little bit more for his team in this game than what we saw last time.
Now, I do love the Uranus ban comboed with that Dairoth, limiting the options available for Vendetta over there in the XP lane. A couple of answers that are still out there, like you said, a Thomas possibly, even a Benedetta to cut that lane, or maybe even a Fredrin from what we've seen in previous games. So the question is, what will they take for the XP lane? Lilia being picked up by Nate to have the early game potential to be able to give some magic damage off and use the black shoes when things get a little bit tricky. But Pogi picking up the Yuzong. I gotta ask, how do you feel about that, Trex?
I don't know. I mean, we saw it last night, right? And we saw what they did. What was it? It was Ackerman going up against Legacy, and we saw them pick up the Yuzong. And what they did to give them the advantage is they just bullied the EXP lane. They put Esmeralda so far behind that there was just nothing they could do, and it gave that Yuzong a huge advantage. Now, they also pick up the Ruby. Now, this I do like. That can help stop some of those dives from the Esmeralda. It can help stop some of these dives from Damien on the Grok and kind of alleviate pressure for Yuna to do his thing from around the backside, right?
Now, it's looking good. I like the Ruby, a little creative. I wouldn't have predicted that. But this is what you see from these teams. Now, the question is, with the go away from Cold World, then you have Ruby to be able to try and grab her out of it. The question, will she be able to pull that off? You do see Karina being locked in over there by the Simpsons as well to finalize the draft. Ladies and gentlemen, place your votes. These teams right now have both taken a win. This is game 3. Who will take the third match? You gotta place them now. It's neck and neck. Both of these fights have been bloodbaths, but pretty even, and then a couple of turnarounds near the end. So you never know. Grab your popcorn, get your drinks, place your votes, and let us know who you think will take game 3.
I mean, you mentioned. I don't think the Ruby's exactly meant for the Melissa, right? Now I'm worried about Fallen now as well. Fallen's another dive hero, and all of them are going to be walking right into this Ruby, who's meant to just stop them in their tracks. Before we get too far into the analysis, this is game 3. Vendetta going up against the Simpsons. Who will take the lead as they both have won? Who will move on to the next round?
I do love what you were saying about the Ruby being able to have the CC and also the sustainability in the roam position, especially against Karina, a jungler that has a harder time against, the heavy CC leaning against her. So this will be a very good match from both sides. Vendetta versus the Simpsons. We saw the Simpsons take game 1, a neck and neck fight all the way to the end, and then we see Vendetta come back with the turnaround for game 2. Going into game 3, both teams, phenomenal rotations. We see the early game tend to lean in the favor of the Simpsons, but Vendetta maintaining their focus and not allowing a snowball.
Galaxy already having a little bit of trouble here. Getting Brock kind of low. Promise going to face him out. The passive though does proc. This could be bad though. Luckily no falling Star Moon. We're now seeing it even out. Nothing too major going to happen, but we're already seeing some trouble Promise may bring, especially when we get into level 4 now. Up in the top side, possible engage. Theo tries to do something. Fallen chasing him down, but things still pretty slow. Once again, I think the main thing that Fallen and Damien and Promise are going to have to worry about when it comes to these big clashes is dancing around that viewer. Now, looking at the predictions, Wheezy, we got the Simpsons at 71%. Some fans are in the chat. I'm sure they're dropping those emojis for the Gorilla. Now, Fallen comes in, picks up that kill, giving first blood over to the side of the Simpsons.
A solid start, a very good gank over there from Fallen to have this slight advantage over Vendetta. Yeah, those votes were insane. Everybody is voting for the Simpsons right now in the favor of taking game 3, but we gotta look at Vendetta, look at their history in these matches, maintaining that pressure, also able to steal game 2. So it's anybody's game. But over on the bottom side,
Poggy, Nate goes down. Galaxy actually picks up that one, but Promise wants to find Galaxy, uses the Black Dragon, will be able to get away from this, so a nice escape maneuver, and he picks up the kill to add some gold under his belt and help him deal with Promise even more. The problem is he's out of this turtle fight now. He has no Black Dragon to help engage it. Fallen gonna start working on this poke. He does have those stacks ready to go, gonna be able to get a big hit. Fallen picks up the turtle. Promise brought very low. Colt Alter comes out. They're trying to chase him down, but the rest of the team is there to back him off. The wall comes out, and you get nothing. The Simpsons take the turtle.
What a steal over there from Fallen for the turtle. These little objectives matter, especially on an even matchup between these two teams. You're looking at the Karina, you're looking at the Melissa. Melissa being that more mid to late game marksman, but having the advantage of a frontline composition, trying to rush in and using the go away. You see Galaxy over on the bottom lane running the Yuzong against Promise on the Esmeralda. In paper, it does lean in the favor of Esme for faster cuts, but Galaxy with the zonage and not allowing Esme to rotate.
Yeah, this is true. Holding Galaxy in that EXP lane, which is very, very important, right? Because you don't want Galaxy to get involved in these big clashes. You don't want to see a Fallen Star Moon coming out of that mid bush out of nowhere, landing on 3 of your teammates. So that's Galaxy's job. Keep Promise occupied right now. Keep him down here. And occasionally Poggy's going to come down here, take a gold crab, and maybe even try for the gank to put Promise in his place. Now, blue buff, though, is getting stolen right now from the side of the Simpsons. Will they be able to take it? A little bit of an engage. Yes, fall. No. Pokey actually does secure it. Luckily, the fast fingers are there. Or did Pokey steal that?
Oh, no, he wasn't
able
to get it. Yeah, a crazy trade and a crazy steal, but you do see the Cult Altar being activated in the mid lane for a little bit of defense on that push. You see over on the bottom side, Galaxy maintaining the pressure. Not an easy thing to do on the Esmeralda, but doing it without a problem. You see Karina wrapping in on the backside for a potential gank. Turtle will be spawning in 10 seconds. They were able to secure the first one. Will they be able to take the second one for the side of the Simpsons?
Ooh, Pogi gets the knockout strike. Galaxy uses the Black Dragon, but I think this is more of just trying to get away. No. Does he want to re-engage? The rest of the team is here. He's not going to be able to try to take a fight there. Turtle is up now. Theo holding the front side, ready to keep the team at bay, give Pogi the space. Pogi wants to go back, take the red buff, and then re-engage in it. He wants to be ready. He knows he has time. Simpsons also taking this a little bit slow. Fallen finds maybe an opportunity. The wall comes down, creating space for his team to try to take over this turtle pit. Promise and Damien holding the front side, zoning away Vendetta, and Pogi has left. They don't want to deal with the turtle. He's moving on to his buffs. He knew it was a lost cause as Vendetta is falling slowly behind in this gold lead.
Like we said, with these turtle plays, especially in the early game, you have to have an answer for these trades. You don't go for the turtle. Well, what do you go for then? You have to take an objective to match up with it, to not allow the snowball. And we've seen that did not happen. Coldworld over on the top side, able to secure the first tower in the gold lane, giving him the advantage over Yuna. This may be a problem. Looking really solid for the Simpsons. Looking into the items, you see the Windtalker picked up by the Melissa. We know she's more of that mid to late game marksman. Brody more of the early game advantage, but he does lose that lane. You do see on the bottom side of the zone is a clash in the mid lane.
Yeah, big clash at that, but it's more of just a getaway for Vendetta, forced to use that Cult Altar as an escape mechanism instead of an engage with Galaxy, wanting to engage himself, trying to lock onto Cold World, uses the Black Dragon, gets the Petrify, and picks up the kill. Cold World goes down. Simpsons forced to recover after this. Damien drops the wall. Theo gets him a little locked up. Doesn't have that I'm offended to make anything big happen, but the Simpsons are going to reroute, maybe try to make a play down on the bot side.
A huge play by Galaxy. That tower dive to take out the marksman, Coldworld comboed with the Petrify and then able to escape was very insane. You see over on the bottom lane, he is already back in position for the fight for the zonage over on Promise. But speaking of zonage, a potential gank as Damien has a possible plan. You see Nate as well, the 3-stack, and Yuna taking the tower on the top side to answer on Coldworld, able to get that tower.
Galaxy goes down. They take a tower up top, but it's traded for a tower down there. With him using that Black Dragon earlier, he didn't have it in his arsenal. There was no escape, and the Simpsons knew they had a chance to make a play. Now with minions crashing down on that boss side, Esmeralda should be able to pick it up. So towers still in the advantage of the Simpsons right now, but Vendetta are finding some opportunities. Turtle back on the map now. Are they going to try to contest this time instead of what they did last time? Theo coming in, gets an I'm offended. Bogey able to take the turtle. A nice fallen Star Moon to give him enough time to do that. Galaxy now here, showing us the fight, but Fallen has already taken Theo. Galaxy finds Cold World. No, Yuna picks up the kill, and now Galaxy is very deep, all alone. Galaxy goes down, and Nate grabs that one for himself. It's a 4v3, but the turtle does go to the side of Vendetta.
What a clash. These teams are fighting it out on these objectives, and we are loving it. Look at the goal difference right now, 22,000 to 20,000 with the Simpsons in the lead. Ice Queen Wand being picked up by Nate. Looking at the items, you do see Dominance Ice on Theo to counter the shields, to counter Esmeralda. It's just looking very solid. You see the Berserker's Fury being picked up by Melissa. Looking at Brody, the Blade of Hephaestus going for that Blade of Sphere, but the clash on the bottom side.
Big wild charge. Yuna instantly deleted. They tried to make the play on the boss side, and Simpsons counter now. Promise and Fallen up on the top side, doing some nice damage on the Galaxy. Fallen Star Moon comes down, does not have the Black Dragon, so there's no escape, and the mega kill goes over to Fallen. Another pick off and possibly another tower for the side of the Simpsons.
These towers are falling, but the defense is there by Vendetta. They are going to try and go in for a possible clash in the mid lane.
Theo trying to get away. He uses the Cult Altar once again as more of an escape mechanism. Another tower goes down, and the Simpsons are starting to steamroll. We went from 2,000 gold lead to a 4,000 gold lead. It's starting to spell trouble, but knowing Vendetta, they have they're good at coming back. They don't fall apart when their backs are against the wall. So we still need to watch those possible big plays. Keep our eyes on Galaxy for that petrify play, that big knockup play, or the huge I'm offended play from Theo here.
Now, looking at the side of Vendetta, they do have the Faramis in their favor. For those who do know, those Blacklist International fans, you all know what the power of a Faramis can do. The question is, do we see it here from Vendetta? Can be the deciding factor in the clashes. Lord has spawned in. Looks like the Simpsons is going for it. A little bit of zonage, but the Black Dragon...
Ooh, Fallen still gets the Lord, though. He does come in, but now he's retreated. Abort mission. Theo's down. Simpsons come in. Huge wild charge, followed up by the falling Star Moon, and 3 members are wiped off the map. A double kill going over to Cold World with the Lord crashing in. This spells trouble for Vendetta.
911, what's your emergency? A huge snowball heading toward Vendetta's way. How will they respond? You do see the Lord pushing in on the top side. Not an enhanced Lord, though, but the towers are fallen. The objectives, prioritizing the turrets, not allowing Vendetta to have space to breathe. Do we see a potential early finish for match 3? Place your votes now. Let us know. Vendetta is on the defense. You see Lord pushing in. The clash from both sides.
Lord does come in. Shiku brought very low. Does have the Cult Altar, deciding not to use it just yet. Torn apart memories goes off. Damien goes down. Lord rerounding, does connect onto the base, but Galaxy looking for something on the backside. Go away comes out, and Galaxy goes down. Now the Lord also wiped off, but the Simpsons got what they came for. They've cracked the base. They've taken an inhibitor, and now they're going to eat up at the jungle of Vendetta.
Oh, what a play. Looking really solid for the Simpsons. But if we look at what's previously happened, we saw a turnaround from Vendetta when things weren't in their favor. And do we see that for this game? 4-10, 11 minutes in. This is a best out of 5. So both teams still having a little bit of wiggle room. But right now, looking very solid for the Simpsons. Cold World picking up the, more additional items. Looking at the items right now, just looking really solid. You've seen Grok over there. He does get a little bit of more of the physical defense, gonna have more of that heavy frontline presence. But looking at the marksmans, we looking at Vendetta, looking at Brody, Blade of Heptasis. He's finally built that Blade of Despair for that physical damage output. You're looking at Esmeralda getting pretty solid as a frontline as well, picking up that Oracle, having a little bit additional physical defense on her side. Lilia with the glowing wand, the Ice Queen wand, the burn, and also the slow to allow Karina to go in, the tankier Karina for these pickoffs, for these kills when Vendetta does get low. But the question is, will it work out that way in their favor?
Yeah, it's not going to be easy in Cold World in that last play. Something we got to point out. This time, you fool me once, you get me. But this time, Cold World had the go away ready to go, able to keep Galaxy at bay there. Galaxy tried to make the play happen, but just couldn't. So we got to keep our eyes on Cold World. The damage is starting to come in. The Melissa has reached a point where she can start to be a problem. Simpsons, they had a little bit of trouble. We've seen some back and forth, but now I think they're really at a scaling point. And the option, the winning condition for Vendetta, I think just comes down to one big play. Kind of similar to last game. They needed Theo to pull something off with those Fatal Links. And once again, I think we need to see something from Theo. They need to get either, a 2 or a 3-man I'm Offended ultimate onto them, and maybe that can save the game. But if they don't, the Simpsons are going to continue to snowball over them.
Speaking of snowball, you do see the Luminous Lord being picked up on the side of the Simpsons. Anti-Cure is being picked up by Damien. And looking at the jungles right now, you see Fallen 4-0-4 stacked against Pogi 0-0-1. A heavier presence from Fallen right now. We have to see the Keto get a little bit more online. Not the early start he really wanted in the jungle, leaning toward the favor of the Simpsons. But we are going past that 13-minute mark, starting to go toward that late game. And this is where we see the turnarounds, especially with the team that has the advantage, tending to get a little over aggressive. But the question is, at what cost? A very risky play from both sides, but the insurance and the towers leaning in the favor of the Simpsons right now is looking very solid and not allowing a lot of room for Vendetta to push out as Luminous Lord is crashing on the top lane.
And they try to make the play on the boss side, but Shiki uses that real manipulation. I mean, uses the Cult Altar. Cold World tries to do something. Pokey gets a shutdown. Cold World off the map. Lord, though, he's coming in still on the top side. Pokey forced to go back to base. Forced to try to heal up as Yuna melts down the Lord. Another inhibitor does get cracked, so they get something for the price of Cold World. Simpsons still finding something in what almost looked like a huge mess.
Oh, what a game, Trex. This is just insane from both sides. But the Simpsons just have more of the dominant presence going into game 3. You do see the clash on the top lane.
Yeah, a little bit of a clash. The wall comes down, but nothing too major. Simpsons continue to buy time. What I'm worried about is I think the Simpsons need to kind of freeze these lanes, force Vendetta out of it. Damien now getting caught up. This is the wild charge, able to get away from that. I'm offended very well there. That was a close call for him, but he made the right choice. Minions continuing to crash down, and the Simpsons are going to have the advantage on this top side. They're going to have those super minions crashing in, and someone is going to be forced to constantly go up there. Towards Promise, he doesn't really have to if he doesn't want to. He can have a bit more of an advantage in that macro. It's going to be about 7 seconds to another Lord. My guess is both teams take this slow. Simpsons may have an advantage as they now 9,000 gold lead we see.
Yeah, you do see Esmeralda Promise having an easier time for that XP position. We kind of predicted that. It stacked up against the Yuzong on paper. Esmeralda wins, and that's what we're seeing here today. Didn't lose a single tower for that lane. And then the pressure that Esme's providing to maintain the minions in the top side to allow the opportunity for their team. And this is what we've seen for game 2 for Vendetta to take that win on a Lord play. Speaking of Lord, spawning in 19 seconds. The question is on the map, what is the Simpsons going to do to answer? How are they going to prepare for this against Vendetta? They have a lot of towers in their favor, but we've seen Vendetta in these 5v5 clashes have the prioritization and be able to take out those heroes who are important to these objectives.
Engaged there, RC damage. Galaxy trying to come into the backside. Galaxy looking for something here. Does not use a Petrify, but now he's a little too deep. Finally does land it. Gets the knock-up onto Cold World, as well as the rest of the team. But Promise also goes into the back line. Shiki all alone, taking too much damage. Cold World picks up the kill. Galaxy goes down as well. That's a 2 for 0, and the Simpsons want more. They're going to keep on heading in onto this, or move on to the Lord now. 2 members down. Shiki will get back onto the map quickly because of that passive, but it's 30 seconds until Galaxy can show up. I don't think Vendetta is going to try to contest this. Better yet, they don't have the time.
You do see them collapsing over there in the mid lane. Do we see a possible clash from both sides? They have taken the Lord in the favor of the Simpsons. I love their positioning. They were able to secure 2 kills, but didn't push back. Didn't want to overcommit, not play too aggressive. They know they have the advantage in terms of players on the battlefield, and they do go back and secure that Lord. Looking very solid, but they are stacked against Vendetta, a team who has came back against them in match 2 when things were not in their favor. The question is, will they be able to prevail as Luminous Lord is pushing in with the full team of the Simpsons on the clash as well. This Vendetta on the defense. You do see Luminous Lord clashing in on the mid side. A possible fight right before our eyes for a finish.
Fallen Star Moon comes in on the bot side. Lord still coming. Galaxy gets a huge Petrify. Cult Altar comes out. Cold World goes down. And now Vendetta trying to answer back. Promise brought very, very low. Pokey gonna pick that up. Immortality pops, but it's not going to be enough. Promise trying to do something, gets the Fallen Star Moon, but still unable to escape with his life. 2 members of the Simpsons go down. Lord does get some chip damage onto the base, but still not enough. I think the Simpsons need to take it a little bit slower on these Lord pushes. They just put everything into one basket onto that bottom lane, and it struck back in bit them. I think they need to take these pushes at a bit more of a separation. Look how all of them just come into that bottom tower. They had waves all over. Why not split it up? Why not hit at a bit more of an angle? Because you really put yourself into that small hole in those towers. Now, back on the real game though, are seeing a little bit of action. Tower does go down in the mid side. Bogey able to pick that up. Promise still waiting to get back on the map here. Theo with a huge I'm offended. Damien in trouble, may go down. Immortality pops, Galaxy is there. Does not have the Petrify, so can't make a huge play just yet. But now Promise comes back with the Falling Star Moon. Colt Altar comes out. Vendetta may need to get out of town. A lot of damage coming in. Shiki forced to use the Flicker, but Promise is on the trail. Cold World also here. Immortality comes up onto Theo. Fallen though, trying to find something. Theo goes down. Cold World gets that kill, and now the tides have turned once again as the Simpsons are moving back forward onto Vendetta. Are they going to try to finish this here with 2 members down and 40-second death counters? The Simpsons may try to play this aggressive. They have waves of minions coming down the mid and the bot side. Galaxy gets a Petrify with the knockup. Shiki gets the kill onto Damien, but that's okay because Immortality's there. Galaxy brought very low. Minions on the base. Galaxy goes down. Base is going to start getting attacked here. Nate and Fallen doing a bit of damage. Shiki goes down. That is too much, too little, too late. Can they finish this here? They have no minions. Fallen has to back off. He can't do this alone. Shiki gonna get the Maniac, possibly the Savage. What a turnaround there.
What a play. The dagger of the Simpsons, too much for the shield of Vendetta to handle. This is just insane from both sides, but you do see the defensive posture leaning for Vendetta's favor. A very close call, but able to stay in the game. But the minions are still pushing in, forcing Paquito to get the clearance, not allowing him to go up and try and go for the Lord. A lot of members are not on the battlefield right now, leaving only Damien to defend for the Simpsons. They are going to go for this 20-minute mark. Lord, Damien trying to give a little bit of time as his team spawns in, but will it be enough?
I don't think he can do anything about this. He does throw out the wall. Full World is coming. I don't think he even should try. He should try to just maybe get out of here. He does get the wild charge though. Cold World comes in. Galaxy gets the kill onto Damien. Can they get the steal onto the Slord? No, Pokey takes it and they pay with the life of Cold World. I don't really like that play from the Simpsons there. They have towers. They have some defense to deal with this Lord at the 20-minute mark. Gold now, even though Vendetta has taken the lead, we're in the 60,000 mark. It doesn't matter anymore. A gold lead doesn't make a huge difference. Everyone is stacked out on their items except maybe the tanks, but at this point it's going to come down to skill, come down to plays, see who can make the sets, who can make every second count here.
And that's what I love about both of these teams. They know how to prioritize those heroes that are going to be a problem past that 20-minute mark. The jungler, trying to zone him out, trying to focus him. The marksmen with the potential to be able to do the damage needed from afar for the towers is definitely the focus right now. Not overextending, playing as a team. And that's what we are seeing from both sides. But you do see Vendetta on the heavy push on the bottom lane.
Base does crack. Promise comes in with that Fallen Star Moon, not quite able to connect onto anyone, forced to go back and heal up. Lord still coming. Galaxy on the backside, doing a bit of damage, but does go down. Immortality comes up. Shiki able to take out Damien though. Fallen is next. They may be able to lock onto the base here, but they just don't have it. The Lord goes down, and now it's a counter attack. Vendetta on the run. Wait, no. Cold World goes down. They're still here. They're still showing up. Promise bites the bullet, and it's a full team wipe, and that is going to be GG's, ladies and gentlemen. Vendetta takes Game 3.
What a match. We did look at a little bit of the votes from everybody on the stream, and everybody was in the favor for the Simpsons. And there we see it. Vendetta able to take match 3. Their defense is phenomenal. Very hard to deal with, especially when it looks like it's not in their favor. And to be able to fend off that final fight on their tower, win it, and then come back and show the Simpsons that they are ready. They want that spot for top 4 in A. But ladies and gentlemen, this is not the end. These teams are competing in a best of 5. Vendetta has 2 compared to the 1 of the Simpsons. A series is insane between these two. Both teams knowing how to rotate. You're looking at the MVP right now over on Vendetta with Shiki. With that Faramis, we were kind of curious on allowing that to walk, and he was able to get it, and it worked. So props to Vendetta on the 3rd round. Now, just looking at these items, who do you think was the secret weapon to turn this game around for Vendetta?
I mean, honestly, it's a hard bogey one and really backing up that when
a little bit of some mic issues, but looking at Vendetta, I would have to say to answer that question, I mean, Shiki with the Cult Altar was very hard to deal with, but we saw him kind of use it in more of a defensive stance, kind of to help his team retreat. We see some players, they run the Faramis and they use it more on the aggressive play style to push in towers with the additional HP advantage. But I just have to say, I was really interested on Galaxy on the Yuzong stacked up against Promise. Promise had the lane in his favor, pushed in all his towers, was able to outcut him, but toward the late game, able to drop in, able to get the zonage and help his team with the mobility of the Black Dragon. A solid play style, but both teams fighting their hearts out for the round 3. Looking at a little bit of the highlight reel, we do see Galaxy going in on the mid lane, Cold World being taken out, and then the Black Dragon going down. Galaxy on the 3 stack, the 4 stack of the whole team, and they are just fighting it out. A bloodbath. The knockup over there from Yuzong. Is it too much to handle? Also the Shaw Essence. Cold World able to secure the kill, but Nate taking out Galaxy. Another highlight reel. One of the hugest plays of the game over on the lane. They were getting it pushed in, not looking in the favor of Vendetta, trying to get the early finish from the Simpsons or the late game finish, but not working in their favor. You do see the heavy defense a little too much to handle. A very lucky trade as Shiki respawns just in time, and there are no minions to push in that tower. Now, to finish it off, we do see him able to secure a possible kill over on Fallen, and just a heavy game changer for them to take that win.
Definitely a great play. Once again, Vendetta coming in from behind, like losing that game a lot, threw it out and able to make the plays that mattered and seal the deal in the end. And they have definitely, from what we saw from game 1, they've already grown. They've gotten better in these 5v5s. They've gotten better at finding their pace, finding their tempo. So I feel good about how they're going to come into the next game. And at this point, it's the Simpsons who need to adapt. At this point, it's the Simpsons who need to kind of get that end game in a little bit better. They've been doing great in the mid game. They always have been holding the gold lead down. But when it comes to those final fights, those Lord pushes, they need to take their time with them. They can't get too trigger happy. They have to be patient about it and play it safe even when you have the lead.
Yeah, it gets very hard, especially past that 20-minute mark, the 60,000 gold mark for both sides. It's all dependent on skill, positioning. Sometimes which team has a little bit more patience, waiting for, somebody on the opposing team to capitalize on a aggressive play and taking them out. And that's what we're seeing here from the side of Vendetta. More of the defensive win like game 2. They just have that solid stance even when things are not looking in their favor. Now, this is best out of 5. The Simpsons are not out yet. I will say all of these matches, we have not seen a one-sided story. The Simpsons still have a chance, a really good team. They were NACT top 4 for the summer season. Vendetta, coming up, also a very stacked team as well, composed of a lot of players from multiple upper echelon teams fighting their way to that number 1 spot for North America. Now, the question is, what will the Simpsons do to respond to the loss of Game 3?
They have to do something, right? And the Faramis did end up being a problem. Once again, Bogey packing a punch on the Paquito. There's a couple things I think that they could answer to help out in these fights. So I think it's going to come down to just how they do this draft in this game, and that's what we're going to be seeing right now. So do they finally change it up? So far, the initial 3 bans from each team haven't really shifted too much, but now Simpsons are in a tight situation. If they lose this next game, they drop down to the lower bracket. They need to try to win this to bring it to the full best of 5 here, Weezy.
Yeah, you do see the Diggy being picked off nice and early from the Simpsons, a kind of typical safe ban that allows a lot of opportunity for the draft. You do see Claude being picked off from Vendetta. Pretty decent, especially with that Blazing Duet. Like you said, a lot to handle in the late game with that AoE damage. You do have a lot of options on the table. We've seen a Faramis walk in these games. We've seen a Faramis and a Valentina walk and work together in some of these games. So you never know what these teams are planning going into these drafts, but the level of complexity, the high IQ, not losing when odds are not in your favor, and actually having a turnaround is just completely phenomenal, and that's what we have today. You do see the Melissa being picked off for the side of the Simpsons. An interesting draft going into match 4.
And Cold World has been doing pretty good in the gold lane, no matter what he has to pick up, right? So I think they're okay with banning out the Melissa. There's nothing exactly that he's worried about getting pigeonholed into. Even with the carry in the previous games, he was able, even after getting backed into something like that, he still did a good job. I think a lot of the things we need to watch out for right now is the junglers, the tanks, and also, yeah, not letting the Faramis get through, not letting some of these possible danger picks get through. But I mean, Vendetta was able to beat the Faramis, beat the Valentina, so maybe they're not too worried about it. Obviously here they are banning it. They know that Nate was even though they lost that game, Nate on the Valentina was vicious, was carrying the game in those first few minutes, chasing people down, picking up kills. So they do ban out the Valentina, but I got a feeling they may not ban the Faramis here.
Yeah, a solid game from both sides. But like we said, there's a lot on the line for the Simpsons. They lost 2 games in a row. Vendetta in that positive position right now. The momentum is rolling. You do see the Valentina being banned as well. Do we see a possible Faramis ban going into the final for the first phase bans for both teams?
I mean, it's possible. Definitely possible. With it not being banned, I think we definitely see it on one of the teams. Are the Simpsons going to prio it? If they don't, they take, all right, there we go. So they finally at least take the Paquito here, take that away from Pogi. So at this point, I think we could definitely see the Faramis picked up on the side of Vendetta here. They have 2 options. They can pick up, they could lock in their tank. The Atlas is off the field, but the Grok is still a possible option here. Definitely taking their time. There goes the Grok. There goes the Faramis. So a solid, immediate first 2 picks for the side of Vendetta.
Yeah, you do see that Faramis comboed with the Grok. Some strong heroes for the draft on the favor of Vendetta. Now, Promise picking up the Paquito. We've seen him used pretty much every single game this series, and just having an easier time in that jungle. Now, the question is, what will the Simpsons do to respond to this heavy pressure that Vendetta is trying to form with their draft?
Will they pick up the Eve? So creating a nice throw for team fights, right? Creating some space. Thing is Eve's gonna have to watch out for those wild charges, right? The thing is also, do they want to waste that wild charge on just the Eve? Because normally it's used for those big plays, setting multiple members. And now early on, Cold World picking up the carry to deal with that tankiness, to deal with that sustainability that the side of Vendetta is going to have with this Grok and with this Faramis here. How do you like that pick, though?
I like the carry for Cold World, especially against that Grok, being able to take out those beefier compositions, that late game marksman. The late game damage has been secured from the side of the Simpsons. You have Nate over there with these owners of the real world manipulation for the Eve, for some possible slow and some opportunity in these 5v5 clashes, especially for both of these teams. They are very good at attacking and also defending. And right now, it's just looking good. A solid draft, but Galaxy, a surprise pick on the Yuzong, possibly trying to drop down, comboed with that Petrify to stop the real world manipulation from Nate. That might be his mindset going into this. Esmeralda has been banned. There are still some options in the EXP lane to outcut the Yuzong, but the focus more on this is probably to go more for that mage, to drop in on that marksman and give them some pressure and take them out for these huge clashes.
Exactly like you said, I don't think Yuzong is for that EXP lane. It's for those team fights. Just like what we saw last game, I was worried about it, but he did his job to a T. Yes, he kind of lost the lane a little bit. They had to babysit him a little bit in the early stages. But once we got into the game, he was able to lock down onto Cold World. That was his job. So this time, every time the world manipulation comes out, he's going to be on Nate. Anytime Cold World tries to do something crazy, he's going to be on Cold World. And Galaxy taking a hero that isn't oftenly used that much in the XP lane, but definitely using it to its fullest potential. Second phase of bans are in pretty quickly, though, Weezy.
You do see the Lolita being picked off for the side of Vendetta, limiting the options for the roam of the Simpsons. Akai has been taken off as well. No heavy spins will be available. They could have pulled it off, maybe in a Kai jungle. That was probably the thought process for the Simpsons, especially paired up with Theo over there on the Grok, a hard composition to fight against. There are still some options out there, though. Looking at the side of Vendetta, they need their jungler. We also need to see who they are going to put in the marksman position as well. But we see for the first time today, Yuna locking in the Hellcat for the side of Vendetta. Looks like that is their plan for Pogi, or to take that in for this match of the game 4.
What I can say about the top 8 so far is I have definitely had some surprises in every single series. We got to see the Hellcat last night. Zero pulled it off and actually kind of won the game with it, using the utility of that ultimate, and now we're going to get to see it on the side of Vendetta. I'm guessing Pogi is going to get swapped over to him. Now OSP now firing back, picking up this Matilda and picking up the Lapu Lapu for the EXP lane. Fallen saying, listen, you guys want to get crazy? You guys want to pick up the Yuzong? We're going to keep it spicy too. Bring in the Lapu Lapu. One thing I do like about the side of the Simpsons right now is the rotation possibilities. You already have a nice speedy mage who gets that speed up with that Yve. You have Paquito, who's also a very fast mover, and you have Matilda to just enhance that even more and get them in and out of these team fights. When those Cult Altars come off, they can disengage if they need to.
Now, you looking at the side of Vendetta, they did pick up that Wan for Yuna. We all know the capability of the crossbow of Tang, able to get a lot of damage in and possible wipeouts, maybe Maniacs and Savages to come. But an exciting time, like we said. Right now, it's 2-1 in the favor of Vendetta. We're able to take a harder finish in game 2, but had a strong defensive posture. They never gave up. They focused. They worked on more of the defensive nature of the fight, and their defense was too much for the Simpsons to handle.
And now we are jumping into game 4 of the Simpsons against Vendetta. The question is, will Vendetta take this game and finish it here right now, or will Simpsons come back, make it 2-2, and take us to a full best of 5, Wheezy?
Yes, best of 5. This is one of the most intense matches that we have seen in the NACT from both teams. You know, Theo over there with the heavy presence on the Grok, such a solid roamer. We've seen Fallen on the Paquito. Also, you do see a little bit of zonage from Theo trying to take that blue buff, giving the pressure to the Paquito on the early start.
Forces him to use that retribution, right? Forces him to take that utility away. That gives Pogi a little bit of an advantage over this Lethal Wander, a little bit of advantage as we move on through this jungle. Now, I do think the Simpsons, it may have a bit of an early possible game advantage, and you already know the mid spike is going to come with that Paquito around the 6-minute mark, a lot of damage, but Damien and Nate are going to be able to out-rotate Theo and Shiki in this mid side right now.
Now, I do see the Simpsons protecting the marksman a little bit more. You see Cold World over there on the carry. Takes a little bit of time to kind of do that damage, more of that late game marksman. You see Wan a little bit more of the aggressive play style. So I will say you have to protect the carry, allow her to get to that late game. Carry as herself has to play a little bit safer as well. Don't put yourself in that position to give Wan that advantage. Now, just looking at the teams from history, we've seen Pogi possibly trying to go in for a clash, not able to really do anything there. But like we said, both teams very solid. They know how to prioritize these objectives. They go for the kills rather than trying to take the turtle out, prioritizing that jungle, taking out that marksman, going in for that back lane. We see Galaxy picking up the Yuzong. Is his plan to drop on the marksman? Is he going to drop on that real world manipulation? This is all going to be a battle of skill.
Promise doing a good job against Galaxy right now in these early stages, but Turtle now on the field. First Turtle of the game at that, and Pogi is still at his blue buff. I think this Turtle will go to, Fallen was still at his blue buff, and Pogi able to take that Turtle uncontested. Simpsons just taking this slow, not forcing anything. They don't lose too much gold, don't fall too far behind by losing that Turtle, but still 0-0 Wheezy. Simpsons don't want to risk anything. I'm hoping that they learn their lesson from the last game of just kind of playing it patient through this, because if not, we already know Vendetta's going to strike back hard.
And we know there's a lot on the line for the Simpsons right now. Vendetta taking 2 games in a row, giving them that more solid position for the 2 remaining spots of the top 4 in A. If the Simpsons does not win this match, they will be knocked out down to the lower brackets. They will have to put on a show today. They will have to try and push through the defense of Vendetta when it comes to that late game. But the clash from Pogi.
Oh, he does miss though, and Promise able to just get away with a sliver of health. A very close call, and we've been watching Bogey kind of sitting in those bushes. After he clears his jungle camps, he's just kind of waiting to use that ultimate and find his mark. I like the way he's playing this Helker right now, and excited to see what he tries to do next.
Helker can be a little
that
tricky,
might be it.
especially with the mobility. Ooh, the clash in the mid lane.
Yeah, real manipulation does come out. Theo uses the wild charge though to help them get away. Might see a play though coming in from Fallen, locks on to Bogey here. Brings him down to about half health, but Damien goes down on the backside. Galaxy there once again with that Black Dragon. Nate almost goes down as well from the passive of that. Promise showing up a little bit too late to the party there, not able to make a huge difference. Will clear this wave and most likely move back to the XP lane here.
What a close call from Nate. The Shaw Essence was almost too much for him to handle, but able to get out just in time. Right now, we're seeing Vendetta with a little bit of the lead. They have 1-0 right now, but the gold is not that much of a difference. We see the Corrosion side being picked up over by Yuna on the 1-1, but a clash over on the Turtle.
Fallen does put a little bit of damage onto Theo there. Shiki, though, is here to help out. We still got to keep our eyes on Poggy, though, because he has that ultimate ready to go. Gets a little slowed down from Nate there. Galaxy also entering the fray now. Fallen continues to chip away at this, but down to the boss side. A double kill from both sides. Both marksmen going down, but the Turtle does finally fall. Fallen picks it up with that retribution, and now he's going to try to find something else. Misses the shot onto Shiki and goes back to the jungle. But overall, it's a 1-for-1 trade in the gold lane and a Turtle into the hand of the Simpsons.
The Simpsons hanging in there, a lot on the line. But ladies and gentlemen, receive your gifts now. There is a code. Tag a friend on Facebook and type NACT Fall Season, # NACT Fall Season in the North American Esports Discord main chat. Get your gifts now while they are available during today's live stream.
Huggy heard there was a giveaway and went savage, picks up a kill on the top side. He's like, listen, I gotta get this kill, get back to my phone, put in the code real quick because I need this. So at this point, they've taken a tower. Vendetta starting to claim a little bit in this map, but the Simpsons answer back by taking a tower in the gold lane. We are once again on game 4 and still at a big standstill, Wheezy.
Yes, and this is what we've seen. All of these matches have been very close, down to the 20-minute mark, depending on how they respond in these clashes. And right now, we're seeing another similar situation. But on the top side, Vendetta able to secure a tower. On the bottom side, the Simpsons with the marksman advantage taking the bottom tower. This is huge. A trade, though, for both sides, and that's what you want to see. That's how you remain in these games.
I would almost say it's maybe a bit more of an advantage for the Simpsons just because your gold laner gets to rotate. But honestly, even though, I mean, I think Galaxy, that's also a problem because Galaxy's already rotating a bunch, already getting involved. But now with that tower taken, we're going to see him much, much more. So we're getting now into the 6.5-minute marks, and it's going to come down. Oh, speaking of big plays that I was about to talk about, World Manipulation does come down. The Wild Charge almost takes out Cold World, but Galaxy's here to finish what he started. Picks up the kill into Cold World. May go down, though, but the passive keeps him alive. Nate now also in a bad spot. Fallen finally shows up to the party, tries to find something, can't quite do it. On the chase onto Galaxy here, trying to connect. Galaxy may go down, does go down. A nice shutdown for Fallen, giving him a little bit of gold there to try to mash this, but Vendetta starting to creep away with this mid-game. Promise now gets a nice stun, does not land it though onto Yuna. While all of this is happening, Pogi's like, listen, you guys got this, I'm gonna start working on this Turtle. But Fallen walks up and steals it, blows back and forth, blows onto both teams. Gold still at a slight lead to Vendetta though.
Yeah, but looking at the kills, 5-2 right now. Looking at the towers, you do see the top lane being pushed in, the first tower, the bottom lane being pushed in as well. A trade for both sides. Looking at the items, looking at the marksmen. Windtalker picked up by Carry. You see Wan with the corrosion side. But in the mid lane, Pogi able to take out Nate. A play, a rotation that the assassin junglers can pull off.
And that is huge for Pogi, right? And this is Honestly, I would almost say he may be running this Helker a little bit better than what we saw from Zero the other night. He's really, I mean, and he's not even like racking up the kills, but at least his team is getting them. At least they're getting them. I would like to, see them fall into him a little bit more, but those assists are still getting him some gold. He's still getting some items farmed up, and possibly I'm wondering if he's ahead of Fallen right now. Now Fallen though, looking for something. Theo gets the wild charge. Fallen's gonna find him again. But the Cold Altar comes in, saving the life of Fallen there. Promise still trying to get something. Cold World goes down on the boss side though. Galaxy searching, hunting, continues to find it. Pokey goes down. Fallen picks up that kill, a 1-for-1 trade. World manipulation does come out. Promise and Damien decide not to over-engage there. Take it patient, but they are gonna start working on this mid-tier 3 tower.
Now, just looking at these clashes, will they be able to defend? You do see the heavy clash going on the mid side. The tower does fall.
Ooh, big stun comes in. Promise can't finish it though. Crossbow of Tang is not ready to go. No, it does go off. Promise able to escape it though, and now Fallen ready to strike back. Doesn't land the pack, doesn't land the punch, so he decides to back off. Simpsons, I mean, honestly, it still seems dead even. Before in past games, Simpsons always had a gold lead, but this time Vendetta are finding their mark, finding their attacks. Galaxy has just found something, gets the Petrify. Fallen goes down, real manipulation to try to help fire back, but Shiki shows up in a nick of time, and Pokey moving on to Nate on the backside. Does pick it up with the tower shot, takes him out as well. Blow for blow, Weezy. I just can't tell who's gonna come out on top.
You gotta look at Vendetta right now. They have Galaxy over on the Yuzong. You do see the circling eagle from Damien for a little bit of an escape. Man, it's just looking good for the XP lane. Galaxy dominating with this Yuzong, 5-1. We gotta look at these items right now and see how they are stacked up against each other. This team's just having a bloodbath for these objectives. Now, Yuzong doing a really good job. He dropped in. He was able to take out the jungler, taking out Fallen, delaying the jungle for the Simpsons. But is that enough? It's going to be very interesting to see these clashes go down when there aren't the towers in play, and that's what we normally see from these two teams. An even matchup. The defense of Vendetta versus the offense of the Simpsons is usually the tale that we see in this series. The question is, will the Simpsons be able to prevail? They need to take this game. They need to get this win over Vendetta to remain in this match. It is a best out of 5. Vendetta took 2 in a row, and if the Simpsons takes this one, they will remain in for a game 5.
Yeah, and at this point, they're going to need to watch out. Galaxy continues to be a problem. Theo comes in with a big flicker wild charge. Nate is demolished. Cold World may be next. Shiki picks that one up. Fallen to Damien trying to get something here. A nice knockout strike gets the knockup onto the team, but still not enough to take anybody's life. Promise now once again a little late to the party. Galaxy always an inch a field ahead of him. Lord now getting worked on, and Damien and Fallen may want to try to do something here. Galaxy brought very low, does go down. Damien goes down next though, and that's 3 members for the Simpsons, all just for Galaxy. Make that 4. Crossbow of Tank pops off, and no one but Nate and Fallen stand here. This is bad for Fallen. Yuna, he is chasing it down. Nate has reappeared on the field along with Cold World. Are they going to try to contest this? Lord down to about 50%. No retribution on the field. I think they don't want to do this, but Cold World going to try to come in. Gets the kill onto Shiki. Now moving on to Yuna. No crossbow tank, so he should be able to do this, but the wild charge helps finish him off and saves Yuna's life. Lord goes to the side of Vendetta, and I can't help but think maybe the Simpsons shouldn't have tried to take that steal.
Now, that is not Luminous Lore, so there is still some time to fix this, but looking really solid for Vendetta going into the 12-minute mark. Taking that Lord, also able to stack some kills, increase the kill advantage, 14-6. Looking at gold, not too much of a difference. The Simpsons hanging in there, but you do see Lord going down the mid lane. You see a little bit of the defensive posture from the Simpsons to contest against it. Theo going in possibly for a clash.
Yeah, I don't know. I think right now the Simpsons just trying to melt down this Lord. Vendetta aren't going to try to do nothing too major here. I think they know it's a little bit too late, but they have regained a lot of field. Theo with the conceal play gets shown though, and nothing too major. I think we're going to back off, but Vendetta has definitely taken advantage over the map, I feel. Bogey sitting at 1, 2, and 5, doing a good job using the utility of that ultimate to help the rest of his team make these engages.
Yeah, this is an interesting match, never knowing which side is going to go on. You would normally think 14-6, Vendetta has the game. They take these lords, they have a good push. But the Simpsons, a little bit of a turnaround. They are the defensive team for match 4. Vendetta trying to put on some pressure, trying to go for the finish. They know if they take this win, they secure their spot in top 4 for North America. The question is, will the Simpsons allow it? They have a lot on the line, and I don't think they're going to give it up without a fight. They are going to have to play a little safer. Carry, more toward the late game, will be doing a lot of damage, and it will be leaning toward their favor. But having that Wan, that crossbow tang for some sneaky plays, and also being able to proc it in the nick of time for possible wipeouts, we've seen that in the past be a deciding factor for these wins. So it's going to come down to a battle of the clash, a battle of the hero prioritization, and not overextending and just waiting for a mistake to happen from either side.
Yeah, I mean, with it being at not too huge of a gold lead for Vendetta, they could, they could maybe come back here. My only worry for the Simpsons here is we've already seen Vendetta take games when they were behind. So this time at 13.5 minutes or 14 minutes, they have the lead, and that could be a problem as we creep into the end game. Simpsons have a great mid game, but sometimes where they falter a bit is when we start creeping in to these late stages. But we do have a pause now on the board, so this gives us a little bit of time, I guess, to break down exactly how this is going to go, Weezy. And like I said, I'm wondering if the Simpsons can actually come back here. Can they take this, or will Vendetta just clean sweep through the rest of this game?
This is a little bit of a different story than what we've seen in the previous matches. The Simpsons was more of the aggressor. You've seen Vendetta more on the defensive side, but it looks like things have changed going into match 4. Vendetta being the aggressor and the Simpsons on the defensive side. The question is their defense enough to withstand the pressure of Vendetta? We do see the Wan working in their favor as well. We haven't really seen too many crossbow of tangs. We haven't really seen Carry come online either, so both marksmen kind of warming up, but we will see a lot more presence from them as we go to that late game, as these towers drop. This is going to be a pivotal factor for both sides.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I feel like looking at the Simpsons, it's going to really come down to if we need to see we need to see Fallen kind of do what Pogi was doing last time and getting down onto that back lane. Same thing with that Lapu pick. They need to do something about the Wan, and that's what Galaxy has been doing such a great job the past 2 games on the side of Vendetta. He's been just marking in onto Nate, marking in onto Cold World, and finding those back lane squishies and just causing mayhem. So the Simpsons need to be able to do that themselves if they're going to get themselves through this game, because if they don't, they're just giving Wan free reign, able to dance around and eventually get that crossbow of Tang off and do the damage that they need. So that's what I want to see from the Simpsons if they're going to even try to compete in this match with.
Yeah, I'm just loving the intensity that they are bringing today. A show is definitely here. We don't know who's going to take it. Every time you think it's going in one favor, it goes toward the other. And that is what we're seeing today. Usually with these 2 teams, I say they're pretty much even in terms of these clashes, in terms of these objectives, and all of these fights, extend to the late game. These are 20-minute matches, with the dominating factor being who can live in these clashes, who has the advantage to be able to take that fight. And that's what we see. Sometimes it's a matter of the XP lane being able to cut while the Lord is in play to stop a player not having an advantage of a player being on a lane instead of on the Lord play may be a deciding factor. These teams have a lot on the line though. Like we said, we got to know who is going to take this spot for the top 4 team of NA.
I mean, I think it could still go either way, and I've broken down the thoughts that I think the Simpsons need to be. My question to you is, Weezy, if there's a way for the Simpsons to come back, or what does Vendetta really need to do to just seal the deal here? What does the Simpsons need to watch out for if they're going to try to take this game?
I would say maybe bait out the Galaxy with the Black Dragon. Wait for him to use that before using that real world manipulation, because he's just gonna drop on you with that Petrify. Carry, protect the marksman. Make sure she's not too overly aggressive, as she is gonna be a factor in these clashes for the late game. The next thing I will say is Mathilda also being able to have good positioning, not dying too early, to be able to help her team as that support role. That's what they need going into this. But one big factor is not being too over aggressive on the 1-1, and sometimes teams have that problem. They rush in on the 1-1 and allow a free crossbow tank, but the clash on the Lord.
Oh, Theo tries to come in with a wild charge. A nice silence though on to Sheikah, and kind of a big misplay from the side of Vendetta. Not quite able to get it all down. Galaxy comes in with the Black Dragon. That is a lot of ultimates wasted on that play. And looking at the side of the Simpsons, they still have 3 on them. Not only that, but Promise working away on this tower, bringing in a little bit of macro. Fallen now.
Yeah, you do see on the
start playing for this Lord here. Gonna start doing a little bit of damage, playing it a little bit. Now Damien zoning out Vendetta. Theo may try to come in. Galaxy gets the Petrify, almost gets the knock up. Cold World though, still firing away. Fallen switches gears, takes out Theo, and now he's gonna continue to work on this Lord. Keep her eyes on Pogi though. He's gonna come in, but a little bit too late. Not quite able to steal the Lord, and he goes down. Cold World picks him up, and this now could also be bad for Shiki. It's a 3-man wipe. 5 still stand for the side of the Simpsons, and Lord is coming soon.
This is the play that the Simpsons needed, Trex. That's what they needed to stay in this game. Like we said, they lost 2 in a row. If they get knocked out of this one, they lose that top 4 position for NA and get knocked down to the lower bracket. Able to secure that Luminous Lord, and they are pushing in for a potential finish, or at least a potential advantage on the map. You got to look at Promise as well. With the zonage, clearing that top lane. A clash on the top side.
Oh, a lot of damage on a Cold World, a little bit too deep. Will go down to Galaxy, but Promise is here. Gets a huge ultimate onto 3 members. All of them fall. Galaxy, Theo, and Shiki along with the inhibitor. Now the Lord connects onto the base. Poggy trying to do something. Lord is getting melted down. Poggy able to pick up a kill. Cold World, Promise off the map, but the base is still falling. Damien continues to work on it. And ladies and gentlemen, we're going to Game 5. The Simpsons take this match.
What a game! What a turnaround! The Simpsons not faltering to the heavy aggression of Vendetta for match 4. That's right, we are seeing a Game 5. What a time for North America. We don't like seeing the one-sided stories, and to see these teams go all the way to a Game 5, 2-2, lets you know there is no easy route to the #1 spot for North America. You have to fight. It's a bloodbath. It's a battle of skill and determination, and that is what we are seeing today from both teams.
I mean, this is the first full best of 5 we've seen so far in the top 8, and I got a feeling it's not the last. Now, looking at the players fallen on the Paquito. Now, if there's one thing I got to point out, whether he's on the side of the Simpsons or on the side of Vendetta, it has been a star hero, something that both teams need to take a look at. The side of Vendetta, Galaxy once again did a wonderful job on that Yuzong, almost making me question if it could creep back into the meta soon. Able to find his targets, lock on, but this time it was not enough, Weezy.
Yeah, I'm just loving this, and I don't think it was enough for the Lapu Lapu, just too much for him to handle. And like we said, the Yuzong pick was more for the backline, dropping in on Nate, giving that pressure in that Black Dragon state to drop on the heroes that are giving you trouble, sometimes even pressure in the jungle to allow your jungle to take these objectives, such as the Lord plays. A dominant game from Galaxy over on the Yuzong, and this is what we love to see. But we got to give credit to both sides. The XP lane over on the side for the Simpsons, Promise being a very solid fighter. This game just a little bit of a harder time, but in the previous matches, both of them fighting blood for blood for these lanes, for these cuts, for these opportunities. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go into a Game 5 because these teams have a lot of determination, have a lot of willpower, and are able to fight to even the score to 2-2. We have to know, who do you guys take winning Game 5, the Simpsons or Vendetta?
Definitely go either way. We've just had a back and forth. I mean, it's going to be a hard call. I think a lot of it's going to come down to this draft once again, and also who's going to be able to hold on and wait for those small moments. Looking at the breakdown here of some of these replays now, Galaxy tries to come in, and there's that slight bait that you wanted to see them. Theo gets a little over-engaged, and they think Fallen's working on the Lord, but he's able to switch gears and take out Theo so quickly. Pokey tries to come in, but he's a little bit too late with that ultimate, and with that, he actually sacrifices his life for nothing. And at this point, it's 2 against 5, and the Simpsons have it at a wrap. Once again, though, they are back up here, and Coldworld takes a big hit here, right? You think that maybe Vendetta is going to be able to come back in this game, but here comes Promise with that ultimate on top of 3 members, and Fallen follows up behind it to seal the deal. Now, Pokey ready to bring a defense there, but just not able to do it. And that gives the Simpsons the game. A beautiful finish for the side of the Simpsons there, really just showing up in those micro decisions in those final fights.
I don't know about you, Trex, but I am at the edge of my seat. We are going to go into Game 5's draft. Ladies and gentlemen, both teams putting on a phenomenal fight. 2-2. The odds are in both of these teams' favors, but we have to see who will prevail. This is Game 5. Whichever team loses this game will be knocked down to the lower bracket. The winning team will secure that spot for top 4 in North America.
Drafts not looking too different. This time the 1-1 will not show up, so a couple slight changes, right? A couple minuscule changes here and there. Diggy has been a perma-banned for both teams. They don't want to let that slip through. It just seems to be a problem for a lot of people. The Faramis and the Valentina also going out as well. I'm wondering if we're going to see that Atlas ban again, though.
Yeah, the bans, looking more on the safe side. This is more of that generic ban phase. This is what we kind of see with 2 teams that are pretty much even. Not too many respect bans here. We do see the Wan being picked off, though. It's a pretty decent ban, but there are still some options available. You have the Ballman, you have the Akai. We've seen more of the heavy, beefy junglers this season for North America, more of our meta. These teams just playing it more safe in the draft, and even on their playstyle. It goes to their playstyle as well. They play very safe. They go for these objectives. They wait for the team to make the mistake, and I love what they're doing right now, not being too risky on what they allow in the draft phase.
Yeah, I mean, definitely taking it safe, but this time we are seeing 2 marksman bans from the side of Vendetta, and I'm surprised that this is something they're really worried about, and it could maybe cost them, because honestly, they've been doing a great job at dealing with Coldworld on whatever marksman he picks up, even when he got the Melissa. So I'm wondering if those could be costly bans, but they do get the Claude. Yuna able to lock that in, similar to what we saw in Game 1, but last time, OSP was able to deal with that Claude. They were still able to win on top of it. Now, the Paquito getting locked in. Hold on. Hold the phone. So it looks like Paquito's gonna go. I mean, and I like that actually, because we don't want to let them have it. So we're gonna take it for ourselves and still pick up the Ballman as the jungler, but at least they can't use the Paquito as their jungler, and we get it in our EXP lane.
But is it too risky? They do have Esmeralda available, and Galaxy quick to lock that in for his team, having an easier time, especially with Paquito providing that shield for Esmeralda. But we've seen a very good fight from the XP lane from both sides, so we have to see how this paves out for the XP lane. Theo locking in the Grok, a solid pick and answered over there from the Simpsons on the carry.
Yeah, and he's been doing amazing on the Grok. The flicker wild charges, he's been hitting his mark every single time now. I think the problem for the Paquito, all he has to do really, he just needs to play safe in the early phases, try not to die, and as long as he can stalemate Galaxy, when it comes to that mid game, that 6 or 7 minutes, and he can start really doing some damage and rotating into these fights, could be very big. And I think the major thing is we can't let Pokey have it. We know he'll carry the game. We know if he has that Paquito, it could spell loss for us. So it's the safest decision for them. And they do come in with the answer of this carry for that Esmeralda, for that Grok. And we haven't seen carry a whole lot throughout the past few months, but tonight Coldworld is showing up with it.
Now, the question is for the Simpsons. They still need a mage. They still need a roam. Who will you pick up? You know you have that Grok who has the fast clear, the heavy frontline presence. You have a slight answer for the late game, the carry in your favor as that marksman to be able to burst down those beefier heroes, those frontline compositions. Also against that Esmeralda, locking in that Ballman, that lethal counter, very hard to contest with, comboed with the Retribution for the high objective place. This is an interesting draft. Still can't really tell which way it's leaning toward. I like an EXP lane. Esmeralda has the advantage for Galaxy, but a very smart thing to limit the jungle from Vendetta. So the question is, Vendetta, what are you going to take for your jungle against the Ballman?
Definitely, we've already seen Pogi try to do something different, bring out the Hellcurt, right? So I won't be surprised with him doing something kind of off-brand. It's not like it didn't work. They had a lot of that game, and they probably could have continued to win it, except for a few small decisions. Now, Nate's going to pick up this Eve. We saw him last game. I think he did well with it. Create some nice pressure and paired up with the Ballman and the Paquito now. Definitely have a nice presence inside of that real-world manipulation. So it's going to really come down to just holding together, trying to keep fights contained in that, and just causing a lot of damage.
Oh, picking up the Eve, though, on Nate. He is going into that Grok and also the Falling Star Moon of the Galaxy on the Esmeralda. This is going to be an interesting composition. I would say for Nate, having to play a little bit safe, positioning is key. You have these heroes who can get to you when you are in that vulnerable state of the real-world manipulation. And then Shiki with an additional pick of the Farza to combo against Nate on the AoE mage, and then Pogi on the Xborg. What a creative pick. How do you feel about that, Trex?
I'm a believer. I'm a believer, man. Listen, I've seen it back when he played with Area 77. This was something they would pull out of the pocket every once in a while, and they made it work. So not too many changes to the team right now. He knows these players. It's iffy. It is iffy, but if they can, it gives them some nice mid-late game potential, and also you can kind of kite the Ballman a bit. You also have survivability with the passive. I don't think it's a everyday jungler, but if someone's going to pick it and make it work, it is definitely Bogey. Now, Lolita being the last pickup from the Simpsons here, Wheezy.
Ooh, Lolita to kind of put up that shield when that Blazing Duet does go down. And also the slow provided from the Numenon Blast with Nate on the real-world manipulation from the Eve. We see a lot of zoners. We see a lot of the 5v5 clashes being controlled with slow and these ultimates from these AoE prospects of heroes. Now, the question is, how will Vendetta respond? They have Pogi on not your traditional jungler, but Xborg. Not seen too often, but has been proven to work. So I'm excited. I want to see what they are going to do. This is best out of 5. This is also game 5. A lot on the line. A very creative draft from both sides. But the question is, who will prevail?
Definitely, it could definitely go either way, and we will see as we're jumping into the final game of this series. The first time we're seeing a best of 5. This is Vendetta up against the Simpsons. Definitely excited to see how this goes, Wheezy.
Yes, just look at this game. Best of 5, both teams battling it out in the land of the dawn. You do see Xborg on the jungle. You see Ballman for the side of the Simpsons. One of the most dominant junglers this season has to offer. The mobility, the sustainability, the lethal counter with the retribution. Will it be enough to beat the defense of Vendetta? You do see a heavy clash on the bottom side, only 40 seconds in.
Yeah, they're going to have to watch out for Shiki here, right? They're going to have to be careful. The wings by wings. I got a feeling we're going to see a lot of rotations coming from Shiki here, trying to make those plays. And especially when we hit level 4, he's going to hit up that Tri-Bush, drop down the Feathered Airstrike, and try to get picks onto Cold World, slow him down as much as possible. Yes, the Eve has some nice rotations, has that speed up, but I would almost give this laning phase over to the side of the Farza.
Yeah, Farza also having that mobility to get around the map, but I love how both teams have the AoE damage from their mages. These fights are going to be possibly the most intense we have seen in this best of 5 from both sides. You see Xborg, not your traditional jungler, picked up by Pogi as well. Do we see some possible plays that might change the meta for North America? You see Promise locking in the Paquito, not allowing that to be picked up from Vendetta. But the question is he enough to go against a possible counter, the Esmeralda? We've seen such a solid game from both sides, but looking at the map, you see a possible gank from the side of Vendetta, trying to get an early kill, an early advantage. Esmeralda cutting the lane, doing what Esme is supposed to do. Paquito playing it safe, knowing that Esme can give him that hard time, but going for the farm he can take. You do see Turtle spawned in, Pogi, not much contest. A possible clash as both teams are preparing for the first turtle.
And Nate does bring down that, wait a second, nice take from Pogi there. I was a little worried about the world manipulation, but he was able to take it, the last insanity, able to help him zone away Promise there, use that retribution and get it. Fallen now, moving on to different things, working on his red buff. Vendetta taking a little bit of an advantage in the early game.
Now, we've seen just a turnaround. Usually the Simpsons has the aggressive stance and Vendetta on the defense, but going into match 4, it was a different story. So you never know what these teams are going to bring to the table, but we see a lot of possible gank potential from Vendetta, trying to get these early kills, hiding in these bush for pickoffs, waiting for a mistake from the Simpsons.
So let's talk about this Xborg pick for a second. Let's actually break it down to some of the viewers. So the thing about it, the reason why it could work here is if you can position yourself well in some of these team fights, you just kite. You just use that first skill, and Fallen's going to try to get in on you, but he's never going to make it because you're just going to keep backing up and hitting him with that burn. Not only that, but you get the true damage to deal with the tankiness of the side of the Simpsons here. And Bogey is one of the few players I feel like who runs it very well. A lot of other players don't even like trying it because not an easy thing to do. Something else I'm excited to see is if he decides to go for the Hunter Strike, which is something he likes to do as an item because it helps the kite even more. Now, in the boss side, Theo trying to do something, but it helps the kite even more because you get the speed boost from those skills. You get the passive speed boost, so you pop that first skill and you're able to just back and forth and stay away from the enemies while dealing chip damage.
And the question is, will the ultimate, the last insanity, be too much for them to handle in these heavy clashes? I love seeing the creativity from Vendetta. Pogi being creative, picking up a Hellcurt previously, picking up the Xborg jungle, trying to change the thing that North America knows as meta. We have Xborg with the true damage, very hard to deal with. But the question is the Simpsons prepared? There's a lot on the line for both these teams as they are fighting it out. Turtle has spawned in. You do see a clash.
Yeah, but the airstrike does come down. Damien tries to use Numenon Blast, does land on Ashiki, but Damien goes down. Theo could be next. A nice pickup for Cold World there. Pogi takes that turtle, though. It's a 1 for 2, and Vendetta is on the prowl looking for more. Back on the mid side, though, Galaxy is down to about half health. Overall, a big win for the side of Vendetta there. Now taking a little bit of a gold lead and a couple more deaths on the board.
Now, I do have to give it to Promise over there on the Paquito, especially against the Esmeralda. A possible counter for him, not allowing her to get the easy cuts, maintaining her in that lane. But looking at the items, you do see the Demon Hunter Sword picked up by the Claude, enough for him to do some damage in these fights in the early game. But more toward the late game will be a crazy force to deal with for the side of the Simpsons. The Feathered Airstrike going down.
Cold World's in a little bit of trouble here. The Wild Charge just helps seal the deal and finish it off with that Blazing Duet. Fallen trying to get something as well, able to pick up Theo, so it's a 1 for 1 currently. Shiki now on the run. Fallen tries to get more, but just can't, so Simpsons at least answer back. They take a tank, but they lose their gold lane, which is kind of huge at this start of the game.
Now, we are seeing a little bit more of a rotation from Shiki over on Farza against Nate on the Eve, just having the ability to rotate around the map. A lot of assists stacking up on his side for these fights. Ballman rotating, Fallen on that jungle. But Pogi on the Xborg securing 2 of the turtles. The gold difference is not that much. These teams are very close, but a clash in the mid lane as Damien tries to escape.
That is rough. Shiki picks that up with that Feathered Airstrike. Pogi continues to lay down the chip damage as Shiki drops the bombs from the backside. Just your typical front to back, front to high ground composition, and they are playing it to a T.
I love this playstyle. You see Theo over on the bottom side trying to possibly cut the lane. Nate trying to defend. You see a little bit of protection on the carry. They know they have a late game marksman. She has to get that farm. Do not let her lose to that Claude. Both teams have that late game marksman, which will be very hard to deal with. So we have to see some pressure to delay them from being able to get that farm.
And Fallen wants to try to delay them by maybe getting this turtle, maybe getting the steal. He does have the lethal counter, but the rest of the team is there to help out Theo. Looking for something. Galaxy misses the falling star moon, but creates space, and this gets Pogi the turtle once again. Simpsons not able to get anything and are slowly getting oppressed, slowly getting starved here, and another kill goes into the hands of Vendetta, this time into the pocket of Yuna as he takes out Cold World.
And this is what we were talking about, having the advantage in the gold lane, especially when you have two late game marksmen paired up against each other. Yuna going for that tower, going for that clear, going to increase the gold for his team. A very good start for Vendetta, for their marksman. We are going to see the Claude come online a little bit earlier than the carry going into game 5.
And every time the side of the Simpsons want to get something, they're just denied it, and Shiki back with the feathered airstrike. Bogey continuing to chip away at them. Now, Shiki has been the star here, I feel like. And we called it, constantly rotating down to that bottom side and just giving such a hassle to Cold World. We were worried about the EXP lane with Promise, but the real thing we should have been worried about from the very beginning was the rotations from this Farza, and now Cold World just can't come up. He's constantly being hassled, and not only that, Yuna is rotating. He's in the EXP lane now to get even more gold by taking that tower up there.
Now, a tower has fallen on the bottom side in the favor of Vendetta. They are going for more of the aggressor in this game, and they also have the Esports as their jungler. We have to give it to Shiki. Like you said, good zone. You see Theo going for a possible cut to take another tower without really much contest. Will they allow them to push in these minions and go for this objective?
Ooh, Flicker with the wild charge. Feathered airstrike comes down. Shiki picks up a kill. Damien now also in a bad spot. Yuna does not have that blazing duet, but he doesn't care. He's going to come in and get the kill and work away in the tower. Make that another one in the mid side. Nate goes down. Kills all around the map for the side of Vendetta.
Now, I love what Vendetta did right there. They made sure to choke those minions in that lane. They proxied that lane and were able to secure it. And you've seen the Simpsons not able to get a good defensive stance to stop them. And then another objective possibly going in their favor with no contest. They have taken all the turtles. They have taken Lord. They have taken the towers in the bottom and top lane. And then a clash on the mid side.
Yeah, Galaxy in a bad spot. I mean, Galaxy not in a bad spot. Able to take out Fallen there. Bogey actually gets the kill. Now, normally, the problem with the Esports is like you can die early on and you're a little bit weak in the laning phase, but at this point when you're ahead, I mean, we're looking at a big gold lead, almost 7,000, right? This is trouble. This spells a very, very bad for the side of the Simpsons because they were supposed to be the aggressive ones. They were supposed to be the ones that got an advantage in the early start with that Balmond, but now that they're playing on the back foot in a time when they're supposed to be dominating, it looks very grim for the side of the Simpsons.
And just the damage output potential right now for Vendetta is looking very good. They have a lot of AoE damage and true damage with the Esports. You have Claude with the Blazing Duet for AoE damage as well. You have Farza with the Feathered Airstrike, especially when you have the advantage early in the game against the enemy team who doesn't have the proper defense set up, and you are stacking these items. Looking at the items from both sides, going into the 10-minute mark, you're looking at, Borg picking up that Ice Queen wand to have the slow on the enemy as he does chase them down, or also as they chase him. You see Claude being built up. He has the Wind of Nature now in case the carry or any physical damage comes his way, but also has the, oh my gosh, a clash on the top.
Guard coming in. Galaxy falls up with the falling star moon. Nate, though, brings out the world manipulation. Poggy, though, on the backside. Last Insanity cleans things up. Damien and Nate off the field. Fallen may be next, trying with a valiant effort, but will go down. The double kill goes to Bogey, and the tower may go down next. They're going to move on to this base. Where's Promise? Trying to recall, trying to get in there, but they're going to focus in. Now, Promise is here, gets a nice damage onto Pogi, onto Shiki, but just can't connect. Wants to try to finish this, forced to flicker back and can't get a kill. Vendetta has just tipped the scales extremely into their favor.
What a play over by Cold World, though, activating that Wind of Nature just in time as that Blazing Duet went down from Yuna, keeping him alive to defend. We see a request for a pause, possibly a technical difficulty, but just the pressure of both sides right now. 12-2, looking very, very solid. This game has been more of a one-sided match, and the AoE damage right now is about to be insane as they are fighting for the final game of this series for both teams.
That's definitely looking rough. The Simpsons, if it continues like this, they may just get dropped down to that lower bracket. Vendetta, though, from game 1 to game 5, we just seen this evolution from them. We've seen them pick up some unique picks and make them work. We've seen them grow, I mean, honestly, as a team throughout this whole series. So I'm wondering, is there anything the Simpsons, in your opinion, Weezy, they can do to stretch this out? Looking at their composition, it does seem a little bit hard.
Now, I gotta say, if I was the Simpsons in this predicament, you have to play safe. They have too much AoE damage as a team for Vendetta, especially with the advantage of items, the difference in gold right now. You cannot win in these fights. You have to play safe. Maybe allow them to try and be aggressive. Let them continue to play that aggressive play style and do kind of what Vendetta's done in the previous matches. Play the defensive side, let them push in. Maybe they clear some minions and allow you to take some gold, and that's really what you have to do at this moment. You cannot be an aggressor, especially with all that is on the line for this match.
Most definitely. Almost, I mean, sometimes what I like to say is, let them, since they're being the aggressors, since Vendetta wants to try to finish this, maybe try to bait them into something here. Maybe try to let them come in. No matter what, you have to let them come to you and try to set them up in that real manipulation. Maybe pair it off with a nice Numenon Blast. They do have set potential on the side of the Simpsons. Just with such a huge gold deficit, it sometimes doesn't matter. We see this happen to a lot of teams. Even if you get the big play, even if you get the big set, you're just immediately bursted down without the ability to burst down your enemies.
Now, I do love how they are pushing up the lane, trying to keep those minions on the mid of the map for the side of the Simpsons. The fight is not over. We've seen the similar situation, but actually on the other side, the Simpsons being the aggressor, but now Vendetta has had a solid game plan for Game 5.
And, I mean, Galaxy just, you can see that right there just shows the gold difference, right? Galaxy just able to sit in the middle of 3 members. Not only 3 members, but a huge counter to you that should be melting you. Cold World just not there yet, though. Can't quite make the play. Lord goes over to the side of Vendetta once again, and now we see a possible collapse. This could be bad for Promise. He is caught between several members, tries to dash through. The Vendetta airstrike comes down. He's stunned up, and Bogey picks up the kill. That's putting Bogey at 6-0-2. To anyone that was worried about the X-Borg, you don't need to.
Now, looking at the Simpsons, their game plan was to possibly take out the Esmeralda. Not sure if that was really the smartest move, allowing them to take that Lord with no contest and not having an answer for it. But like we said, the gold deficit is just so much leaning toward the favor of Vendetta. We are only 13 minutes in, 13-2, dominating fashion and playstyle from Vendetta. They are trying to close this out with an early finish.
Trying to close something out, and they may be able to do it the way these games have been going. Vendetta now breaking in onto this middle inhibitor. They're letting Lord connect, and it has found it, working, putting some damage. But the last Insanity comes in. World Manipulation comes on top of it, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Yuna with the Blazing Duet trying to clean things up, and the Simpsons are just too low. The base is gone, and Vendetta takes Game 5, bringing the Simpsons down to the lower bracket.
What a match, an early finish for Game 5. Vendetta had a game plan and they capitalized. They took advantage, they rotated, and they were able to secure their spot for top 4 in North America.
Yeah, and it was a great, however that ended up, whatever team won, I am extremely happy with the way that series went. We went all the way to Game 5. Both teams definitely giving it their all, but I think one thing that we have to give the Vendetta there is just the ability to switch things up, to adapt, to pick something different, and be able to make it work. And whether they were under pressure, even when they were falling behind and losing, they were able to take games, let alone when they had the lead, like what we saw in Game 5.
Just a early and swift finish from Vendetta. Didn't really have too much contest. We saw the export jungle, and Pogi was able to pull it off, especially against Ballman, one of the more dominant jungles for this season. A GG, well played from both sides. A series that we've all wanted to see go to Game 5.
Definitely. I mean, one of the most exciting series we've had so far. We've had some great series, but the fact that it went all the way was amazing. Shiki, you can't take it away from her. 13 KDA, MVP. I called it from the beginning. I knew that was going to possibly be a problem for the Simpsons, and he delivered. Always on that gold lane. Cold World being more of a close-range marksman that he was on that carry. Shiki was just able to capitalize on it so much. Cold World had to try to get in there to try to clear his own wave, and every time he did, Shiki was there to bring down the bombs. And not only that, but giving some kills over to Yuna, so when we got to the late game, there was just nothing they could do.
And that's just typically what you see, especially when you have these late game marksmen. Cold World not really able to come online, especially when his team is losing those objectives. I feel like the early start in the bottom lane, they were able to secure that kill, push that lane up super fast, and get that marksman fed. Shiki allowing that with those rotations, deserving that MVP. And that is what we've seen today. Both teams an amazing job, but that does go to the favor of Vendetta.
And that is going to be it, because after this, we're jumping to another amazing game. Team First Blood going up against BloodHounds. Definitely excited to see how that plays. We're going to jump back to the caster's desk, jump back to Dave, and after that, we're going to be taking a quick break.
these
Ladies
fights.
and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to the 2022 North America Challenger Tournament Fall Season, the only path to M4 World Championship. We're taking a look at a replay between Team Simpsons as well as Team Vendetta. What a beautiful series that was. We see quite a bit of witty picks, in the position, on the spot. We have Esports taking out against Belmont. We have Frederick versus Esmeralda. Some of those picks that you don't really see often, but taking at the right time to the right place really made a difference. Anyways, what an incredible series. I want to welcome back my incredible casters desk. Trex and Steph, how you guys doing? How you guys enjoy the series?
I am very, very hyped, and even more hyped to see this player of the series right here, Shiki, with a well-deserved MVP of that full series. Definitely did amazing.
Yeah, solid rotations, especially on the Farza to close out Game 5 without no contest, was just always in the right place at the right time. Good job, Shiki. Definitely what you have to do as that mage, create opportunity, gank the lanes, and that can be the deciding factor, especially against these teams of that higher caliber. And that is what we've seen today for them to move on officially as a top 4 team in North America.
Absolutely, we've seen the difference when Shiki was on the Faramis instead of having the support Faramis. It really just changed the whole game around in that particular series. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we're taking a look at the bracket as Vendetta already made it to the next round. We have one last series tonight. Team First Blood taking on BloodHounds. What a bloody match that will be. Trex, is there anything that we need to watch out for in this particular series?
Other than the fact that it just clicked for me, they both have blood in their names, and it's just boom, mind open right now. But I think of course the people right now are probably going to end up voting on Team First Blood. BloodHounds, though, as you mentioned earlier in this event, they're back in it. They have a second chance, and they are definitely excited for it. They want to prove something. They want to prove that maybe the last game was a fluke, and they want to try to get a win against Team First Blood.
And with that being said, guys, we have the Saber Full Metal Ronin skin given away to everybody who's watching with the code down below on the screen. Redeem them right now with the link in description. Do not be shy. Join us tonight. Only 30 users. The first fast-fingered 30 users can redeem them. So what are you waiting for? Do it right now. Redeem your free Saber skin.
Am I allowed to use that? Am I allowed to use that code? I'm wondering.
I think Wheezy already beat you to it, to be honest.
Of course, he's a Saber player. I forgot. Now we are going to be jumping into Team First Blood up against BloodHounds, Wheezy.
Now, just looking at these lineups, I am super excited. I personally know a lot of these players from both sides. Let's take a look at Team First Blood. You know a lot of these members. They were the finalists in the NACT summer season, going against BloodHounds with former members of Aether Explicit. You also have Bocarasco, a Supreme title holder for Sicilian.
And look at Team BloodHounds. Boca Roscoe, just like you said, the Supreme holder for Sicilian. Is it going to surprise us with some other mages? Because last time around, the Sicilian wasn't actually paying them any dividends. Are we going to see more Lilia? Are we going to see some Eve come from my boy Boca? I'm excited to find out tonight.
I think it's definitely increased his hero pool a little bit. We're not only going to see Sicilian, and they do like to focus around those end game strategies, sometimes even pick up the Estes paired up with that, so it might be something we see here.
Absolutely. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we are getting noticed that the first match between these two incredible bloody teams are already underway. So without further ado, let's quickly jump into the first series fan draft.
Now, Wheezy, what do you think? Do you think we see the typical things that we've been seeing the previous games? The Diggy, the Melissa, the Wanwan, or are we going to see something a little bit different? Which immediately we are. I'm excited for it. The Balmond and the Paquito first bans.
Yeah, that's a very interesting ban for BloodHounds going into match 1 and then taking out the Atlas. A lot of picks are still available. UDC Ballman being taken out from Team First Blood. You got to think, what is the mindset of these teams going into game 1, especially with more of a risky ban for this early phase? There's a lot still walking that can be detrimental in these early game fights and possibly paving the way for an early finish.
No, I do agree, like, you know, as we've been hounding and saying over and over, the Valentine and the Fermis, but I got a feeling that the bans are going to start shifting a bit. I think the Ballman, I think the Paquito, I think some of these, like, these are heroes that are game-changing, and even though they may not be considered, like, broken, in the right hands, they can definitely carry a team to victory. So at this point, Team First Blood has to think, we even ban out the Fermis? We even ban out the Valentina, let them get one, we get the other one, and maybe go for something else. Maybe ban out the Akai, ban out the Melissa, something along that lines, and just kind of leave a couple more options open for ourselves. There it is.
This is something similar we've seen from Team First Blood and BloodHounds. You see these drafts allowing the Valentina, allowing the Feramis to walk. A strategy used by Beat the Odds against BloodHounds in their prior series, allowing BloodHounds to take that Valentina, and they were not able to close out that game. And I think this is just a little bit of the research from Team First Blood, knowing that they are comfortable allowing them to have more of these considered meta picks.
Definitely very comfortable. And as you said, the research is probably there. Bocarasco, though, is going to pick up the Valentina, which we didn't see him do the greatest on in some of his previous series, right? And hopefully he's learned a little bit, practiced a little bit, and is ready for this game, because Team First Blood is definitely ready. They have a plan jumping into this. Kid gonna lock in that Julian, and then Ashley picking up the Feramis. I wonder, though, with both of these flexible picks, how they're actually gonna fall. Is it gonna be your Roam Feramis? Is Ashley gonna stay on it and use it as a mid lane mage? And the same thing with the Julian, because we've seen Julian all over the place, from jungle to EXP lane.
I love the way this draft is looking. It's very hard to tell, especially with that Julian, that Feramis, flexible in pretty much any position that you put them in, and this is what we are going to see. It makes BloodHounds have a harder time banning and drafting against them. You see the Melissa being picked up, a little bit more of a common pick for this NACT, and possibly bumping her way up to the meta marksman for North America.
Oh, she's here. I think she's here, man. And I doubted it. I wondered about it. But at this point, you know, these are the tournaments that decide the meta for our country, right? These are the tournaments that decide the meta for the region, whether you like it or not. And at this point, Melissa is prime. She's up there, even though, and honestly, the late game with her, I think she's able to get there because of that ultimate. She's able to get away from the risks of what other marksmen have, so she can just scale a little bit faster and turn that late game hero into more of a mid-late or even mid-game. Now, Fluffy does pick up this Esmeralda, so a solid EXP lane pick, meaning most likely Kid's going to stay on this Julian. It's going to go into the jungle, which is going to give them a nice little bit of aggression. I think they just need a solid tank to hold down the mid lane at this point.
Yeah, I think that's a very solid analysis right there. I love the Esmeralda being picked up when you're second in the draft and then limiting what is available in the XP lane. Not your typical ban, though, that you see from Team First Blood taking out the Thomas. You normally see a Dyroth not being allowed to walk when you third pick that Esmeralda. So Dyroth is still on the table. We know there are some fighters available that can still outperform and outcut Esmeralda, such as the Uranus. And we might be seeing that today if you're looking at the composition of BloodHounds. The only magic they have right now is Bocarasco, so they need some more magic on their team. I think Uranus would be a very solid pick in their draft going forward.
Yeah, the Uranus could be solid, and at least stalemate that Esmeralda for a while. If she does try to cut, you just cut right back. You both get vision for your team. You can both be there for the fights. I do think the Uranus does end up coming out a little bit on top towards the late game, right? But in the beginning, Esmeralda may be able to get the better. Now, all mages banned from the BloodHounds in the second draft phase, trying to limit down on to what Ashley's gonna pick. But the thing is that's where the Feramis comes into key. BloodHounds putting a lot into the bet that they're gonna run that Feramis as a tank, as a roam. But the reality is that mages end up being the mage, and Joybaj picks up the Cho, so that's exactly what it's gonna be. Joybaj has really shown off on this show. I put him up there almost on the same pedestal as Gals Cutie and some of these other great Chrome Chos.
Now, an interesting pickup for BloodHounds. They are going to take the Ruby. You see Boxia, a solid, fast-rotating jungle with that beefier composition, and it works. But you see an answer, the late-game marksman, Carrie, being picked up for Team First Blood.
And she's really showing up tonight, man. And we've seen some potential with her. We've also seen some issues with her, you know, having to be so close up. And now with Tempest locking in this Ruby, going to be a little bit of trouble for Joybaj trying to get in, trying to find those moments. Same thing with Esmeralda and possibly even Ashley on this Fermies when she tries to get those Shadow Stampedes, right? So I like the Ruby pick. Once again, it's going to lock down the dive composition that TFB is bringing. So at this point, TFB's win condition, we need to play around that Ruby. We need to be able to be careful for when Bokaraska steals those cult altars and just watch the way we approach each fight.
And ladies and gentlemen, we are going into match 1 from these two amazing teams, the finalists of North American Challenger Tournament summer season. You have BloodHounds versus Team First Blood. We have to see who's going to take this victory. We have a Supreme Mage Holder on the side of BloodHounds as well. But you see a clash over there early. Early clash over there by the tank, by the roam. Grok with that solid positioning.
A little bit of a clash, but nothing too major. I think everyone's just kind of feeling each other out at this point, right? Both of them wanted to get vision for the enemy team, but in the end, they backed off, right? In the end, Joybaj knows he can't get in there, and I think that's what we're going to see because both of them want to be aggressive, but they're going to keep on running into the problem on the enemy side here, Weezy.
Yeah, and speaking of the enemy side, you're looking at Kid with that Julian in that jungle position. A possible zonage as Grok does go in. They have the heavy invade with little contest, pushing Kid back. The Terrify from Bokarasco, putting that pressure, but Kid not able to secure that objective, and they are able to steal it. The fast rotation from the Boxia, too much to handle. You do see a clash. Joybaj going in, a little bit of zonage, trying to push him out of that jungler, but at what cost? You do see the buff going to the favor of BloodHounds, giving Boxia the slight advantage over in the top lane. A possible early clash as well. This is different than the first series we've seen. A lot more pressure, a lot more of an aggressive playstyle from both teams within the first 2 minutes.
Yeah, but BloodHounds were able to get that red buff, which is huge. Kid not able to get the things. This could be bad though for Gina. Gina goes down.
You do see that wall to keep him in place and secure the kill from Dim Sum. Boxia going in, trying to take out Joybaj. He does not falter, though. He stays in the lane, continuing to defend, not allowing an early advantage. But Lord has spawned in. You do see Kid. You see Luffy over there going for this with no contest.
And I don't think they're going to try at this point. I mean, Basha, though, does have the rotation, so he may come in here, Wheezy. We might see a bit of a clash.
The wall does go down over there by Grok. He is trying to push him back, but at what cost? You see Faramis going down. Co-alter has been activated. Luffy taking some serious damage. Joybaj in the clash as well, but is silenced. The way the dragon connecting on Bokarasco. Ashley able to secure the kill. The wall trying to block Joybaj from running away. The fight continues, though. They are trying to go for this first objective, a bloodbath. You do see a little bit of CC, easy peasy, able to take out Joybaj. Look at this clash. 2 have fallen for the side of Team First Blood. 4-1 unanswered, and Turtle does go to the favor of BloodHounds. A early start and advantage for their team.
Hold up a second. Who is this team? BloodHounds coming in after having a really rough day the other day. But before we talk anymore, we do have the gift code coming, or get a chance to win a unique gift code. All you have to do is be on Facebook, tag a friend in the live stream, or go to the Discord channel and do hashtag NACT fall season. But back to the action.
You do see the go away from Dim Sum, but kicked out with the way of the dragon. You see the speedy light wheel over there by Carrie. The co-author has been activated for some sustainability, but Joybaj able to secure the kill on Dim Sum. The marksman has fallen for BloodHounds.
Good play once again. BloodHounds does lose something here. Team First Blood evening out the playing field just a little bit. Gold still at almost a dead even. We're almost 4 minutes in, and overall I was a little worried for Team First Blood in the beginning there, but now BloodHounds, they're getting set back a little bit, but Gina has to be careful. May go down here, does.
unable to escape, taking out that marksman for Team First Blood. The zone is from Grok on the wall. Julian able to use that enhanced sword and take out that farm. You do see the heavy pressure from the side of BloodHounds trying to go for a finish, that more of that aggressive playstyle. JoyBoss caught between 4 members of BloodHounds. Will he be able to hold them off? You do see him push back of the way of the dragon, stolen from Bocarasco to use on JoyBoss, but unable to take him out. Is this too much of an overextension? You see BloodHounds possibly going on the retreat. Gina with full health over in the gold lane. Tempest going back to the bottom, chasing Luffy, but the clash continues. They are out for blood. Both of these teams have blood in their name, and it is showing. They are on a war path, and they are trying to stack up these kills, but unable to get anything from these plays.
I think the major problem right now with JoyBoss on this Chow is he's not really able to get in and be as aggressive as he wants. But Bocarasco in a bad spot will go down. So finally, they find a quick pick there. Team First Blood, this could be the moment that they're looking for.
Man, what a early game fight. Luffy trying to go in for that buff. You do see the 3 versus 3. They are going in for the kill. Easy peasy on the escape. Luffy able to take him out, but at what cost? Luffy with barely any HP. The way the dragon connecting for some CC over on Sushi, taking him out. A trade. They were able to take out 2 members of BloodHound without an answer.
I think JoyBoss heard me. I think he heard me. He heard that I was saying now he's having a little trouble here because now he comes in, makes a kick. So important that it saves Luffy's life there. Luffy goes, gets the kill, but you think he might go down, but JoyBoss shows up in just the nick of time, landing that way of the dragon, and then turning another kill into the hands of Team First Blood. Now, we're at 5.5 minutes. Items starting to come in. Kid is a little bit behind, easy peasy, but nothing too major. 100 gold or so, both of them locking in the magic wand, and then, but wait a second, possible fight up here in the top side.
You do see the co-alter being activated. JoyBoss forced on the retreat. The 3-stack dim sum Sushi. Easy peasy trying to go for the kill. The mobility of JoyBoss just too much to handle with the combination of the recall spam for some additional speed, but terrified, but able to escape with some additional speed of that recall. What a trade, what a clash, but nobody falls. You do see both sides being heavily aggressive. The mid lane being pushed in from Kid with little contest. Both Carrasco going in, trying to stop them from letting this tower fall, and Kid able to secure it, but at what cost? Trying to escape, gets stunned. Will he be able to get away? Grok going in, trying to get the kill. Dimsun joining the fight, taking out the jungler for Team First Blood, and Bocarasco answering back, taking out Ashley as well. 2 have fallen for Team First Blood. Luffy trying to get away. Will he be able to escape? Bocarasco on the double kill, takes out Luffy, leaving only JoyBoss in the mid lane.
And we saw last game where teams were kind of pacing things out until the mid side, but right now this game, we are action-packed. We're 15 kills already at only 7 minutes in. Every time one team gets the advantage, the other team answers back, and here we go again.
Speaking of an advantage, the way the drag connecting on Grok and Gina comboing and able to take him out, and then a recall spam for some additional speed, but no answer over on the bottom side as it is being pushed in. A possible trade for the death that we have seen in the tower does fall, but a fight going in on the top lane. JoyBoss being heavily aggressive with his Cho. You see the go away activated over there by Dim Sum to escape, but a clash on the buff, trying to take the jungle from the BloodHounds, trying to delay him, and is able to secure the quick retribution. But you do see Turtle in play. Easy peasy knows that he has no retribution and will go for the turtle play. Will they be able to secure it? The speedy light will by Gina going in to deal some damage to Bocarasco. Co-alter has been activated. Turtle has been secured by Easy peasy, and they are going in for a clash. Will they be able to get it? You see the silence over on JoyBoss. The co-alter stolen by Bocarasco and activated. Both teams heavily fighting, and you do see Sushi taking out Dim Sum, or you see Dim Sum falling a death. The marksman is out for BloodHounds. Kid on a little bit of peel. You see Gina trying to do some damage over there with the marksman. They are trying to push them back. Luffy on the chase on Bocarasco, able to take him out. Kid taking out Easy peasy, leaving only Sushi and Templess against the full team of Team First Blood. They are going for these objectives. They know that they have 3 members down.
I mean, right there, it all started with the buff steal from Kid there, taking that blue buff, and then they almost come back. Wait a second, JoyBoss with the way of the dragon.
JoyBoss able to escape the wall for a little bit of CC, stopping the mobility of their team, and it looks like both teams are gonna push back. Trex, I have to say, an early and aggressive playstyle from both teams.
Yeah, really just bringing in the smoke, but let's key in on Luffy for a second because he's been there. He's made some plays happen. He's now taken this tower, and he consistently makes it to that back line. He's one of the only people that's really been able to catch Dim Sum off. Joybosh has gotten one Way the Dragon on Dim Sum, but it just hasn't been enough. But now, speaking of Way the Dragons,
connecting on Bokarasco, you do see Sushi in their Dim Sum as well to try and fight off the 3-stack. The 3-stack turns into a 5 full team. A team first play goes in. Luffy able to take out Dim Sum. Kid able to take out Sushi. They are pushing him for that lane. Cold Altar has been activated. The enhanced change does go down as well for some CC on Tipless. Will he be able to escape? Luffy able to get the kill, leaving only Easy Peasy to defend against the 4-man team of Team First Blood. Looks like they will be able to secure this inner turret in the mid lane.
you know, throughout all of these fights, even though it's been kind of back and forth, one thing I can say is Team First Blood has always kind of gotten a little bit of the upper hand. Yes, BloodHounds able to get some kills back on them, but Team First Blood has been taking towers while all this is happening, has been farming while all of this has been happening, has been taking buffs from them while all of this has been happening.
Oh, you do see a chase. Joybodge getting away. Ashley with barely any HP, and BloodHounds possibly going in for the fight. You do see Bokarasco using his flicker to try and go in, but at what cost? Unable to secure the kill. A little bit of over-aggression, and also using his ultimate, using the Cold Altar. Will he be able to escape? Gina able to secure that kill as well. Easy peasy, caught in between the 3-stack of Team First Blood, but his teammates come just in time. Dim Sum has joined the fight. Template, Sushi, you see a kill as well. They are going in for blood. Who will win in this clash? You see the heavy presence from both sides on this Lord. They are pushing back Dim Sum, forced on the retreat. Easy peasy, running away. Tipless as well, and Sushi forced to go back. The pressure of Team First Blood may be too much to handle, and you do see Gina able to secure the kill over on the marksman. Dim Sum has fallen, giving the advantage to Team First Blood for this Lord play.
Okay, so now the scales are tipping. Team First Blood now scaling ahead, and quickly 5,000 gold in a matter of a minute or two, right? In a matter of 2 or 3 minutes, if you want to really give it to them. But the point is I mean, for a while everything was even, and all it took, we got around that 8-minute mark, and Team First Blood just started taking off. They found their moment, they found their spike, they finally kind of got into their groove, and they're reading BloodHounds like a book right now. Bokarasco is playing a good game on this Valentina, but we need a little bit more. The problem is he doesn't have a whole lot to take. He needs to be able to get in there, get that Cult Altar away from Ashley, and use it to his team's ability. I've only seen him use it one time, and he quickly died after. That's the thing on this Valentina. You got to be able to use those dashes to find your mark and make it count.
You do see the Lord pushing in on the mid side. A possible early finish from Team First Blood going in for the clash. 5 versus 5. Ruby able to connect and pull in Ashley and secure the kill. The roam is down for Team First Blood, but at what cost? The tower has fallen. The inner turret, the inhibitor turret on the bottom lane. You do see 12 to 17. A little bit of a defensive posture from BloodHounds. They are missing a member on Team First Blood. He has fallen. Gina, they do not have a marksman, and that will allow them to win this trade.
And not only that, but Templess with a beautiful I'm offended there. Just when Team First Blood gets a little bit ahead of themselves, BloodHounds ready to make the play on it. So this is something that Team First Blood needs to keep in their minds at all time. Watch out for Templess. Beat up Templess, though. Gonna get wiped off the map there. A nice play from Team First Blood. I think BloodHounds just need to stick together at this point.
Yeah, this is a very hard place to be at right now. The 12-minute mark, and you are down to your inhibitor turrets. Esmeralda, Luffy trying to go in for some zoners, but at what cost? Gets hit with the Way of the Dragon and taken out by Easy Peasy.
Yeah, that is a rough hit for BloodHounds and Team First Blood, so it's 1-1. I think both teams, we're seeing it happen. Every time someone kind of ventures off to do their own thing, they get picked off. So both teams need to tighten up, but Team First Blood still coming out on top, still holding a large gold lead at this point. But BloodHound's not scared, and I like that. They're not playing like they're too far behind. They know they can still make plays happen, but keep our eyes on Joybosh here. Looking for something. They don't know he's there, but he knows they're there, waiting for the play to happen. Ashley has his back as well. I love the positioning from him. I love the aggression.
Very good placement by Joybodge. Not afraid to roam around that map with Cho. You do see a heavy aggression from Team First Blood. A early push to try and end the game. We are at 13 minutes going into that late game mark, but they do have that carry who has that phenomenal late game damage.
Very good late game damage. Gina has, even with the 4 deaths, Gina's been doing a good job, and I guess we have to account that to the fact that everyone has taken deaths, right? So it's not like you're really losing your lane, because the thing is Dim Sun also has 4 deaths. Both teams sitting at not, there's no like huge, gigantic advantage. It's just been small, minute things, but the thing is Team First Blood does continue to come out a little bit on top in every exchange, but down on the boss side, Luffy is clearing out waves.
And that's what you love to see, the XP lane doing that cut, especially on these Lord plays, which will force a player to go down and defend, opening up an opportunity for the Lord. But the Clash goes down. Kid able to take out Dim Sum. Co-Alter has been activated as well from both sides, and they are pushing for a Clash. You do see the Esmeralda going in on the Clash with Bocarasco, trying to stop Sushi from going back to the base, and able to take out Bocarasco. What a play. You do see the way of the Dragon connecting on Tempest in the tower. Kid able to secure the kill on Tempest. They are going to go for the early finish. Will they be able to secure it? The Clash is going down easy peasy, only left to defend. You see Grok running in, Sushi trying to hold them off, but cannot continue with the pressure that Team First Blood is putting down, and game 1 goes with the split finish to Team First Blood.
Man, what a finish, what a quick finish. I think the fastest finish tonight at that, Wheezy. And I was a little worried about Joybaj in the early phases, but he ends up coming out on top, making those Way of the Dragons, making those picks count. Not only that, but Luffy as well, just consistently, we see all the best EXP laners. What are they doing? They're always on that other side of the map, just harassing, pushing in, and being a nuisance to the enemy team, and that is what Luffy did the whole game.
That was a very aggressive game. Not what we've been seeing with match 1 today. And that's kind of what you get from that. It's a high risk, high reward play style. And right there, it just didn't work in the favor for BloodHounds. A swift finish over there for Team First Blood, a team who was the finalist for North American Challenger Tournament summer season.
Can we point out the fact right now that Kid with the MVP, we're literally 15 minutes in, and this guy is decked out. Every item he needs. Not only that, but Luffy as well. The side of BloodHounds by that point in the game just couldn't keep up. Kid making some great plays, some nice knockups. Also had a bit of a rough start, and this is something that's kind of common for Team First Blood. In that laning phase, they have a little bit of trouble. They don't deal with that early game aggression that well, but if you let them get into their comfort zone in the mid game, it can cause a lot of drama for the enemy team.
A swift finish for Team First Blood, and this is kind of what we've seen. We saw the Valentina and the Faramis walk in that draft, not afraid to allow BloodHounds to get that first pick on the Valentina. A similar situation to when we saw them fight Beat the Odds. Just a little bit of research on their picks in the draft for the side of Team First Blood.
Not only that, but if we take it back to, hold on, we got a little bit of some replays here. Now, at the beginning, or at this phase of the game, we're about 7 minutes in, things are at a standstill, but I got a feeling this is when the tides started to turn into the hands. A beautiful wild charge there, able to take out Ashley, but the thing is Dim Sun goes down on the backside, and this is where we see Luffy just harassing the back. Look at him onto Bocarasco, onto Tempest. Tempest can't do a thing about it, and Luffy picks up this kill onto Boca as the rest of his teams clean up in the front side, and this is kind of the story of the rest of the game. Luffy harassing in the back end while the rest of the team cleans up on the front. Kid getting these amazing knockups paired up with the G-Kondo knockups. Joybaj, just too much for the side of BloodHounds to handle, and throw that on top of the Cult Altar to just make them continue to hammer in. When you think it's almost over, no, they have another full health bar to smash the team.
What some highlights from Team First Blood going into the game. Like we said, a different type of play style. Very aggressive from both sides. And when you see these kind of games, it makes the game go a lot faster in terms of these objectives. And I think that's what we've seen today, that high risk, high reward, and it just leaned in the favor of Team First Blood. I will say going into game 2, BloodHounds, you have to have an answer. You can't be as aggressive, especially with those early finishes that are available when you do have a little bit of a hiccup.
Would say there's nothing exactly wrong with being aggressive, but you have to know how to follow it up. You have to know how to do it correctly. A lot of teams It's what they like to do to Team First Blood. They want to bring it into them hard. It's why Team First Blood has trouble sometimes with the Valley or Ackerman or some of these aggressive teams. They just fall behind and then they can't pick it back up. And if BloodHounds wants to bring that type of strategy, they have to follow through. They have to keep on invading. They took that red buff in the beginning of the last game. They should have went 2 minutes later, they should have went over to the blue buff. Then they should have came back and just kept on hammering in. They did have the opportunity, but then they lost it, and Team First Blood came out on top.
Now, this is the best out of 5. There is still a chance over there for BloodHounds. But like we said, if you are going to be a little bit more aggressive, just have a reason for it and have a game plan. Going into the bans for match 2, we do see Wan being taken out for the side of Team First Blood.
And pretty typical, right? I think we saw the Wan last time, but Team First Blood, we also know, not scared to let some of those crazy picks through like we saw last game. They're really going to just try to target down. They took out the Akai last time. They took out the Paquito. They wanted the opportunity. Balmond now getting banned out as well.
I'm seeing a similar pattern as we, progress through the NACT. Is a lot of the top upper echelon teams are allowing the Valentina and the Faramis to walk. They want to bait the first pick into taking that Valentina and then allowing them to get the Faramis and then having answers. And that's kind of what we've seen in match 1. Now, this situation's a little different. Team First Blood does have first pick, so I will be very interested to see how they prioritize these drafts. But looking at BloodHounds taking out that Claude, you do see 2 marksmen being banned out nice and early in this draft.
And I do like that Julian ban that just came in, right? Because that's TFB, right? They know, they're like, listen, we don't need the Ballman. We don't need the Akai. We don't need some of these, the Paquito. We can ban those things and we still have some nice options up our sleeves that our team knows how to play, but BloodHounds is onto them. They're sniffing it out, right? So they banned out the Julian, and now it's going to be in the hands of TFB to play something a little bit different than what we saw last game, and that's what I like to see. We're going to see some change up. We're going to see them have to dig into that hero pool and bring out something maybe unique, maybe not what they normally typically play.
Now, we do know Diggy is still available, something we've seen banned for pretty much every game this series. And to allow that to walk, the question is, who will pick it up? Do you pick it up a little early and allow the team to try and build around it? Or do you wait, be a little bit more patient and try and go into it before the ending of the first pick phase? You see the Faramis being taken out by Team First, but looks like they're worried about it a little bit, so they're not going to allow it to walk. Valentina is still available. The question is, will BloodHounds allow Team First Blood to pick her up?
And I mean, the Faramis, I think it's like, we don't really, that's not what our prio is. And BloodHounds now putting TFB into a weird position. They pick up the Valentina. Now, I almost thought they might have gone for something else because they just weren't worried about it. They gave it to him last time. They're not scared about it this time. This could be possibly rough for TFB if that doesn't pay off here. Akai getting picked up by BloodHounds, something that TFB banned out last game.
Yeah, that Akai, just with that heavy spin for the zonage, and also a hero that could be flexed for multiple positions. During the NACT fall season, we've seen Akai even paired up in the XP lane against Phobius and their team able to take the win. Akai in the jungle, also, flex in the roam position if needed. But you have to look at Team First Blood. They have Valentina, and what does that mean? That means they have the heavy spin as well, a phenomenal ult that can work in their favor.
Yeah, so if Ashley can hold up to standard and she's gonna know which ults she needs to take. That was kind of the problem with Boca that I saw last game. Had a little bit of issues, and there wasn't really many ults to take. You had like the Way of the Dragon. You had there was no big set potential ults, and you had the Cult Altar, of course, but he just had problems grabbing that. Ashley, that's gonna be her job, but she has a few more options this time because we already have the Akai and whatever else BloodHounds is going to bring to the table. Now, we are seeing the Melissa picked up, so we have that marksman locked in, and if TFB does not pick one up in this first phase, we already know BloodHounds is probably going to hammer into that.
And then there you go, Joybosh picking up the Grok, one of the most picked roams for North America right now, going to the side of Team First Blood. And then a hero that gives a very hard time to Easy Peasy over there on that Akai. And then you see the third pick from Team First Blood being Esmeralda, leaving the option for BloodHounds to take the die route. The question is, will they take it?
I think it's an important pick to do now because we already saw last time they didn't TFB, if you don't pick up the counter for that EXP lane, we're going to ban it out immediately now. We're into the second ban phase now, wondering exactly what got picked up. Guessing we had a little bit of an issue. It's okay, though. I'm sure we'll get the information soon to share with you guys. BloodHounds now have the option. Do we focus in on the junglers, gold laners? It looks like they're going to ban out that Ethereal and home in onto the gold lane here.
Now, I do have a theory. I believe it might have been Atlas. They take up the Atlas and possibly ban the Diggy. I'm not sure. It is an option. You know, you can run the Akai in the jungle. That could be what we've seen right there, or a possible Dairoth, but time will tell as we are getting into this draft. Irithel being taken off as well, limiting the options for the marksman of Team First Blood, but you have to keep in mind, this is a NACT Summer Season finalist. They have a huge hero pool. I don't really think you can outban the marksman Gina over there on the side of Team First Blood.
Yeah, it's definitely gonna be easy. And one thing we have to go back to as well is Luffy on this Esmeralda once again. Like, we saw the presence that Luffy brought in the previous game. So now he has something to really zone for as well. He's got this Valentina to be able to let her move in and out and create space for her, right? Same thing with Joybaj on this Grok. He goes for something a bit different than the Cho, but still, I think it's going to be a great play. He has the wild charge to maybe have to deal with the Sakai and also set up the walls. So a lot of options for TFB right now. Still wondering how these next bans are going to come. TFB going to start hammering into the tanks. So my guess is it wasn't an Atlas. Maybe they picked up the Dairoth, because I feel like if that wasn't picked, the TFB would definitely be banning it out right now.
Yeah, just the way this draft is looking, I'm pretty sure it was a Dairoth, especially, you know, there's no Diggy that was ever put in play or banned, and a very good counter for the Esmeralda. We do see more limits in the gold lane. They take out the Brody for the side of BloodHounds. They are trying to limit the capability of Gina. We've seen how dominant Gina's Irithel has been in previous matches. Definitely focusing that, a little bit of a respect ban, trying to take that out, you know, nice and early before she has the opportunity to pick it up. You do see Hilda picked up on the side of BloodHounds.
You know, the Hilda's not completely dead. It can be used. There was a small spurt of time where we were seeing it here and there, especially overseas and a little bit here. And if BloodHounds want to go for this aggressiveness like they did last game, that is a decent pick for it. Similar to the Masha, it's meant to harass. It's meant to be in your face, jump into the jungle, force you to use those retributions early on. Try to put the enemy jungler, just keep pressure on them, get in their head a little bit, continue to mess with them. And if Kebab can do this correctly, it can definitely work in their favor.
A solid draft from Team First Blood right now. Looking at BloodHounds, I would say it's pretty decent as well. I feel like they have the capability to pull it off, but we've seen the first match, a heavy aggressive play style that did not work in their favor. And right now, picking up that Hilda, you're gonna kind of see the same outcome, a more dependent team on that aggressive style. The question is, how will Team First Blood respond? Will the aggression of BloodHounds be the turning tide to win match 2, or will the over-aggression cost them?
I mean, with the pickup of this Barats, it's a great answer to the Hilda, right? You pick up a really, really bulky jungler, so it's like, listen, you're just like a fly, man. And like, I don't care if you're gonna invade me. I don't care if you're gonna try to jump on me. I'm just gonna sit here and stomp away, right? I'm just gonna sit here and do my thing and work on my jungle. Another thing I like about the Barats, we've been seeing it commonly against the Akai, because what you do is when you hit that Daytona's welcome, the heavy spin doesn't work on you. You can just sit there on the front side, you grab onto somebody, and Akai has to just go right through you, essentially. It doesn't, so it's a nice front liner when you're going up against the Akai like this, but we are jumping into the game.
Into game 2, we have 2 amazing teams competing for the final spot for the top 4 teams of North America. We saw a heavy finish from Team First Blood in game 1, but the question is, how will BloodHounds respond?
That's definitely not going to be easy, but I think BloodHounds want to try to bring that aggression already. But look at Joybaj. He's like, listen, I'm ready for this.
Yeah, a clash over there on the top side, nice and early. And this is what we were talking about, the heavy aggression from the side of BloodHounds, seeming like that's more of their play style and their thought process going into this. And the question is, will Team First Blood be able to hold them back? You see the clash over on the blue buff, the early invade, the Terrify as well, and Kid able to secure the kill over on Hilda. Sushi has fallen, but Templars trying to go and trying to take out Luffy, but you do see the blue buff stolen by Easy Peasy with the retry fingers, the quick hands.
So that almost makes it worth it. I was very worried when I saw that Hilda die. I was thinking, this is the problem. You guys try to be aggressive, but you're not making it work. But with that blue buff steal, there's still a sliver of hope there. Gold does not get too crazy or anything at the first minute and a half, but I don't want that death from the Hilda to slow BloodHounds down. If they want to win this game, I think they need to keep on trying what they just did. They need to keep up with that. Don't let that small hiccup get in your way, because we already know how well Team First Blood is going to do when we hit into the 6 or 7 minute mark. It's what they thrive off of.
Now, they were able to secure a kill, you know, but delaying that jungler, taking his blue buff, giving Easy Peasy the slight advantage. You do see a clash going down. Daytona's welcome, connects, and able to get Sushi, and then the fight goes down. All teams clashing, heavy spin on the wall. Kid cannot get away and taken out by Easy Peasy, delaying the jungler even more. Ashley able to secure the kill on Easy Peasy. Both junglers have fallen for the teams. Ashley forced to retreat, and Joyboss, can they get away? You do see Dim Sum able to secure the kill. Joyboss locked into the tower. Gina able to take out Dim Sum. You see a 2 versus 2. They are forced to try and run back. Hilda going in for the kill, taking out Joyboss. What a trade. You see Esmeralda going down on Sushi, trying to get another kill as well. 3-3, both teams even in kills.
Once again, just a huge brawl. One thing I got to point out from that, on the side of Easy Peasy, right? He was very smart in that play. Even though he ended up dying, he waited for the Daytona's welcome to finish, save that heavy spin, and then closes in, then pins him to the wall, and they were able to pick up that kill. Problem is, Peasy ends up paying his life for it, and BloodHounds are getting it. They are being aggressive, but they're just not disengaging well enough. They're maybe staying a little over their welcome, and as we're speaking of that, a bit more action as the turtle comes up.
They are trying to take this objective. Turtle has been reset. You see Sushi pinned on the wall. Daytona's welcome has been activated, and he does connect with Sushi, but he is able to escape with the mobility of Hilda. Joyboss hanging on by a thread, forced to retreat. Everybody down to barely any HP, but Bocarasco sitting there with the zone is a full health Lilia, and the turtle does go to Easy Peasy on BloodHounds.
And a good play at that. So BloodHounds now getting the turtle, getting some objectives, picking up where they let off. Game still at a complete standstill, right? I will say, on the side of BloodHounds, I think it's hard to kind of pick who has the late game advantage here, because you have the Curry, but then you also have Gina. But wait a second, no more Gina. Gets shredded down there, Wheezy.
Oh, Sushi with the quick play, focusing that marksman. That is the job of Hilda. Get to that back line. You have the damage, you have the mobility, and that is what we see here. Another aggressive game, 4-4, 4 minutes in.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's, like I said, hard to tell, but BloodHound's not letting up, and I'm glad of that. Keep up the pressure. I think the more they do this, the more they're going to get comfortable with it, the more they're going to find that rhythm, and look at them going over to the blue buff now to take it. This is exactly what I wanted to see. I think this is one of the weaknesses of Team First Blood, but it's going to be a great test, because for Team First Blood to take this game, they just need to weather the storm. They just need to deal with it. They need to try to always get an exchange in these battles, try to always come out even, and when we get into this mid-late game, we're going to be able to put pressure back on it. And speaking of that, Gina already picking up kills on her own in the boss side.
Oh, Joyboss trying to escape as Bocarasco is on the chase, forced to use the Black Shoes. Heavy spin by Ashley on the wall on Sushi. Can he get away? The wall as well to pin him. He does escape with the mobility again over there on Hilda, but on the top side, the Falling Star move by Esmeralda does not connect on Templars, and they are going to be possibly fighting it out. You see Easy Peasy up there as well. Is this a push they are going to go for? They have 1 minion. Do they go for this tower? It looks like they will try and go for it. Easy Peasy and Templars trying to take out Luffy. Heavy spin by Easy Peasy on the wall. wall, but not enough. And Luffy is able to clear that minion and defend that lane. Temple is still fighting it out. They are out for blood. They are trying to let it be known who the next team, the last team for the top 4 in North America will be.
Oh my God. Can we just talk about the fact that Luffy. Normally, the Esmeralda has so much issues with that Dairoth, but right now, Luffy is just giving Tempest the business. Even with Easy Peasy coming down there, trying to get the gank, it is just a failed effort. So, Team First Blood now, really, this is a point where I think BloodHounds need to be careful. We're starting to get into dangerous territory, and at this point, you may need to let up on the aggression, maybe slow down the tempo a little bit, because now Team First Blood's going to start hitting that spike.
You do see Easy Peasy with the heavy spin. Grok with the wall for the zone. It's pushing Easy Peasy back, and they are going to be able to clear that lane. Boca Roscoe and Dim Sum on the bottom side trying to get a play, but unable to make anything happen. This game is insane. A very aggressive playstyle from both sides in the early game.
And, you know, someone else we haven't really talked a lot about is Ashley. She's been finding that heavy spin a few times pretty well, also making it count for a team. There was early on, I think at the first turtle, she was able to steal it and help her team make a play against BloodHounds. So this is something else everyone needs to keep their eyes on, who she decides to take. And also, even the Terrified, it just creates just this bit of appeal for the side of Team First Blood when this Hilda tries to come in for these dives.
You do see Easy Peasy and Templest, another attempt on the top side to try and take this tower. You know, Esmeralda just doing a really good job. Luffy on the top side, a similar situation. Heavy spin by Easy Peasy on the wall, but unable to make anything happen. And now a little bit of an aggressive fight on the top side. The Daytona's welcome, connecting on Easy Peasy. You do see Luffy fighting it out with Templest, both of them down to barely any HP. Will they be able to get out alive? Luffy able to kill Templest. Easy Peasy forced on the retreat as you see Sushi trying to give some pill, but not in time. And you see Kid able to secure that kill on Easy Peasy.
Like I just said, this was the time for BloodHounds to back off. We're at that 7-minute mark. Now, Barats can really be aggressive. Same thing, you didn't get any kills on Luffy. This is where Esmeralda's going to start to shine. So BloodHounds need to reevaluate. They need to slow it down, or else they're going to keep on taking deaths like right now.
And this is what we said about that aggressive playstyle. It's high risk, high reward that we see a lot in the NA server. But a lot of the top teams are playing more of that passive playstyle, allowing teams to make these little mistakes. And right now we're just seeing a heavy aggression from BloodHounds, but not leaning in their favor as towers are being pushed in and objectives are going to the side of Team First Blood.
And they're used to this, right? They're ready for this. They've gotten a lot better, Team First Blood, just in the past couple months at just prolonging those early phases. They know some of their weaknesses and they're able to handle them and always get themselves to this point. And if they continue to do this, they're definitely going to be a challenge for some other teams. Now, BloodHounds still do have an option. It's not completely out for them. They still have Dim Sum. But before we talk anymore, get your guys some free Magic Dust and tickets. Use the code on screen, limited to only the first 50 users. The redemption link is in the description, but back to the action, Weezy.
You do see the Clash Daytona's welcome over there by Kid, but at what cost? On the heavy stack of BloodHounds, they are going in for the fight. Heavy spin pushing Kid into the tower. Joy Bosch and Asley trying to go in, trying to help Kid escape, but Bocarasco able to secure the kill. Esmeralda going in for the pill. He is trying to escape as well. You do see the heavy aggression from Team First Blood right now. Lord pushing in on the bottom side. Asley with the heavy spin trying to take out Hilda. You do see Asley able to secure that kill as well, and lanes are just falling. Team First Blood going for an aggressive early finish.
Ashley with another great play, with another IMU, picking up the heavy spin, taking on the form of that Akai, and making a play for their team. Now, Team First Blood now is beginning to scale up a little bit. It's been a slow road, but now they've taken a 2K gold lead, and at this point, it just spells more and more danger. BloodHounds needs to focus on Dim Sum. They need to get that farm in, right? Also, Bocarasco maybe needed to use these glooms as a bit more of a peel mechanism, but wait a second, Easy Peasy.
You do see the clash over on the red buff. Gina able to take out Templars. Bocarasco taking out Gina. The marksman has fallen for the side of Team First Blood. You do see them going in for the clash. You see Luffy trying to get away. Easy peasy with the Daytona's welcome. The turret has fallen on the top side. Easy peasy taking some serious damage. Dim Sum coming in, trying to get some kills. Bocarasco taking out Ashley, and Dim Sum shutting down Luffy. But the fight is not over. A 3v1 on Kid. You see Sushi going in. Bocarasco and Dim Sum able to secure the kill on Kid, leaving only Joy Bosch on Team First Blood.
Now, Dim Sum, this was before. She just locked in the Scarlet Phantom. She was wiping people out before that. So the threat level of this Melissa is now in a bit of a place. The crit damage is in. She's going to be able to lock down the Esmeralda. I think at this point, Esmeralda and Barath need to think about what they're going to be building next. Bring in some bulkiness, bring in some physical defense. They both did go for that dominance ice, but that might not be enough. They need a little bit something more here, Weezy.
Yeah, BloodHounds trying to maintain that pressure, trying to stay in the fight. They did lose the first match, so they have a lot on the line. They don't want to allow 2 games without any answer. But over on the top side, Templars able to push in that tower.
And I mean, he's finding some answers. BloodHounds now, I mean, we're kind of going through the different phases of each team. At 7 minutes, Team First Blood had a really nice hit, but now the Dim Sum has 3 items in. BloodHounds also finding their groove, so now Team First Blood needs to kind of know that they might want to back off a bit, but wait a second. Template.
See Gina taken out over there. What a clash from both sides. I think we understand why they both have blood in their names. You see Hilda, Sushi going in, taking out Ashley. They are going for the Lord. Will they be able to secure it? Dim Sum able to take the Lord. What a steal. You do see Bocarasco going in, taking out Kid. Dim Sum trying to escape, but at what cost? Luffy trying to go in for that marksman, able to take out Dim Sum, and going in again, chasing down Bocarasco, but he is able to get out safely. Luffy with the heavy aggression. The Zonus is not done. Going in, forcing the BloodHounds on the retreat, but finally peeling off Luffy just right now on this Esmeralda. Very, very dominant and hard for BloodHounds to deal with.
Yeah, it is big for BloodHounds there. They are able to take that Lord. Not only that, oh.
What a clash. You do see a kill. Bocarasco able to fall. Heavy spin on the wall. Easy peasy. Able to take out Gina. The marksman, the mage are down for the side of BloodHounds. And Gina, the marksman on the side of Team First Blood, has fallen. You do see Lord pushing in on the top side. Joy Boss left to defend. You see Kid over there. Ashley working her way up toward this clash. A possible fight going on. Will they be able to stop the lane from being pushed in? Lord able to secure it. A good position for BloodHounds going into the second half.
And they're going to try to move in onto this mid tier 3 as well. Probably get it. I don't think there's much a Team First Blood can do about it. They are going to try. They actually do defend it, which is good for them. But once again, I mean, Kid earlier in that Lord fight, Kid was popping the Daytona's welcome, had someone in his mouth chewing, getting sustainability, because that gives you some health when you pop that Daytona's welcome, right? You get some spell vamp in a sense. And they just, Bocarasco and Dim Sum just melted right through him, dropped him in the middle of his ult, which is pretty huge. You don't see that very often, but it just goes to show the damage that this Melissa is packing. Luffy needs to be able to get into that back line. He did end up getting rid of it, but we need to see it a little bit quicker if Team First Blood wants to carry on in this game.
Yeah, we've seen a little bit of a turnaround. At first, it was looking in the favor of Team First Blood, but going into the second half, BloodHounds having the more dominant position. Their heavy aggressive playstyle working in their favor. You do see a clash possibly going on in the mid lane. Sushi trying to escape. You do see Dim Sum as well with the go away, but is it enough? Bocarasco going and trying to deal some damage on Lilia. Easy peasy with the heavy spin to escape from the 4-stack of Team First Blood in the mid lane.
Now Luffy does continue to harass into the backside, and that's what we need to see from him continuously, right? Problem is, Gina had a pretty good start, but at this point, we haven't seen anything too major. I think a problem that she's having is keeping up with this fast Matilda, keeping up with Easy Peasy. There's just a lot of speed and a lot of peel, but we do have a pause coming in, Weezy.
What a play from both sides. A bloodbath. Both teams with blood in their name, and it shows with their aggressive play style. You never know which way it's going to go. When you see teams competing with these type of rotations, with these game plans, it's all dependent on who can survive, and that is what we are seeing today. Game 1, we seen the aggression from BloodHounds, just not enough for Team First Blood. But in Game 2, it looks like the tide may be turning in the favor for BloodHounds.
I mean, BloodHounds, I think something that's an advantage to them, as I was talking about Gina's, they're not really limited to being this tight formation when they're taking these 5v5s, which is something a carry can kind of feed off of. She wants you guys to be kind of close, so she doesn't have to worry about any, rear attacks or anything like that, and she can just shred through. Pop that ultimate, get the speedy light wheel, and just shred through. But the problem is she hasn't really been able to do that in these past couple team fights. You have Hilda, who's just running around, uses that first skill, gets a speed boost, always on to something next, getting health back in the bush, and it's a problem. Then you have a Kai, who she can't really get close to him. If he gets that heavy spin and he pins her, it spells trouble for Gina. So Gina kind of having a difficulty shining right now in making the plays that matter for her team. That's supposed to be the damage dealer. That's supposed to be the big player. Luffy doing an amazing job, but with all the zoning that he creates, it may not be enough for Gina right now.
Yeah, it's just a lot of pressure, but we have to give it to Suchi over there on the hill. That was looking a little rough in the beginning, but going into the second half, chasing down those back lines, going for the marksman, giving Carrie the hard time to not allow her to be more of that shining star, that MVP toward the late game. And I think that's just his main focus for this, and they're doing a phenomenal job. But it is a very close match. Both teams have lost a lot of turrets, but these teams are still fighting it out. It's like every time there's an opportunity for a clash, they go in for it. So we have to see which team will prevail for Game 2.
Definitely. Now, one more thing we have to point out that I think is really important. The Valentina, once again, not the most game-changing hero right now, but wait a second, right back into a big fight.
You do see the heavy clash in the mid lane. Dim Sum able to take out Joy Bosch. What a play. Dim Sum able to take out Ashley as well. Tipless taking out Kid. 3 members have fallen for the side of Team First Blood after the pause. What a play. They are going to crash in that mid lane. Doesn't have really much contest. You see the falling star move from Esmeralda to clear the minions to not allow them to have the easy push in the mid lane. But is it enough? Will she be able to maintain that pressure enough for her team to be able to come back and remain in the fight? You see the focus of BloodHounds going for the Lord. 3 members are down for Team First Blood, and Lord does go to the BloodHounds.
Yeah, that is huge, and Luffy tries to do something here, tries to get that tower, but Tempest is on him, knows it's coming, smells something fishy in the air, and this, I think, is why we're seeing, BloodHounds just really moving forward, and Dim Sum is just on fire right now, but wait a second, Luffy on the backside.
Heavy spin on the wall. Luffy trapped, unable to escape. Also Ashley as well, and you see Sushi able to take her out. Lord, Luminous Lord, pushing in on the top side. You see the heavy stack of BloodHounds trying to go for the finish, but will they be able to keep up against the defense of Team First Blood? Daytona's Welcome has been activated. The tower, the inhibitor turret on the top side has fallen. Templates with the heavy aggression. Dim Sum going for the tower. Gina able to take out Templates, but look at the health. The tower has fallen. BloodHounds secures Game 2.
The clutch with that go away ultimate right there. For a second, I'm like, oh, this is bad. She's on the base, yes, but I'm waiting for the wild charge to knock her up, and just when he's about to do it, she pops out the go away, and it just shows the importance and able to just buy her that few extra seconds to just keep unloading those shots. But I know I've been talking about Dim Sum all game. We also got to give it up to Easy Peasy in that game, making some amazing pins with that Akai. The man had 13 assists by the end of the game. I didn't check it finally if any more deaths laid down, but still, he didn't need all the kills. He did exactly what a jungle Akai should do. Help with objectives and create plays for your gold laner, create plays for your mage, and make sure you scale up in that late game.
This match definitely kept both teams on their toes. I love the aggressive play style. I love the finishes, and I also like to see games that are not one-sided, and that is what we are seeing here today on match 2. Both teams with the heavy composition, but going to BloodHounds. They did have the heavy aggression. Easy Peasy with the spins, looking at his build, the full defensive build for that Akai. Bokarasco with the slow Ice Queen wand and the damage of the Divine Glaive to close out this game. What a play on the side of BloodHounds.
And Bocarasco also did a wonderful job picking up some penetration, some slow, not only having some utility in his build, but being able to burst down through Kid, through Luffy, and through Joybaj with those bulky build that they has. And when we look at Joybaj right now, 0 magic defense. And this is where Bocarasco, I think, started to shine a bit, right? Being able to really just burst down into that Grok. And anytime Grok tries to make a big play, there he is on top of you. So possibly something that Team First Blood needs to evaluate as we move on to these future games.
Looking at a little bit of the highlights, you do see that wild charge connecting, the heavy aggression on the red buff, easy peasy, like we talked about, the heavy spin, pinning those players on the wall. Gino able to secure the kill, but taken out by Bocarasco. That damage, that early damage, that burst damage Lilia can provide. You see Luffy going in for a little bit of the pill. The Daytona's welcome, connecting to take out easy peasy, and they do go for the kill. But then this is where you see Dim Sum kind of shining, going in for the chase, and they turn the tide in their favor. You see Kid over there as well, trapped behind enemy lines with a 3 versus 1, and Dim Sum able to secure that kill. Another amazing clash in the mid lane, a bloodbath, another Daytona's welcome combo. And then you see the wild charge and the go away over there by Melissa. Dim Sum getting the double kill, taking out Ashley. Templess able to take out Kid. Just amazing clashes, heavy pressure in the mid lane. Again, another heavy spin, pinning multiple members on the wall. Bocarasco able to secure the kill and comboed with Sushi as well with that set easy peasy provided. And this is what we were talking about. The sets are phenomenal. The pressure is a lot to handle, and the right position, the right place, the right time for easy peasy on those heavy spins. Ladies and gentlemen, what a clash. But this is best out of 5, 1-1. Both teams are tied up. Both teams are ready. This is just an insane time. A little different than the match one, the first series of today, where both teams are playing a little bit safe, you know, going for those objectives. These teams have that more aggressive style toward them.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a bloodbath, right? Definitely a lot of it on the field, a lot of action, probably more action than we've seen in a lot of the previous series, just really going at it toe to toe. But this time BloodHounds does come out on top, 1-1. We're going into game 3 here now. At this point, I feel like BloodHounds has kind of gotten a grips on things. And after seeing that comeback there, it wasn't just a full sweep, kind of like the previous game. I think that it could go either way at this point. As we jump into the draft, BloodHounds will be on the gun with first ban, first pick.
Yeah, a very interesting match, and that gives them the momentum they need. I think both teams are fired up. They are ready for game 2, and this is what I love to see. I like seeing games that are not one-sided. Currently 1-1, both teams having that aggressive nature. So going into this match, we have to see how Team First Blood responds. We see the first ban being Clyde, kind of typical for the server, not too risky of a draft, just kind of playing it out, taking out those heavy hitters, especially in the late game. So you got to respect BloodHounds for taking out that late game marksman.
I think Team First Blood definitely bans out the Melissa this time. I think we might see a lot of marksmen in this first phase right here, possibly even the Akai again. They do take out the Ballman here, and with how easy peasy played on the Akai, another thing. And one thing I like about Team First Blood is they're not scared to just, like we saw it in the first game. They let the Valentina and the Farabees open. They're not scared to just use the bans how they want them to be used. They're not going to get pigeonholed into being forced to ban something that everyone thinks is overpowered.
Now, something we've seen Team First Blood use against BloodHounds is allowing that Valentina and Faramis to walk. They were able to secure it game 1 with that strategy. The question is for match 3 are they going to go in with a similar playstyle, with a similar game plan? You see the Ballman being taken off, an early aggressive jungler able to secure those objectives, giving teams a very hard time. And I think that's just the plan for Team First Blood. They're playing it a little safe in this draft, taking out these heavy hitters. But I gotta say, do you see them taking out the Faramis and the Valentina?
I don't know. I don't think so. I think we're gonna. Here's the one. We saw the Ballman. I think they'd let it slip through right again, just like game 1, which is a game that they won, in fact. So I think right now an important ban for them could be the Akai, could be the Melissa, but if they leave those two things open that we keep talking about, I think they have the opportunity to still pick up the Melissa, right? They have the opportunity to still maybe pick up something that they want. BloodHounds, though, is on the ban, and both teams really take their time right now, thinking about how they want to play this out. The Julian, Claude off the field, and I love seeing bans like this because we know they're all just kind of targeted. It's not just the same old thing we see every single game, and it's definitely refreshing to watch how these teams are approaching this. Paquito now getting taken off. Team First Blood has the option. With them only having one ban left, they definitely leave the Valentina and the Faramis open here.
Now, interesting thing we have seen from these two teams is they allow the Diggy to walk, and nobody really capitalizing or worrying about picking him up. I'm curious to see in this draft is if one of the teams will take up the Diggy. Now, looking at these bans, Team First Blood, like we said, game one, a similar strategy, not going to take out the Valentina or the Faramis, and they are going to go for that Akai.
Yeah, and I mean, it's very similar to what we saw in game one right here. So BloodHounds this time, once again, in a kind of pressured spot. We know how game one went. We had a little bit of trouble with. Do we try to switch things up here? Maybe we don't take either of them. I think a lot of times teams get pigeonholed into this, and those are two heroes that have recently kind of gotten the nerves, and I like it. I like this. I honestly like this answer. They're not going to play to the tempo in this draft of what TFB wants to bring. They're going to pick what they plan to pick, whether that got banned or let through. Boca Roscoe securing the Lilia here.
Now, the question is, you're allowing some heavy picks to be taken from the finalists of the summer season. You know, that Valentina is available. That Faramis is available as well. It is a smart pick to probably not pick either, especially if you're not too comfortable and you can't work around it, which we have seen from the side of the BloodHounds having that harder time with those heroes. And there we go. We see Joybosh picking up the Faramis, but the question is, will the Valentina walk? They don't really have to pick him. They know they have a mage on Boca Roscoe. They know that he's running the Lilia, so they're not going to pick up the Valentina most likely. So going into this draft, it's looking very interesting. Gina with the early secure on the marksman, taking the Clint.
Like it. I mean, we haven't seen the Clint yet in this series. And again, like you just said, Valentina fine. I think we're finally going to see one of the first times we don't see a banned or picked up here. Now, Joybaj does lock in this Faramis, but you couldn't have said it better. I think what's important sometimes is if you don't feel comfortable playing the hero, don't force yourself to do it. Sometimes it's not a bad idea to just run off some comfort, and Boca Roscoe has been running the Lilia. He's been running it pretty well from early to late game. Make some decent plays with it. Not only that, but Dim Sum now going to pick up this Melissa. So I like the draft from BloodHounds.
I like the draft too. You're looking at Boca Roscoe with the Lilia for the early magic damage, and then Dim Sum for that mid to late game with the Melissa. Easy peasy, a little surprising, picking up that Thomas. That's kind of different. This will be the first Thomas that we see today. I really want to see how he goes against this draft right now. There's still a viable option for Team First Blood for the EXP lane, but the question is, who do you pick? You know Thomas can give Esmeralda that harder time. You've also seen Thomas as a flexible hero. He can be put in the jungle position just as well as he can be put in the XP lane. So the question is, how will Team First Blood respond?
I mean, they have a few options. I think the Thamus is a solid pick on the side of BloodHounds here. I think he's still viable, right? I don't think he's like a prio, the most important thing you pick up. But here comes the Esmeralda. Keep it on Luffy, another comfort pick for him. And not just like oh, I can't play this, so I'm going to follow my comfy pick. This is just a solid pick. Even last game, where they lost, Luffy did a good job on the Esmeralda, was able to get some picks onto Dim Sum. We just need to see it a little bit more here. Now, to that Clint pick, I think it could possibly be the answer for Dim Sum and this Melissa. You have a bit more range, you have a bit more poke ability, you have a bit more, not as I don't have to jump in like a carry normally would, So I do like that. He can sit on the backside, and that's where he's going to thrive behind Luffy in these big team fights.
Now, we have seen some Grok being picked up a lot from both sides. We need a roam for the side of BloodHounds. And you're just wondering, who are they going to pick? Also, a possible jungler or XP lane. You're going against that Esmeralda. Dairoth has been banned, so it looks like Team First Blood is kind of expecting this. It could be a Dairoth jungle too. We have seen that work, so they're just limiting the options available to kind of counter that Esmeralda and give their team that harder time.
Most definitely. And with that, I mean, we know how well. Honestly, I'm almost surprised by the Dairoth. I guess the Dairoth Templars did end up kind of popping off towards the late game with the Dairoth, but still Luffy was able to deal with it, but still Team First Blood just kind of sealing the bases, making sure everything's safe as we move on into this. But there goes the Valentina ban finally. Darn it, guys. I really wanted to just see it not show up at all on screen. And I almost am wondering if that was a bit of a wasted ban here. But once again, BloodHounds in a situation where they have to guess. Is the Fermies a roam, or is it going to be a mage? Because last time we saw it as a mage with Ashley, but BloodHounds think this time, we think Joybaj is going to run it. So we're going to just continue to home in into these mages on our second phase of the bans.
I will say for this draft, this is a little bit more of a difficult situation for both sides. The way that this played out, you just never know. You know, you don't even know about the Thomas, jungler, XP lane, the Faramis being the roam or the mage. You see Amon being picked up by Kid, the first Amon we will see today. How do you feel about Amon in the jungle right now?
I don't know. I mean, I've seen some plays happen with it. You know, every once in a while it pops up. Over in MPL, every once in a while it pops up. My worry is if this Thamus is a jungle, which after seeing the rest of this lineup get locked in, definitely is, Amon could have some trouble if BloodHounds want to bring that aggression, right? He's a little bit squishy in the early game, and when you have a Thamus jumping in your orange buff at level 4 or level 3, honestly, there's not much you can do to it. That Cotter and Inferno just gives him so much sustainability, and he also has the damage. Pair that up with Boku Roscoe sitting behind him, blowing off glooms, it could really spell trouble in some of these phases of the game for Team First Blood.
A solid draft from BloodHounds right now, and the question is, who will the last pick be from Ashley? Are we going to see a Faramis in the mid lane and possibly see another roam? You know, there is some good options out there. Atlas is still available for some decent CC. No Diggy in the mix as well. Could work in this composition, and we see it. We see the Ashley picking in the Atlas and swapping to Joybaj. What a draft, and I do have to say that is a solid pick to go against this combination that BloodHounds has drafted.
Yeah, very solid pick at that. I mean, honestly, it's a great answer to this dive composition that BloodHounds has brought. The only person that doesn't have to worry too much about Joybaj is going to be Melissa, but that's not his target. He wants to try to get a Fatal Links on all 4 of these front liners. And once again, we have to point out BloodHounds waste those last 2 bans on mages when the Fermies just falls into the hands of Ashley as well. Maybe they could have used those on the Atlas, and this is kind of the mind game, the chess game of this draft. TFB, this is almost exactly what happened in the first game, except there's no Valentina. BloodHounds waste these last 2 bans on the mage, and it gives Team First Blood an advantage when they lock Joybaj in for their tank here.
And ladies and gentlemen, we are going into game 3, BloodHounds versus Team First Blood. Both teams have taken a phenomenal game. They both have 1 win on their side, a best out of 5. Who will prevail? The power of the Fatal Links on Joybaj or the power of the Minoan Fury over there for Sushi?
I mean, the major thing I think for Team First Blood is they're going to have to watch out in early phases. They're going to have to Amon. The kid on this Amon needs to be a little bit careful. I think he just needs to dance around the map. Maybe not meet BloodHounds when they're doing something like this, because at this point there's not a lot he can do to it.
Yeah, you do see the heavy pressure over there on the blue buff and able to be secured by Easy Peasy. But the pressure right now from Team First Blood to try and delay the jungle. Yeah, this is what we're seeing. Both teams, just a very aggressive nature to them. And I love seeing these fights. They keep you on your toes wondering what is going to happen. You do see Joybaj in the mid lane, a little bit of that recall, a little bit of that flex to let the world know Team First Blood is here and we are ready. But you see Sushi going in, trying to take out Joybaj, Easy Peasy as well. Boku Roscoe trying to take out that tank nice and early before the turtle play. Clint over on the top side, paired up against Dim Sum. You see him against that Melissa, that marksman with the go away. Really hard for those frontline heroes to go in on.
I mean, so Kid still at level 3 right now, losing that blue buff, just trying to climb up. I mean, even with that gold crab, hasn't hit level 4 yet. This is definitely going to be trouble. This is what I was worried about when you have that Thamus on jungle. Maybe they were just thinking it wasn't going to be an EXP lane. I mean, maybe it wasn't going to be a jungle Thamus. And then not only that, but the Minotaur not doing a bad job at causing some of that pressure, especially with Boku Roscoe behind him. being someone to deal damage as he creates the space for it.
Speaking of space, you do see the zone is forcing Kid on the retreat as BloodHounds are going for the first turtle of today's match without no contest. A early objective for the favor of BloodHounds.
Yeah, but BloodHounds are right back at it. They want to take another blue buff away from Amon. This is going to be the second one. Kid still sitting at level 3. Easy peasy level 6. That is a huge gap, a huge difference. This could be very rough for the side of Team First Blood if things continue like this. Team First Blood needs to find an answer. I think Joybaj needs to not be hanging out in that gold lane as much. You just need to tell Gina to play safe because you need someone to stop them from constantly invading you.
The battle of the invade, the battle of the farm may be the difference for the early game. The clash going in. Sushi able to get hit by the fatal links. And then the Minoan Fury popping down for some CC. Gina able to secure the kill over on Sushi. And the co-alter has been activated.
So Team First Blood does secure First Blood. And this is where some of those big brain plays can matter. Getting that fatal links can be a game changer, right? Even with the deficit they're at, even with Kid not being able to farm too well, the rest of the team able to pick up some pieces and make plays happen on the map.
I love the aggressive play style, and this is what they have to do with the composition that they picked. They need to put on pressure. They need to invade. You have the beefier jungle, you know, compared to Kid over there on the Amon, on the Assassin, proven to show that Assassin having that harder time against the invade and not an answer for the invade for the side of Team First Blood.
Yeah, I almost want to change my mind on what I was saying. Maybe this is the better strat. We know we can't do anything about the invade, so we're just going to let Amon have trouble and put all of our eggs into the basket of Gina on this Clint. Joybaj is staying up there. Amon, you're on your own because right now the only chance we have is for me to land big fatal links and Clint to dish out the damage.
Yeah, just very interesting seeing this Amon pick up, but a possible clash going on the bottom side, and Kid able to secure the kill over on Bokarasco. The Minoan Fury going down, and then co-alter for the save on that CC. Sushi forced on the retreat, easy peasy as well. You see them fighting a heavy clash. Templates trying to go in to do some damage to Luffy as well on the chase. Luffy able to escape with the mobility of Esmeralda. What a play, but 0-2 right now, leaning in the favor of Team First Blood.
Yeah, and they are biding their time very well. Even being pressured against, they were able to find these small picks, find these moments, both offlaners playing it safe, knowing not to get too crazy. And when the pick happens, when Joybaj comes in, the rest of the team is there to help out.
Oh, speaking of help, you do see Kid able to take out the roam. Sushi has fallen easy peasy on the chase with the Thomas. Bokarasco able to get the kill on Joybaj. What a play. The tank is down for the side of Team First Blood, but the tank on BloodHounds has fallen as well.
You know, I doubted the Amon, I doubted it, but now that he's got this magic wand locked in, yes, he is pretty far. He's not too far, but he's a little behind, easy peasy, but he's still doing his job. Wait a second, Gina in a bad spot.
Taken out by Easy Peasy with the sustainability, with the beefy composition, but taken out by the turret. You do see Dim Sum forced on the retreat. Kid going in as the assassin, as the Amon, trying to take her out. Use the retribution as well, and Dim Sum does fall. You see Sushi on the lane trying to defend. Bokarasco going in, trying to get a possible kill, forcing Kid and Joybaj on the retreat.
Kid playing like he doesn't even need a blue buff right now, making some amazing plays on this Amon, finding the right moment to strike, and here comes another one possibly.
Another clash. You do see Joybaj putting some slow on Bokarasco, but he is able to escape. Luffy, a 2 versus 1. Tipless and Easy Peasy going for a kill. Will they be able to get it? Look at the lifesteal on Esmeralda, and she possibly may be able to escape. Both heroes down to barely any HP, and Luffy does get away. What a escape. That retreat was insane.
Yeah, I love the limit testing there, but wait a second. That is a huge burst down. Kid just shredding through them right now. That ultimate is just a little too much to handle. 4-0-1. We were worried about him in this game, but he is proving me completely wrong right now. Turtle up, wondering if BloodHounds can even really fight for this.
an objective that both sides do need. You see the zonage right now from Luffy trying to keep them away from the turtle. Pay attention to me. Pay no mind the kid on the turtle. Will they be able to secure it? Fatal Link's going down, as well as the Co-Alter, and easy peasy retries the turtle. The fight is going down. Both teams are fighting heavily on the turtle right now. You do see a little bit of a retreat from Sushi. Easy peasy barely able to escape with any HP. Templess able to get out as well, but Luffy able to secure the kill on to Bocarrasco with the falling Star Moon.
Luffy continues to be the nuisance that we all love to see, but wait a second, Kid getting killed off camera, so Tempest also doing a good job, and right now it seems it's a standstill. Both teams sitting dead even on gold. Yes, the kills are a little veered towards the side of Team First Blood, but honestly, the only thing Team First Blood really has over them, the towers, and BloodHounds are quickly responding to that, taking a tower for themselves and trying to even the playing field.
The battle of Amon in the jungle, the delay for him, the fatal links, you do see it connect, and you see the kill over on Templess from Gina. Man, these teams are just fighting it out, but BloodHounds maintaining the pressure on the map, trying to push up these towers, trying to go into these lanes, but the clash in the mid lane does go down. Minoan Fury connecting for the knock-up, the endless shards from Amon, trying to deal some damage. Co-Alter being activated over there by Ashley. You do see Sushi forced to get a little bit on the retreat, and both teams are going to push off.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna need to see. Hold on a second, Joybaj just constantly looking for something, man. I mean, he's everywhere. He's all over the place. Every time you think you're safe, he's trying to make another play for his team. Ashley always sitting behind him, and now that Gina has taken this tower, oh, big fatal links.
Taking out Templess. Gina able to get another kill over there on Clint. You do see a little bit of a clash in the bush. Easy peasy able to take out Joyboss just in time. Ashley forced on the run. Kid going back into that tower, but the kill did go to Easy peasy.
And Easy peasy now finding a moment to shine here. And Amon not doing as much damage to the bulky front line. Luffy continuing to be a nuisance, but the Lord is up with Wheezy.
You do see the Fallen Star Moon by Luffy right there, and just look, the 4-stack against Luffy and barely doing any damage. Dim Sum trying to take him out. You do see Lord going down to half health. The Minoan Fury connecting for the CC. Joyboss has joined the fight. Co-Alter has been activated. Fatal links as well. Gina able to secure the kill. Easy peasy taking a kill as well on the jungler. Gina getting Dim Sum as well. What a trade from both sides. Templess taking out Gina. Ladies and gentlemen, who will win? You see Easy peasy taking out Luffy, leaving only Joyboss to defend. You see Ashley working her way down. They will not be able to secure this Lord, but a fight on that Lord. Both sides with some heavy kills.
Yeah, Easy peasy, I think, making a smart choice here. He's a little low on health, but he decides actually to go back. I don't know if that's a smart thing for him. Ashley may be not the most bursty mage, but could possibly do something here. Are we going to see the play happen?
Oh my god, able to take out the Lord all by himself and getting all of his HP back. What a play from Easy peasy, and it looked like no contest. Even though they were in that bush for that vision, they did not make a move on him, and they allowed BloodHounds to take that Lord. Speaking of BloodHounds, they are going in for a possible clash in the mid lane, but decide to push back.
And at this point, BloodHounds starting to take a little bit of a lead here. 2 gold ahead, taking some towers, taking a Lord, finding their rhythm as we move into the 11th minute of this game. Easy peasy also starting to be a big threat to the side of Team's First Bloods. Amon can't just burst him down anymore. A lot of the members can't just burst him down. Gina's going to be the one who's dishing out this damage from the backside. And if Gina can't stay alive in these team fights, if he can't find a good position to get down on that front line, it's going to spell trouble.
Wow, speaking of trouble, the inhibitor tower over on the top side has fallen. BloodHounds going in for these objectives. They can tell that they are forced on the defensive mode, and they are capitalized and trying to take all the objectives while they are available for the taking. You see the heavy clash on the bottom side. They are going to go for another tower, and it does fall, leaving Luffy all by himself, but Team First Blood comes in to respond with a clash. Minoan Fury going in for some CC to set Ashley, Gina, and Joyboss. Kid trying to escape Easy peasy on the chase, but unable to take out Kid. What a play, but the tower does go to BloodHounds.
The timing of that Minoan Fury has been pretty clean, right? There's been some nice engages with it, some nice disengages with it, like what we just saw there. Able to create the space for the team, and then not only that, but it gives Dim Sum the time. If he can land it on 2 or 3 people, it's very similar to getting a huge set like Joybaj has been doing, where Bocarasco and Dim Sum can just lay down some damage and melt through Team First Blood. Not only that, but Templus really starting to get the upper hand. But wait a second.
Fatal Links connecting on 3. Kid able to get a kill. Dim Sum taking out Joyboss. Easy peasy taking out Kid. And the double kill as well. Dim Sum able to take out Luffy. What a play. Leaving only Gina to defend with Ashley. The heavy push from BloodHounds trying to get the finish. Will they be able to do it in time? They are going to go and co-alter, being activated for some sustainability to try and clear these minions. Ashley going down to barely any HP and taken out by Dim Sum, leaving only Gina. But you have 3 seconds. Joyboss will spawn in. Gina possibly getting taken out, trying to hold off the full push from BloodHounds, and they are able to defend.
For a second, I thought Gina was really going to do something big there. Joybaj now here, though. All took the sustain of, but there's that heal, right? The heal from the Minotaur. So almost gets the finish, almost able to clean things up, but at least they defend. Not able to get any kills back for the team of First Blood, but they do defend that push, and it was looking pretty grim there.
And then you see, speaking of pushes, a clash in the mid lane. You see the Endless Shards connecting, and then the Fatal Links as well, taking out Sushi on the Minotaur. Lord is in, and it looks like Team First Blood is going for this objective. They have the zone, as you see Luffy on the back end to possibly wrap around to give some pill, forcing Bocarasco, Dim Sum, and Easy Peasy on the retreat. Gina able to secure the Lord for Team First Blood.
Yeah, beautiful answer back, a quick answer back. Surgical almost, right? They immediately get everyone back on the map, and they don't slow down. They know they're having a little bit of trouble in this game, but they still play like the game is even. That's sometimes what you have to do. When you're at a deficit, your inhibitors are cracked, you gotta just, let's bring it. Let's do this. Let's try to take this through now. Taking a look at the items, things are starting to play out. Teams are starting to fill up. Clint, though, still a little bit behind Dim Sum, but the items are there. You have the Malefic Roar, you have the Berserker's Fury to output that damage. So once again, he just needs to find his positioning in all of this.
The amount of damage that Esmeralda and also Uranus can take in this late game is phenomenal. You see Kid able to secure a kill over there on Sushi. The heavy push, Bocarasco taken out. Kid, Ashley with barely any HP. Easy peasy trying to go in for the kill, but the heavy aggression might be too costly as Gina is raining down with the physical damage. Ashley forced to use the co-alter in response. Dim Sum able to take out Ashley. You see the go away being activated by Dim Sum to try and get a kill over on Gina, but the flicker combo and down goes Dim Sum. The double kill. Gina also able to take out Templus. What a play right now from the gold lane of Team First Blood.
Finally, I feel like Gina is on the line, right? And saving those flickers for the right opportunities, really testing the limits. Not like there was a second there where I'm like, oh, Gina, you might want to run away from this, might want to flicker away, but he knows how far he can push it, and he ends up getting the advantage over the Melissa and then flickering in instead of away early on in that fight to clean things up, pulling off the double kill. A wonderful play there. Gina sitting at 8, 3, and 4, but that doesn't mean the threat is relieved just yet. BloodHounds could still win this game, even with Team First Blood's putting the pressure on right now.
And I love the way this match is going. And we had that interesting conversation, allowing them to take that for Rammus and just going for what you're comfortable with. And you're seeing the level of comfort, what it can provide, even when you let a meta pick slide.
Yeah, most definitely. Boca doing a great job. 2, 3, 10 assists right now. That's over half of the kills that have happened on that, plus the 2 kills that he has. So he's been involved in almost everything that's happened in this game. Being there for his team, not only as a supportive mage, but as a damage dealing mage. So it's something I definitely like to see at this point. The team's not really being too aggressive, just trying to macro up these lanes. Team First Blood trying to put a little bit of pressure onto the side of BloodHounds in the top and bottom side before this Lord comes up in 10 seconds.
You do see the Endless Shards able to connect and taking out Templus in the top lane. But speaking of lanes, look at the bottom side. The heavy stack from BloodHounds right now. Luffy forcing them on the retreat all by himself and still going in. A little bit of over-aggression and taken down by Dim Sum. You do see a co-alter forced to be activated by Ashley, but unable to really do anything for the team. The clash may possibly go down. They are down a co-alter. Will BloodHounds go in for this clash? Is this a fight they want to take. The Fatal Links does connect, setting almost a full team of BloodHounds in a double kill over there by Gina, and you also see Kid able to secure a kill as well, leaving only Boca Roscoe to defend, and the Luminous Lord, the 16-minute mark past Lord, does go to Team First Blood. Tower fallen in the mid lane as well. Do we see an ending? Team First Blood smells the opportunity, and they are going in. A wipeout on the BloodHounds. What a clash. What a finish. They are going to go to take the tower. All teams are down. All members are down for BloodHounds, and we do see a possible ending. There are no minions to push in, though, but they do have time. Look at the timer. 7 seconds for Easy Peasy. 5 seconds for Dim Sum. They are going to try and go for this bottom lane. They know the clock is ticking, and we do see an ending for Team First Blood.
I was on the edge of my seat there, Wheezy. I was definitely on the edge of my seat. I was a little bit worried that they weren't going to be able to finish it. I was like, oh, they don't have any minions. What do they do? But they're able to pull it off. An amazing game. Both teams really, I mean, both series now. We're at a point where this one could go to the full 5-2 the way both these teams are playing. And no one has disappointed at all yet. But just the perseverance from Team First Blood in that game, able to wait it out, and all it took was that one final huge set coming from Joybaj there, and 4 members down in what, like a second, a half a second, all of them just shredded down immediately. An amazing play from Joybaj there, Wheezy.
And this is what we talked about, allowing that Faramis and also giving that Atlas to the side of Team First Blood. And that's all it takes, is just one clash in that late game. And that's what, the Atlas is meant to do, especially when there are no counters on the battlefield. And we do see Team First Blood able to capitalize and take the finish.
And I would say, honestly, that the Faramis wasn't like the game changer there. So it just goes more into the fact that maybe this is something you don't always have to ban unless you're really worried about the enemy team player there. Joybaj is the one who gets the final big blow. Gina gets the MVP there. I think well-deserved, comes into the nick of time and really just starts dishing out the damage. On the side of BloodHounds, though, also an amazing game from almost literally all of the players. Dim Sum with those go-aways, Boca Roscoe with some amazing assists, and Easy Peasy in the early stage of that game, just laying on some pressure.
Pressure, but Team First Blood does take Game 3, giving them the slight advantage going into the series. A little bit of a recap from what we've seen. The Fatal Links connecting over on the red buff. Kid able to take out Tipless. Dim Sum taking out Joybaj. Easy Peasy taking out Kid for a double kill combo with Ashley, and Dim Sum taken out by Luffy. We see a possible finish. They are going for that top tower. You see the co-alter being activated with Gina trying to defend with the damage of the marksman as they do try and go for this finish for BloodHounds, but unable to take it. Gina trying to go in, continue to put on that pressure and escaping with barely any HP. Another clash over by the red buff again for Team First Blood. You see the pressure from BloodHounds going in, co-alter being activated. Easy Peasy forced to use his immortality. Dim Sum taking out Ashley. You see the go away activated as well for the zonage, but Gina rushing in with the flicker play and able to connect, taking out Dim Sum, and then also with the double on Templess, a Lord play. We see the heavy presence from both teams again, but the triple set over there by Joybaj to connect, and the double kill of Dim Sum and Kid to finish it off, taking out Sushi on the Minotaur, allowing the team to get the Luminous Lord.
In that second replay there, I think it was around the 12-minute mark when BloodHounds had the opportunity to possibly end it, right? They pushed in, they cracked the inhibitor, they came in, it was nothing but Gina and I think maybe Ashley, Gina and Ashley left there at the base. That was, I think, the moment where we started to see Gina pop off. We started to see the tides slowly turn, right? Gina almost kills the 3 of them as they're pushing into his base, right? So that was the moment where BloodHounds were like, oh man, this Clint's becoming a problem, and they just weren't able to deal with it. And then the final cherry on top was definitely just that Joybaj set to wrap up the game. But in between the time of that 12 minutes to that set, Gina really brought the team to victory there.
And they allowed the Faramis to walk and allowed him to use the co-alter on Gina for that play when BloodHounds did try and go for that finish, keeping Gina alive. And that was the difference in that match. Such an insane game, but we are going into match 4 for both of these amazing teams competing for the number 4 spot for NA.
And as we jump into this draft, Team First Blood will be first ban, first pick. And I think they're just going to kind of keep things similar. They had a really smooth game there, and it might be in their best interest to continue just letting those 2 picks through. I think something they might want to focus on possibly, the Lilia with Bocarasco. If he doesn't bring that in immediately in the first phase, definitely a second phase ban, possibly even up front. But it seems like they don't want to deal with the Balmond, they don't want to deal with the Kai or the Wanwans. Those might just stay in these first 3 bans as we move forward.
Yeah, you see the Ballman being taken out, one of the most picked junglers for North America. And then we see another generic ban, the Claude being taken out from BloodHounds. Very similar to the last draft, nothing really out of the ordinary. Not anticipating the Valentina being taken out. It looks like Team First Blood is comfortable. They've practiced enough and they know how to run against it.
As we go into this possibly last game, but game 4, right? BloodHounds, I think, they continue to put good pressure on in the early stages. I think they really just need to finish it off, right? There was a moment there where they could have, and they need to just hone down on those moments where they're on the enemy base, cracking inhibitors, and find the way to get around Team First Blood to where they can clean things up. There goes that Lilia ban, though, on definitely a target towards Bocarasco. Has been a problem the past 2 games. Even though First Blood won the last one, Bocarasco definitely an issue there.
Yeah, a little bit of a respect ban there. Lilia definitely being a phenomenal force, especially in that early game. They gave them a very hard time on that Amon, trying to get that farm, that pressure that Lilia can provide in the early phases of the match. It's just a little hard to deal with, and Team First Blood is not going to allow that to walk. Now, looking at these bans, there's still 2 available. I really want to see what they are going to pick. Possibly the, I'm not really sure. They have options. We haven't seen a Diggy or an Akai or anything of that nature taken out. So I really want to see what Team First Blood is going to do for this final ban. And there goes the Faramis. They had the option to pick it up, but they decide to ban it.
Yeah, they do. I mean, like I said, it's not something. I think when they're in the second ban, when they're like second pick, they'll let it through. But also, it's not something they want to prio, right? So they don't want to give. I don't think they mind giving it over, but they don't want to give it and something else. That's the problem, right? Because when you're second pick, it's okay. They only get the Faramis. We get 2 power picks after that. But when you're in the first, when you're on the gun like this, you don't want to give the Faramis and the Melissa, the Faramis and the Akai, the Faramis and the Ballbend. You don't want to give those 2 picks something so solid that can just help seal the deal for BloodHounds.
Speaking of solid, we do see BloodHounds taking out that Paquito, a hero that we have seen dominate for today's matches. Now, the question is, who do you pick up? You have first pick. Valentina is available, but they decide to lock in the Akai.
I like it. I mean, it's something that so many teams are playing. It's solid. Kid has done an amazing job on a variety of heroes so far tonight, from the Amon and now to this. Definitely excited how he pulls it off, though. Bocarasco, though, does pick up this Valentina, and I'm wondering if this was Team First Blood's plan. Like, listen, we're going to take away that comfort from you and try to force you onto something again. Ashley, though, definitely a comfort pick for her coming in on this Lunox.
Now, this is interesting. In the past, when you had a Valentina on one side and a Wanwan on the other, you were able to use the IMU and take her ultimate and use the crossbow tang. But now you have to get those weakness points if you do steal Wanwan's ultimate. So that's not really an option for Bocarasco. He can take Akai's heavy spin. That works out really well when they need the CC. Then they take up the Atlas as the 3rd pick and ban the Diggy.
I'm wondering, though, how well the Atlas actually does here, though. I like the fact that you're thinking about it, and maybe you just don't want to give it over to Joybaj, right? Because Joybaj is a menace with it, and you also don't want to waste the ban on it. But the thing is you're going to have a lot of trouble catching Ashley. It's going to be practically impossible with that brilliance. I mean, you're really going to have to wait for it. You're going to have a lot of trouble catching Gina on this Wanwan. The Akai also, with the heavy spin, going to be able to back you away if you try to come in and act crazy. So a lot of options for Team First Blood to deal with the Atlas currently. And with the Atlas getting picked now, they could still kind of play around it for their EXP lane.
A fine point made, and I think that will be the deciding factor for today's match. Will Atlas be able to come online? Will he be able to get the sets versus the composition they are going against? Like you said, it is very hard to get those sets, and then you are rushing in on the Wan, giving her a free crossbow of Tang, which can be a very hard thing to deal with. So we have to see what Sushi's plan is for this match. You do see Thomas being banned out for the side of Team First Blood. Dairoth as well has been taken out. Team First Blood, they need an XP lane. They need to put something on the Esmeralda. Uranus is still available. It's worked phenomenally without any issues. I think that is who we will see for that XP lane for Team First Blood.
Definitely feels like a good pick, but hold up, wait a minute. The trend has been set. Easy peasy, bringing in that X-Borg. Now, I mean, again, for some reason, this always seems to happen towards the finals of the NACT. For like the past 3 of them, we never see X-Borg at all, but then we get into crunch time, and it randomly pops up. There goes that Uranus, a good call by you, Easy, and I think it is definitely a solid pick, but here we go, Joybaj back on the Tro, very similar to what we saw in game 1. We saw how it took him a second to get it down, but once he started getting the kicks, they just started coming back to back.
I like the draft from Team First Blood right now. They were limiting the options available to Bocarasco on that Valentina, but he still has a viable option. He has the heavy spin from Kid. That is, if I was running in that mid lane position, that is the ult I would kind of prio for this. But like you said, X-Borg, easy peasy, running that on the jungle. The true damage, is it too much for Team First Blood to be able to handle? We did see an X-Borg able to finish the game and their team able to win. Not the most common pick for the jungler, but has been proven to work in NACT.
Yeah, but last time, you know, I gotta say this, right? Last time, you were up against the Balmond, you were up against the Paquito, which, yes, they kind of dash in. They do have that same thing, but it's not a dash like a Kai's. It's not a dash that's gonna knock you up. You know, it's not a dash that, even when a Kai's in his heavy spin, he can get around you. So this could be a bit of a problem. Not only that, but you have Joybaj, who, in the early stages, could put the pressure onto X-Borg, have some of these options, and then just, once again, Ashley on this, the brilliance, be able to find different angles. So I'm just worried about it. One good thing that I am seeing, though, the Aerithil shouldn't have issues dealing with Gina on this Wan and the gold lane, be able to kite around. So maybe BloodHounds can kind of not focus too much on that gold lane, kind of let Dim Sum do the thing up there. But we are jumping into game 4 now.
What a clash from both sides. We did see the swift finish for the ending of match 3, but we are going into the next match, game 4, Team First Blood versus BloodHounds. Who will prevail? 2 wins on the side of Team First Blood. If they take this game, BloodHounds will be knocked down to the lower bracket.
And Joybaj already kind of being aggressive, getting a little bit slow here, though. Maybe backing off, but still, I think this is what we're going to see from him. Ashley as well thrives on the Lunox. We're going to gotta keep our eyes on her when she's sitting in these bushes, waiting for the ambushes, waiting to make those Ruby DD plays.
These teams don't miss a beat, always going in for the clash. And Bocarasco able to take out Ashley. We're not even 1 minute in, and we have a first blood for the favor of BloodHounds.
And pretty typical, right? BloodHounds, like you said, they don't miss a beat. They want to bring the heat immediately, and we might be in for another bloodbath here. Joybaj still keeping vision for his team. Kid just kind of taking his time, and this is something we've kind of seen from Kid recently, even on the Amon and now on this Akai. He's like, listen, if you guys die out there, it's okay. I'm going to keep farming in these early laning phases. Sometimes I think that's the issue for Team First Blood, but then also it can work out. Normally their roamer Kid doesn't get too involved in the early phases. He just kind of focuses on farming up.
Yeah, and you didn't see really too much contest over on the jungler for easy peasy, able to get the farm needed, but a clash on the bottom side. Tro trying to go in for some CC on Dim Sum. Speaking of CC, Kid with the heavy spin, but the additional heavy spin by Bocarasco, a little bit of a Beyblade action in the mid lane.
Yeah, that was the real Beyblade right there. Normally we say it, wait a second, but nothing too major over here. Normally we say it with the Balmond and the Akai, but this time too, Akai is just bounce, bounce, bounce. Definitely something enjoyable for us all to see, right? But Turtle is up now. Let's see who takes this.
Easy peasy going in for the damage. Bocarasco going for a little bit of zonage. You do see Sushi with a possible concealed play. He has level 4. Fatal Links is in the game. And it looks like Turtle does go to BloodHounds with no contest.
Team First Blood just kind of biding their time right now. And I like the fact that they didn't feel like they needed it, so they just back off. They don't waste time. A lot of teams get too caught up wanting that turtle, but they do back off. But with that, they start to fall a little bit behind in gold here, and a big Fatal Links.
Fatal Links on Gina and able to take out the marksman for Team First Blood. Joybosh able to take out Dim Sum as well. Both marksmen have fallen, and both teams decide to push off.
Yeah, marksman for marksman, so Team First Blood find a nice answer there. Just when it looks grim, they're able to strike back. Joybaj making that play happen. Both tanks on both teams right now making some plays happen. So who will be the big playmaker in the end, right? Is Sushi gonna land off with these Fatal Links and change the tides? Or are we gonna see Joybaj continue to get some way of the Dragons? We are seeing Team First Blood kind of hover down onto this gold lane right now.
Oh, speaking of the way of the dragon, kicking him, but into the tower, and he possibly will be taking out Ashley, able to take out Dim Sum. Joybosh without any HP. Bocarasco trying to go in for the kill. The mobility of Joybosh able to escape. You see Gina going in over there on the Wanwa. Will she be able to get the crossbow tank, activating those weakness points and taking out Bocarasco in the mid lane. The heavy spin by Kid for the zone is to clear the minions.
I love the fact that during that, Joybaj sees Bocarasco coming, so he waits in the bush a little bit longer, bides a little bit of time, and then uses the second shield to get away. Waits for Bocarasco to kind of check the top side of the bush. If he would have showed his face too early, Bocarasco would have dashed in, probably killed him. Known exactly where he was going, but that slight element of surprise, the slight question is what kept him alive there.
Both teams just neck and neck, 3-2. But look at Easy Peasy. Look at the fight in the mid lane as well. Joybosh again trying to escape with any HP. He barely has any, and Tipless able to capitalize, taking out Joybosh. A little bit of an over-aggression behind enemy lines and is very costly. 3-3 right now. Another turtle play. We did see BloodHounds take the first one with no contest. Do we see them taking the second one? We don't see the proper zonage from Team First Blood, and it looks like they may be able to secure it, and down goes the turtle for Easy Peasy. Luffy trying to go in for some peel, but you do see the 2-stack on a Tipless and Easy Peasy on the chase, and Luffy able to escape.
And now they do try to find answers down here on the boss side, maybe able to find it on Dim Sum.
Oh my goodness, what a clash. Kid going down, hitting the heavy spin on Dim Sum. You do see Dim Sum able to connect and take out the marksman. Gina has fallen, and Dim Sum able to possibly escape. The question is, does he push back? You see the fight from Bocarasco trying to take out Kid, and Joybosh trying to take out Bocarasco. The 3v1 situation right now, and the Fatal Links has been activated by Sushi. But the way the dragon just in time to secure a kill over on Bocarasco, but the mid lane has fallen. The pressure of Easy Peasy and Templates versus Luffy. You do see the last insanity going down and connecting, and down goes Luffy.
So the last insanity, the burn, the true damage does work pretty well against Luffy, right? It works well against those tanky people. Not only that, but the Aerithil. We gotta break down the Aerithil for a second, because not only does it do well against the Wanwan, but it does well against so many of these divey, pushy heroes. Gina should be able to escape from this, but even with a Kai, when he brought in the heavy spin, you can just run away from him and continue to shoot, but you're not getting away from this. A big pick onto Dim Sum.
What a focus over there from Joybosh, going straight to Dim Sum and using the weight of the dragon, providing a set and a kill for their team. But speaking of sets, you do see the Fatal Links connecting, and the fight continues. Easy Peasy able to take out Ashley and going in for the double, taking out Joybosh. A defensive nature, a defensive stance, one from the side of BloodHounds. But in the mid lane, look at Kid just pushing in that tower.
Yeah, trying to do something here. I think he should be able to get away from this. And you talked about win conditions. Wait a second.
Oh my goodness, the heavy spin, pinning them possibly on the wall, but also using it as a maneuverability to escape. But Tipless on the chase and taking out Kid. And then you see the next turtle has spawned in. BloodHounds was able to secure the first two, and again, a similar pattern, able to take the third turtle.
Yeah, that is huge. Luffy at least getting something up in this top side. And like I was saying, you mentioned win conditions being on these Fatal Links, and right now Sushi is finding it. He's securing the win condition against the odds of having this 1-1 who can break CC, against the odds of Ashley being able to use Brilliance to get away from things. He's finding the moments to strike, and he's making it work. So doing an amazing job in my eyes right now on this Atlas, even when a lot of the enemy composition can get away from those moves. He's making sure it counts.
Yes, exactly. Well said. You see BloodHounds just getting the gold lead, getting the advantage, trying to get a snowball over on Team First Blood. Right now, just looking at like a 4,000 lead in gold. Speaking of the advantage, JoyBoss going in with the weight of the dragon on it. Dimsum, but able to escape over there on Eartha with the mobility.
And Gina, with being at 1-3-3 right now, definitely pretty far behind. Yes, Dimson also has 3 deaths, but it feels like Dimson has already kind of hit it a little bit, starting to find some moments, find a stride. Has the Wind Talker in, gonna start working on the Berserker's Fury next, and once that locks in, we're looking at some big damage. Paired up with the burn and the true damage coming from Easy Peasy, could definitely be enough to get through the front line of Team First Blood.
Speaking of front line, you do see the Fatal Links connecting, getting a double set, Easy Peasy, capitalizing, taking out some of the players of Team First Blood. They are down Ashley, they are down Kid, and it looks like BloodHounds is on for the push. They are in for the pressure. They will go in and steal the jungle and push the lanes.
And I mean, Sushi just continues to make count. A nice Way of the Dragon. Maybe not enough to finish this off, though. Dimsum putting on pressure back.
It looks like they were going to try and go in for the kill. Dimsum able to escape. Will they be able to recall, though? You do see Bocarasco going in a 3 versus 2 situation. Bocarasco securing the kill over on Gina, which will allow them to push in that top tower. You do see Lord spawning in, not Luminous, just regular, non-enhanced Lord. Looks like Easy Peasy is going to go for this objective again. Hasn't really had a hard time inside of that jungle. And another tower falls over on the top side. What a play. The mid lane tower has fallen as well, leaving only the inhibitors for the top and bottom lane for Team First Blood. The clash is going on for the Lord, though. You do see Easy Peasy able to secure it with the Retribution. Last Insanity has been activated, but unable to deal any damage to the members of Team First Blood, but they were able to secure the Lord.
And that is huge. BloodHounds. I mean, are we going to a game 5, Weezy? Are we about to have 2 full best of 5s in a row? Because right now it looks like that's what BloodHounds want here. They're gonna sync up these waves. They're doing a pretty good job. They're coming at this at all angles right now, and it's looking very rough for Team First Blood as the Lord crashes in.
I definitely agree. This may be a possible game 5. Lord pushing in the mid lane. You do see the contest from Team First Blood, but the heavy pressure from BloodHounds, but unable to take a tower, and they are forced on the retreat and are gonna prepare for another Lord. Man, this is just such a crazy game. Like we said, the winning conditions for Atlas was to be able to provide the CC, not waste the Fatal Links, and that is what we have seen. This just the insane sets that he's able to provide for the team and not using them too early. And I think that is going to be the deciding factor when we do go for the final clash.
Yeah, this is very similar to what we saw last time BloodHounds won, right? They just started scaling up. They started putting pressure in. It starts to become a bit of trouble. JoyBoss, and not only that, but Bocarasco, man, he had so many troubles with his Valentina before, and now he's stealing all the right ultimates at the right times. Right there with the Brilliance, able to get away from JoyBoss there. Just a clutch play.
Wow, look at Luffy able to escape, forcing Easy Peasy to use the last Insanity and not able to do any damage. They are down an ultimate from Easy Peasy right now. A solid defense from Team First Blood. They are trying to remain in this fight. They do not want to give BloodHounds the advantage to even out the playing field. They do not want to allow them to take this to a game 5. Like we said, if BloodHounds is taken out here, Team First Blood will move to the top 4. But a clash over on the bottom side. Luffy caught with the 4 enemies of BloodHound, and then we see all teams going down to the bottom lane to clash it out. You see the kills going down. Bocarasco taking out Luffy. What a play, but Dimsum has fallen over to Gina. Tipless on the retreat. You see Sushi able to escape, but Tipless not as lucky and falls to Gina.
All right, so Team First Blood finally finds an answer. They may be able to take this mid tower as well. Bocarasco kind of hiding out, but he doesn't want to do this. He knows he needs to play it safe. Let them take a little something. Maybe not too much. Ashley coming in, though.
Oh, you do see the way the dragon connecting over on Sushi, and possibly down goes JoyBoss, but Ashley answering, taking out Sushi. They are trying to get the finish, trying to take out BloodHounds. Bo Carrasco able to get the kill over on Ashley. You see the heavy presence on BloodHounds right now in the mid lane. I don't know, Trex. This is neck and neck right now for these teams.
I'm almost wondering if Gina should have left that fight that early. Ashley does end up going down there, and I can't help but wonder if she could have made a huge play there. Now, she's doing good right now. Average damage, I mean, Gina just overall has done a great job. This game, though, she's having a little bit of trouble. But just like last time on the Clint, once she does get online, it could be huge.
Speaking of huge, Gina able to get a kill over on Bo Carrasco, but Lord for easy peasy able to be secured, and one member down. Bo Carrasco is down for BloodHounds. They are forced on the retreat, but they were able to get some insurance from securing the Luminous Lord.
Yeah, now Luminous Lord will be coming towards Team First Blood, but also Team First Blood starting to win out a bit in these fights. Are going to make quick work of this Lord with Gina behind them, though. Watch out for Joy Bosch because he wants to make that play happen, but he knows he can't do it alone.
Ooh, heavy aggression from Gina without really that much frontline. A little risky, but Dim Sum sneaking behind and able to take out Ashley, but at what cost? Joey's Bush trying to go in, trying to get the kill, trying to take out that marksman, but Dim Sum able to escape. Gina getting out as well. Luminous Lord pushing in on the mid lane in the favor for BloodHounds. Will they be able to get the finish? Luffy trying to give some pill and some zonage. Luminous Lord does fall, but both teams just fighting it out. You see the chase, the falling star move from Esmeralda connecting on Luffy. Easy peasy as well. Atlas going in. Do we see a fatal links? Oh my goodness, what a play. They heavy spin to easy peasy, forcing him behind enemy lines into the tower, and down he goes.
He brought him all the way home with him, all the way back to the base. I mean, literally from the second tower nub all the way back to home base. He's like, you're not leaving. You're mine right now. And easy peasy goes down. But before that, Dim Sum, this Airthel with the sprint is just so clutch. I thought for sure Dim Sum was dead, walks right into the bush, gets caught by Ashley, but Ashley wasn't able to finish it, and Dim Sum pops a sprint along with the ultimate and ends up taking out Ashley in response, and then able to sprint away, get away, because if you're trying to chase down an Airthel with sprint while the ultimate is popped, it's just death. You're just walking into a face full of crossbow hits. So right now, working very well against the composition of Team First Blood.
And you love the way this match is going. You can never tell who is going to take the victory. BloodHounds has to win this game or they will be knocked down to the lower bracket. But they are putting up a fight and they have more towers than Team First Blood. But I think, Trex, this is going to come down, like we said, to the clash, to the prioritization, to the XP lane, cutting those lanes while the Lord does spawn in to create the opportunity for your team.
One thing I can say about BloodHounds right now is I feel like they have a couple more. Oh, Template's getting pinned to the wall here.
Ooh, speaking of cuts, you do see them going in for Templates, taking some serious damage, but possibly able to escape. You do see Gina able to connect and take him out. Bo Carrasco taking out Luffy. Gina taking out Dim Sum. The marksman has fallen for the side of BloodHounds, and they are on the heavy push for the side of Team First, but they are going in, but at what cost? Is it too much over aggression? Ashley caught in the tower. Bo Carrasco taking out Ashley. Kid is well caught behind, but able to dash out just in time, but putting that pressure on BloodHounds, trying to go for a finish, but able to escape.
Yeah, maybe going a little too deep. Ashley biting off a bit more than she can chew there. Didn't need to make that dive. They'd already gotten 2 kills. You could have just backed off and you would have had a huge advantage as we creep into this Lord fight, Weezy.
Speaking of advantage, they do have Sushi over there on Atlas. They have the zonage, and this is a high objective. This is Luminous Lord. 15 minutes in. Both teams need this. They need this advantage. And speaking of advantage, the clash going down. Last Insanity activated, comboed with the Retribution, securing the Lord. But who will win the fight? That is going to be the game changer. This will determine a possible winner. But looks like both teams are going to push off, play it safe, but leaning in the favor for BloodHounds, able to secure that Luminous Lord, pushing down the mid lane.
Man, but Team First Blood feels confident about it. Gina just melting down that Lord. I got a feeling if no big set... Watch this. Gina walking right in Template right now.
Oh my goodness, you see Gina able to escape. But yes, that Lord just got shredded. It's just looking like non-enhanced Lords the way they're taking it out with no contest. And right now, just some solid defense from Team First Blood.
And I got a feeling we may be in for a bit of a long game here, the way these Lords are getting melted down. If no big mistakes come from either team, if no huge pins or huge fatal links come, we could be in for a little while here. It's going to be another minute, 2 minutes until the next Lord pops up. Both teams down to inhibitors. Neither of them have cracked, so overall the macro of the Super Minions is pretty even. Now, BloodHounds do hold a little bit of a gold lead here, but so far that hasn't seemed to been an issue majorly for Team First Blood. They know they're at a bit of deficit, they know how to play around it, and here comes Way of the Dragon.
Clash in the mid lane, trying to get the advantage. Last Insanity going down from Easy Peasy to do some AoE damage, chasing down Kid. The full team of BloodHounds trying to secure the kill, and down goes Kid from Boca Roscoe. You see the full team of Team First Blood trying to answer back, trying to take out Templess. Gina on the chase, but unable to connect. Can Templess get away? Luffy able to take out Templess, and you see Dim Sum raining down with Irito on damage. Luffy forced on the retreat. 1-for-1 trade.
So I like the thoughts about that team fight from Team First, where like Ashley was kind of sitting in that bush waiting. She let that fight go on for a solid like 5-10 seconds almost before she made the engage, and what they're trying to do is kind of bait them in a little bit. That way Ashley can try to get the one shot onto Boca or onto Dim Sum, right? But the thing is BloodHounds didn't fall for that. They didn't go too deep. They just kind of focused on to Kid there and ended up picking the kill. Luckily, Team First Blood to respond back by getting something for themselves, not just losing out.
You did see a little bit of a concealed play over there by Cho, wasted without an opportunity, and now we see Luminous Lord will be spawning in 27 seconds. I think this is that similar situation. It's going to come down to cutting the XP lane, going in, trying to take the Lord, trying to get some kills as well, down to a bloodbath for a finish for both sides.
That's definitely going to come down to the line here, down to something similar of what we saw last game. Can Sushi pull it off, or will Kid or Joybaj get the play that matters? You know, both teams really kind of playing it down. Boca Roscoe, though.
Gina able to get in behind enemy lines and take out the mage, but at what cost? Last Insanity going down, trying to take out Gina, able to dash out with the mobility of 1-1. Ashley securing the kill, taking out the marksman for BloodHounds. The marksman and the mage are down. This is the time to take that Lord or go for a finish. They are going to go for this Lord, knowing they don't have the damage, they don't have the proper zonage to be able to push it and stop Team First Blood from taking this Luminous Lord. You see Luffy with the contest, you see Joybosh with the contest as well, and Kid is able to take the Luminous Lord.
Yeah, taking 2 deaths right now at this late in the game. Those death counters are very large. Both of them are at 38 seconds. BloodHound's gonna lose a lot off of this push, especially because Team First Blood doesn't even want to wait for the Lord. They're gonna keep on putting on pressure, open up the map, so when the Lord does start crashing in, they're already at inhibitors, and those inhibitors are already pretty low. High possibility that Team First Blood, if they don't take the base here, they could take 2, possibly all 3 of these inhibitors right now.
And looks like we might be getting a little bit of sinkage in the lanes. You do see 1-1 over on the bottom side. Gina prepping for this sink. They are going to try and go for a finish. The question is, will BloodHounds allow it? A lot on the line. BloodHounds cannot let them take this tower. If BloodHounds does fall in this match, they will be knocked down to the lower bracket. Lord pushing in over on the top side. You do see the Clash, the Last Insanity as well might be procced. You see Luffy for this zone as the tower falls on top side. Luminous Lord is in the base. You do see the heavy Clash, oh my gosh, the Fatal Links does connect, but unable to grab anybody. What a play from both sides, but Luminous Lord does fall. Will this be the defense that BloodHounds needs? Will they be able to hold them off? You do see Gina able to secure kill over on Dim Sum. They are down a marksman. Ashley able to secure the kill over on Templess. Gina taking another tower. Minions are pushing in all directions, forcing BloodHounds to have a hard time defending. Will they be able to hold off the full team? A crossbow tank possibly being activated. Luffy taking out Easy Peasy. Kid taking out Atlas. Look at the tower. Half health. Boca Roscoe taking out Luffy, leaving only Boca Roscoe to defend, and down goes Boca Roscoe. End game goes to Team First Blood. BloodHounds goes to the lower bracket.
That is huge, and take a breath, Wheezy, because that was a long finish there. Once again, the perseverance from both of these teams. Team First Blood waiting it out, even in that final fight, really just hanging it out. A lot of teams would have played it safe. They would have broken those inhibitors and got out of there, but Team First Blood didn't want to risk it. They did kind of want to risk it because they wanted to stay there, hang out, and succeed. Gina Crossbow, I think, getting 2 crossbow of tangs out within that whole fight there. Literally the cooldown reset, and then she's back at it, and that was the final straw right there, that last crossbow of tang to really help finish it off. And then having that immortality, Bo Carrasco gets the kill on her, but the immortality comes back and pulls it off. Now, in my head, definitely another well-deserved MVP for Gina there.
What a play, especially in the finish. Gina with the MVP, Akai with the heavy spin, a lot to handle. Joybosh with the way of the dragon, not giving BloodHounds room to breathe for the finish, not giving the caster on the play-by-play room to breathe on the finish, but a solid game, and they will advance to the top 4 for North America.
And that is huge for them. That is huge for Team First Blood. They're going to continue in this upper bracket, giving them even more advantage as we creep on towards the finals. Sadly, BloodHounds will go down into the lower bracket, but luckily they still have another shot here. Definitely excited now. We won't get to see BloodHounds play until later on into next week, but luckily this upcoming Friday we will get to see Team First Blood. We're going to continue on through this upper bracket, but let's break down some of these replays.
You do see the clash going on, and Gina able to secure the kill over on Template. Some heavy aggression from Gina, again, the MVP for Team First Blood, getting that crossbow tank on Bo Carrasco. And then right here, you do see him trying to take him out with the last insanity on Easy Peasy, but dashing out just in the nick of time, escaping and going back in for additional damage to help Ashley secure that kill. You see Luminous Lord pushing in on the top side, able to secure that tower, and then forcing BloodHounds on the pushback. They are trying to hang in, but at what cost? Luminous Lord giving them that pressure. Heavy spin by Bo Carrasco, trying to keep them from finishing this game, but unable to keep them back. And then you see Gina securing the kill on Dim Sum, taking out that marksman, that range damage, and that was game in favor of Team First Blood.
What an amazing night, Wheezy. Nobody has upset, and now we're going into this bracket, and I'm sure Dave is back. How did you feel about that game tonight?
Oh my God, what we're seeing is Boca 2.0. We are seeing a lot of wombo combos, the epic comebacks, the middle div, the Amon one shot. There's so much stuff packed in tonight's live stream. It's so insane. And guys, next week, it's even gonna be more insane as we're raise the stake another time. The Valley versus the Ackerman, the match you've been waiting for. Let's kind of give you a sneak peek what's gonna happen in Vegas. To be honest, a lot of people may say in the community chat, now I'm not predicting anything. Some people may say that.
Definitely throwing out some predictions there, Dave, but I think a lot of people do agree. Definitely gonna be hype next Friday.
Yeah, these teams are just competing at that higher level of competition, and you can't say there's an easy road for any of these teams. You've seen these matches. I thought we were going to go to a Game 5. Trex thought we were going to go to a Game 5, and we saw a Game 5 in the match 1 for today. So I'm just super excited to see what the top 4 for NA bring, but you can't count out the teams in the lower brackets.
So with that being said, Trex, any final thoughts you want to tell our viewers tonight? Any of the matches that strikes you the most? Tell us about it.
I mean, final thoughts for me is, once again, North America does not disappoint. Only at the beginning of the top 8, and already so many teams having such great series. We're no longer seeing sweeps like we did last year. We're seeing some great games held by everybody, and I'm super excited to see what we see next week.
What about you, Steph? Because you were yelling out of your tongue for all those matches. You were excited, fired up. I mean, like, there gotta be more thoughts. Tell us about it right now.
Whew, I'm just trying to catch my breath, man. The play-by-play on that final series, it's hard to breathe when they always want to fight. 1 minute in and they're clashing. But I have to say, my final thoughts, this goes out to the whole wide world. I want them to know North America will be ready for M4. Everybody's looking for the same thing, and we want to see who is going to represent us in that #1 spot.
Absolutely, man. Today, we're really seeing people stepping out of the comfort zone. Again, I just want to give my boy Boca another shout out. We've seen, just like Trax was pointing out, we've seen Boca play so many characters that it was kind of out of his comfort zone and do an extremely good job with it. So just show you a lot of players are really trying to fighting for the spot. to really want to go to Vegas and want to represent North America. And guys, I cannot be more excited as we go forward into the tournament. Make sure to mark on your calendar next Friday, 6:30 Eastern Standard Time is when we're gonna have the next broadcast. With that being said, that will wrap it up for us tonight. Have a wonderful evening.